Nice hat, Dustin.
Very appropriate.
I'm sure Steve appreciates it.
I see Steve's got his state on too. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:04 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely.
We
Commissioner
didn't hear
Curry.
where you were attending remotely from. Juanita kind of cut out. You're on mute, Juanita.
Excuse me. Good morning. I'm attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Villette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Go green. Present.
12 commissioners present, and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Rothhorn?
Chair Satella, I think we have a potential new business for the voting pattern. So I'm going to move to amend our agenda and add under new business the voting pattern analysis presentation that Dr. Hanley may be able to give us.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Rothhorn, seconded by Commissioner Orton, to amend the agenda to add a new item of new business under 6. So 6A, voting pattern analysis. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. So we are voting, if you are in favor of amending the meeting agenda to add item 6A, voting pattern analysis. If you are in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting agenda is adopted. And let's move forward with our vote to approve the meeting agenda, which was motioned by Commissioner Witches and seconded by Commissioner Lett. So we are moving to approve the meeting agenda as amended. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting agenda is adopted. At this point, we're going to move on to public comment. Without objection, we will begin public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
My name is Mike Huerta. I'm the president of UAW Local 602 here in Lansing, Michigan. I am here to thank you for.
Madam Chair, online Zoom cannot hear his comments. Could we adjust the volume, please?
Yep, I think his microphone's off. We're turning it on right now. Could you say something?
Does that work?
Can you hear him? All right, go ahead. Yep, go ahead. We'll
ready?
restart your time.
Again, thank you. The state Senate maps were, you addressed them in a partisan fairness manner. I really appreciate that. That's, in my opinion, the most important thing we're looking for here. I hope that you will be able to adopt the same partisan fairness when you look over the House maps and hopefully are able to bring that into account and bring them into line with what you've done in the state Senate. Again, I appreciate it. I know you've been working hard. I know you're at the end here. Please don't stop right before the finish line. Again, thank you, and I appreciate all the work you've done and the work you're going to do still.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
My name is the Reverend Sarah Hurlbert, and I'm the pastor at St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Jackson, Michigan. And I came here today because I care deeply about our community and the work that you all are doing. And I'm really glad to have the opportunity to speak here today. I just want to thank you for working together to adequately represent both the economic and the social community of Jackson with other cities along that I-94 corridor, including Ann Arbor. And I truly appreciate y'all working so hard together to maintain positive relationships. And as we know, that's a really hard thing to do these days. The civility that you show in working towards a state Senate map that's truly fair, and all the maps that come before you is really impressive. And I thank you for your leadership and your hard work. And in my line of work, I want to just tell you, you have to have the wisdom of Solomon and the patience of Job to do what you're doing. So God bless.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3.
I'd like to thank the commission. Wrote it down. I'm Janet Meyer Jackman. I serve on the Jackson Public Arts Commission in Jackson County for the city. And I'd like to thank you again, like my associate from Jackson County, for combining the interest and the partisan fairness in your state Senate map instead of treating those two goals as opposites. And the Constitution specifically lists economic and cultural connections as making up communities of interest. And Jackson, it's definitely that along, like you said, the I-94 corridor, and putting us together helps with the partisan fairness at the same time. You can always make it better, but you got to start somewhere and you can tweak it going forward. I thank you each for your time you put into this. It shows great integrity. And I appreciate what you've done for Jackson County. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4.
Hi, Dan Wallahan, Brighton, Genoa Township. I want to first thank the commission for, when the last adjustment, still keeping Livingston County whole and keeping us together, and not with the city of Ann Arbor, which is, you have 125,000 people in the city, and you have 8,000 people in the city of Brighton, and all the townships, none of the townships surrounding are over 22,000 people. We're a small town community. We associate with other small towns within our county. I think Commissioner Eads' compromise map, I'll call it, satisfied both the partisan fairness concerns, which are important. I think seat count is important, and it also keeps our community of interest whole. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5.
And good morning, commissioners. As you know, I'm Sarah Howard and I represent the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. Thank you for working toward the constitutional requirement of zero partisan bias on all of your partisan fairness metrics. You're making real progress on the state Senate map, but you are not quite there yet. Now, though, your biggest crisis is the state House map. Some of you have said that you're mainly looking at the seats votes ratio. Please remember that there are 4 metrics for a reason, and you should be looking at all of them. The seat count by itself can mislead you because it counts Republican-leaning seats as Democratic. We published a 20-page research report on this issue on our website last Thursday. We encourage you to read that with an open mind. We want you to succeed in drawing fair constitutional maps, and we are trying to help by giving more tools and more data. Again, we thank you for your work on the commission.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Good morning. I'm Crystal Boyd. I'm Sarah Howard's legal assistant. In the public hearings, you've heard hundreds of people ask you to prioritize partisan fairness and remind you that you can do that while complying with all of the other criteria. To those commissioners who heard the voice of the people and are working on this, thank you. Remember that the number of seats won by a particular candidate doesn't tell you very much by itself. For example, if Governor Whitmer won a district by 5%, while she won the state by 9.5%, that district has a Republican advantage of 8.5%. That is not a Democratic seat. Keep up the good work on partisan fairness and don't get bamboozled by landslide elections. Look at all of your partisan fairness metrics, not just one. Thank you for all the time you're putting in.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 7.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Michael Davis Jr. I'm the Redistricting Director for Redistricting Campaign Director for Promote the Vote. Promote the Vote is a coalition of organizations and individuals who are committed to increasing the power of the people in our democracy. Along with my comments today, I will be providing you all with our narrative to accompany the maps that we submitted a few weeks back, our fair and equitable maps, as well as last week, we completed a metric assessment of the maps put forward by the commission and the maps that the PTV coalition put together. Our fair and equitable maps chart a path toward equal representation for all Michiganders, and I'm proud to say that we have the numbers to back it up. Using the commission's defined data points and publicly available data, we put together those side-by-side comparisons last week. I thank you for listening to, I'll reiterate what others have said, taking in the comments of folks that have come to the public hearings, listening to the APIA votes and the accesses and NAACP folks that are our board members. So I encourage you to continue the work. You're getting closer. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our live in-person public comment for this morning. We will now move on to remote public comment. Individuals who've signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you'll be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on a phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues or you are unable to speak for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant.
Madam Chair, before we begin, I just wanted to note that Commissioner Kellum is present. Commissioner Kellum, could you let us know where you're attending remotely from?
Good morning, everybody. Attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. James Gallant, please wait for our staff to unmute you and then you are free. Mr. Gallant, you're free to address the commission. If you are speaking, Mr. Gallant, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me now? Oh, okay.
Hello.
This is James Gann.
Yes.
Marquette, these are my opinions. I agree with the statement last week that this is absurd when it took 20 minutes to make a simple decision, and at the end of all that, Member Curry was denied her legal right to vote because she requested to do so after the breakdown of the consensus building process. Now, I've read the League of Women Voters amicus brief to the Supreme Court, and it states that in their legal opinion, the MICRC is a doppelganger of the Michigan Commission on Legislative Apportionment, which is not true. The Supreme Court determined that they are materially similar because they are the same. It's not that they're materially similar and they just look the same. They are the same material, and it is a revived reiteration of that commission already in the Constitution. So those rules of procedure do apply. And it looks like this will be the controversy before the Supreme Court next. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Anthony Scannell.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you so much for the minute. I'm gonna read a comment. I want to echo it. David Barnoski dropped on your portal this morning. He said, "I'm asking you to realize that what you drew is less important than what you now know. You know how to evaluate the maps, which is the highest need in this closing phase. Other people may have created maps that, at least on the surface, score better than the ones you've created. Don't feel bad about that. Be grateful. Take what they have given you and put it up against your accumulated knowledge and pick one to be a restarting point. I'm not set on that either. Refine your maps in light of what others have offered either way, but don't let the pride of authorship get in the way of the best possible maps." So that was a comment left on your portal. I wanted to echo that. So in light of that, I have a congressional submission I'm really interested for you to consider, and I've updated it. It was P7210, but I've updated it with 3 different Flint Tri-City configurations. So now it's P8155. But I know you guys aren't afraid to take on the tough issues, so go for it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Let me see. Next in line is Howard Barron.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Howard Barron, a VMP volunteer. On October 5th, Dr. Hanley presented her assessment for possible unacceptable partisan fairness scores. The federal courts found that maps that she referred to had intentional partisan gerrymandering. The threshold she provided are extreme situations when partisan advantage was the primary objective of the map makers. The Michigan Constitution requires something completely different. It mandates that no political party is provided a disproportionate advantage, something the federal courts didn't rule on. As you are currently mapping, you periodically check these measures to eliminate your own unintentional partisan bias. The MICRC will decide what those Michigan constitutional thresholds are, not the federal courts. You must decide that disproportionate advantage means bringing all partisan fairness scores to as close to 0 as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4, Phil Bianco.
That participant is not currently present.
Okay. Do we have Peg Clevenger?
Hello?
Yes.
I'm Peg Clevenger from Jackson. Most of Jackson County's population lives on a municipal water system, an important community of interest. But all of Jackson's elected representatives live in rural areas. There's a major issue in Michigan with lead service lines. Jackson still has them, along with municipal PFAS and other water quality sewage discharge issues, while our representatives are without firsthand urban water and sewage system experience. Jackson and our populous Summit, Blackman, and Leone townships, and Grass Lake Charter townships west into Washtenaw County, all with municipal separate storm sewer and water systems, meet regularly along with the Upper Grand River Watershed Alliance. We together need urban representation. Thank you for doing the right thing in your Senate map connecting Jackson with townships and cities along I-94 who face urban issues. You've drawn fairness into this map. Please don't reverse the progress you've made.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Jennifer Gallagher.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me see if I can start my video here. There we go. Hi, I'm Jennifer Gallagher, and I live in Summit Township in Jackson County. I'm here to say that your Senate map is pretty good, but I feel it could be better. I really like the idea of keeping Jackson County whole and combining it with Western Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County, rather than with parts of Hillsdale and Calhoun counties. I think that would make it really more compact and split fewer counties. I saw map 6674 and 8074 in the portal and thought they were really good at doing this. But even the draft map you did on Friday is light years better than what we have now. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 7, Amador Yabara. Go ahead, Mr. Ybarra, we can see you.
Hello, my name is Amador Ibarra. I'm from Jackson. I want to thank you for representing my community of interest in your state Senate map. As I've told you before in comment W5349, I wish it looked more like the map I submitted, P5348. But it is still pretty good and much better than what we have now. Jackson is a diverse community, but in the 2011 gerrymander, our city was sunk into districts with overwhelmingly white rural areas that dominate our representation. Putting us with our urban communities along I-94, including Ann Arbor, will make it possible for city voters to have our needs met, which they cannot be right now. Thank you for your Senate map. Please do not reverse the progress you've made. Thank you one and all. Have a good day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Michael Hewitt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very nice. Thank you again. I will try to be brief. First, my concern is the Apple map. Listen, I moved to West Michigan 25 years ago as a single parent. I did so purposely to be in the Grand Rapids greater community. When I look at Grand Rapids and in Kalamazoo, those two communities couldn't be as unrelated as they are. So the Apple map to me is a non-starter. Frankly, it defeats at least in part the purpose for me moving to West Michigan from the Metro Detroit or southeastern communities. Next is the state Senate district map. I would encourage this commission to keep the city of Grand Rapids whole within one state Senate district that would include East Grand Rapids and Kentwood. Next, state house district maps I encourage you to consider the city of Walker, Alpine Township, and Grand Rapids Township.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line, oops, that's my list. Next in line, is it Jason? Number 10, Jason Gillikin.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your efforts this year and for the chance to address you remotely. My name is Jason Gillikin. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids and I reside in the Heritage Hill Historical District downtown. I am joining today to recommend approving the state Senate map as presented for West Michigan, but Please do not move the boundaries of districts 23 and 24 from Fulton Street to Wealthy Street. Splitting along Wealthy rather than Fulton will slice and dice an existing community of interest. I've lived here for 11 years, and I actually live just off of Wealthy. I appreciate that the zone between Wealthy and Fulton is represented by Heritage Hill and Easttown Community Associations. The move to Wealthy for that boundary would split these neighborhoods, leaving communities to be lumped into very different districts with very different characteristics. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful rest of your week.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Nicole Villegas.
Hi there. My name is Nicole, and I'm from Kent County, Rockford, actually. But I'm also a realtor, so I drive around the area quite a bit. Gotten very familiar with the communities. Just wanted to add my thoughts in on some of these maps. First of all, I'd like to echo what the previous speaker said. We want to maintain the current state Senate districts and keep that border on Fulton. Not only would it divide Heritage Hill to move the boundary, but it also divide Easttown, two really historical and bustling communities that need to be kept in one state Senate district. Now, as for the House map, District 75 needs a little bit of tweaking. See, Grand Rapids Township needs to be with Ada Township and Cascade Township. They share a school district. If you ask people from there where they're from, they'll tell you Forest Hills, right? These people work together and they share downtown Ada as sort of a center point of their community. That should be kept together. Plainfield Township, on the other hand, needs to be paired up with Rockford.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Byron Anis, number 12.
Thank you. I'm Brian Ennis, a retired teacher from Spring Arbor in Jackson County, Michigan. I want to thank you for working toward partisan fairness in your maps and for representing the Jackson-Ann Arbor I-94 economic corridor on your map. Jackson is a mostly conservative county, but even so, 60% of us voted for Proposition 2 in 2018 with the expectation that you would draw maps that are equally fair to both political parties. Your Senate map does that. It's not perfect, and I think you could make it better. I particularly like map number 8074, but you're on the right track. Please keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Carla Wagner.
Carla, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Carla, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. It looks like Carla may be experiencing audio issues. I would recommend we move on to the next participant.
Okay, so we will move on to Porter Abbott.
That participant is not currently present.
Okay. Next in line is James Warner.
Hi, everyone. My name is James Warner. I live in downtown Jackson, but I'm originally from Napoleon. I'm here to thank you guys for drawing a fairly decent state Senate map. It gives both parties a realistic shot, even though I don't feel that it's perfectly fair. I do also like that it finally connects Jackson to Ann Arbor and other cities along I-94, which kind of makes sense. Jackson is definitely not a completely rural area. When you guys were here for our public hearing, you might have seen that downtown we have skyscrapers. Urban voters need representation too. And my district on your map has a good mix of urban and rural votes instead of one dominating the other. I want to thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Jessica Prinz, number 16.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is Jessica Prinz, and I live in Jackson County. I'm here to support your attempt at giving Jackson fair representation in the state Senate map you drew. I don't understand why 3 townships in Hillsdale are included, and I think Marshall probably belongs with Battle Creek. And I wish Jackson County were kept whole. I saw that map number 6603 on the portal does all of that. But even so, I'm thrilled that you drew a fair and competitive statewide map that also represents the I-94 string of cities and our shared economic interests. You'll never make everyone happy, but you've done a good job. Please don't undercut yourselves by going backwards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 17, Elaine Wolf Baker.
Elaine, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Elaine Wolf Baker. I'm a retired ceramic engineer. I live in Jackson, Michigan, and my neighborhood struggles with regular flooding because of a lack of rain management in our county park next door. It is destroying our homes, and the water we get is probably contaminated with metals, hydrocarbons, and maybe even PCB. There are similar serious environmental water resource issues with the dioxane plume in Western Ann Arbor. If we were put together as your state Senate map does, we would have a much better chance of having our needs addressed about this important environmental issue. It's so important to have maps that reflect communities of interest like this huge issue. Thank you for your efforts. I really appreciate it. Please keep up the good work. You'll never make everybody happy, but your Senate map, at least for Jackson, looks pretty good to me. Thanks so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Danny Hoover.
Good morning. My name is Danny Hoover, and I'm speaking today as a citizen. I'm attending remotely from the city of Milan and Monroe County. And as a citizen, I'm happy the commission has applied partisan fairness, and they should do the same in the House. And thank you for drawing fair maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Norman Clement.
Hey, good afternoon, commissioners. Good morning. How you guys doing today?
Good, how are you?
Fine, all is well. Back again. Just to remind you guys that you guys are doing a great job. There are some great steps you took towards partisan fairness, but let's try to get that even better to a 0 on all levels of the maps. Especially, I know there's a great task to do in the state house representation, but I know you guys can do it. Our goal is the partisan fairness at 0 balance. That's the code that you have is in the Constitution. That's the one that is binding. I understand there's parties that want representation. I understand that, but not at the risk of the Constitution that we have. It's partisan fairness. That's the creed that we have to go by. So let's get everything down to 0 of the marker right there, and then that's it. Thanks for you guys for your time. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Kathy Leakum, number 22.
I'm Kathy Lycum from the city of Midland,
And I'd ask that you please consider Commissioner Lang's congressional map or take a look at the new maple syrup map that recently appeared in your web portal. It's your collaborative web maple map, but with a few tweaks to address 2 communities of interest, one being Midland. But the best part is it's also VRA compliant. And here's why. The cities of Midland and Flint have completely different needs from the government and therefore should not be in the same congressional district. To argue that the dam repair and flood reduction efforts should not be the basis for a legislative district shows a fundamental lack of understanding of how the government works. Just ask any of the drain commissioners you've heard from in our area. Dam repair and flood reduction are Midland's primary issues for the next 10 years. When you fracture our county and separate us from other watershed counties like Gladwin, it weakens our voice and diminishes our chances for recovery, and that hurts people. So please, when you go to review the congressional maps, would you please overlay this?
Thank you for addressing the commission. Nakia Hurlbert. Nakia Hurlbert.
Good morning. My name is Nakia Hurlbert, and I live in Jackson County. Last week, I heard Commissioner Clark wonder if the state Senate map was good for Jackson or just for Ann Arbor. I'm here to say, yes, it's good for Jackson. Connecting Jackson to Ann Arbor and other cities on I-94 is really helpful to our economic community of interest, and sharing representation would help bring resources to this part of the state. Having a district with a good mix of rural and urban and not putting the city of Jackson into a completely rural district is healthy for everybody. And having a fair and competitive statewide map is good for our whole state, not just Jackson. So thank you for your work and please keep it up.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Shruvra Das.
Yes, my name is Shuvra Das and I live in Canton and work in the city of Detroit. Thank you to the commission for your hard work and striving for more partisan fairness in all the maps that you're doing. But I would suggest to not stop now and continue the hard work. Consider this, without partisan fairness, I may be represented by a representative who end up always belonging to a minority party. So in spite of being in a community of interest together and represented by a good representative who listens to our needs may never be considered in the legislature because the majority knows they will always win if the maps are not partisan fair. So it is paramount that the maps be truly partisan fair, and please keep up your good work and don't stop before they are, the partisan balance is zero. Thank you very much for your time and thanks for your hard work. Have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 25, Patrick Gruba.
Hi, my name's Patrick Gruba. I'm from Jackson, and I'm here to thank you for finally prioritizing partisan fairness, which is the whole reason. There, is that?
There, yes, that's better. Go ahead.
My name's Patrick Gruba. I'm from Jackson, and I'm here to thank you for finally prioritizing partisan fairness, which is the whole reason I voted for Prop 2. I was sick of my vote not mattering because I lived in a gerrymandered district and a gerrymandered state. Thank you for drawing a state Senate map that is so good on partisan fairness. I personally think you can make our district a little better. Map 8074 on the portal looks much cleaner, but my community would be much better represented by your map than the current map. Please stay the course on partisan fairness, and thank you for finally giving my community a real voice in Lansing. I'm excited for my voice and my vote to finally matter. Thank you for your hard work and dedication.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 26, Sue Shink.
Good morning. My name is Sue Shink. I'm from Northfield Township, which is just north of Ann Arbor. I live in several gerrymandered districts where my vote doesn't count, and I can contact my representative and they know that they don't need to listen to me because my vote doesn't count. So your job is to get as close to zero on the partisan bias scores as possible. I know it's improving, but there's still some way to go. If you're over 1%, you still have work to do. And this is the most important thing. Communities of interest is not an excuse to pack voters of a particular party into fewer districts, which weakens their voice. So any map where one party can win a majority of the seats while losing a majority of the votes is not okay and needs to be improved. We voted for Proposition 2 to get to partisan fairness. And so I beg you to please keep working on it. I appreciate your work so much. And I know it's been a long haul, but you are almost close, or you're almost finished. So thank you. Please do not vote to approve any map that does not, that.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Mark Payne.
All right. Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Okay. So what I want to talk about today is that when you're dealing with, when you're making major changes as you go along in your mapping, I think it's good to run your partisan test as you make major changes. Also, when you're dealing with the House map and the Senate map, but the House map in particular, the Pine map, can we make sure that we're cutting along main roads, because Detroit is a city that consists of several main roads. So if we can cut along main roads like Linwood, the mile roads, and using freeways as natural fairways when possible. Also, I think another good idea would be have your staff or the Secretary of State kind of give you the main policy issues from around the state. So when people come and testify, you can kind of verify it. This is something that if you would like, I can provide it for you. Just give me the word. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Carl Baker.
Hello, my name is Carol Baker, and I live in Leone Township in Jackson County. Hi, my name is Carol Baker, and I live in Leone Township in Jackson County. And I want to live in a state where both parties have to win the state to win political power. And that means fair elections under fair maps. Nobody has asked you to draw maps that tilt the scale towards Democrats, but organized Republicans are criticizing for even trying to partisan fairness, when it just so happens that all of your maps would favor their party if you stop now. The Republican Party has controlled the Michigan State Senate 100% of the time since 1983 because the maps have always been disproportionately favored towards them. We're counting on you to draw the first fair maps in 40 years. Please get it done, and thank you for your work to this point. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Joyce Smith.
Hi, my name is Joyce Smith, and I'm a resident of Wyoming. In Kent County. First, I'd like to encourage the commission to please adopt the state Senate district for the Kent County area as they are currently proposed. Second, I support the plan to keep the third ward of the city of Wyoming with the city of Granville in its own area, state house district. These two areas form a community of interest in that they both share the Granville Public School District. Third, please keep the city of Grand Rapids separate from Kalamazoo in its own congressional district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Doug Harris, number 31.
Doug, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Okay, got it now. I'm Doug Harris, Township Trustee of Rural Parma Township in Jackson County. The rural parts of Jackson County are represented by your congressional map. I think it's only fair to give the urban and suburban parts of Jackson County representation too, by connecting them with Ann Arbor. Your state Senate map isn't perfect, but it does a good job of connecting Jackson with other cities along I-94 corridor, which is a major economic community of interest. Giving different COIs representation at different levels is a good way to fulfill your duty. Just because the same COI doesn't get represented at all three levels doesn't mean you fail. Please don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and please don't go backwards. Keep up the good work. Thanks so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Denise Colasar, 32.
Hello, my name is Denise Colazar, and I'm a resident of the city of Wyoming in Kent County. First, I want to thank you guys for the job you're doing. It's not an easy job, and it's an important one. I reviewed the districting proposals, and I'd like to suggest and support the plan to keep the third ward of the city of Wyoming with the city of Granville in its own state house district. We share responsibility with the Granville Public Schools, so I'm hoping you will not make any further adjustments to that district. Next, I encourage the commission to adopt the state Senate districts for the Kent County area as they currently are proposed. The proposals look solid to me. So anyway, great job so far. Keep up the good work and go Lions. I'm not giving up on them either, to the commissioner with the hat on.
Hey, there you go, MCDC.
I'm not.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, I lost track where I am, 33. Colleen Tucola.
My name is Colleen Tawakla. I'm from Brownstown in Wayne County. Western and Southern Wayne County is a community of interest, and this map reflects this more than what was originally drawn. Thank you for adhering to partisan fairness and the Constitution in your state Senate maps, and please continue the good work when drawing your House maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sarah, is number 34 available? Okay.
B. Plank, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Sorry about that. Hang on. My name is Brenda, and I live in Green Oak Township, and I joined this call when I learned that the commission was discussing putting the southeastern portion of Livingston County in with the city of Ann Arbor for a state Senate district. I understand that discussions are ongoing, and as a resident of Green Oak Township, I prefer Green Oak Township remain with the rest of Livingston County. I'm a U of M graduate, and I despise the traffic and hustle and bustle of the Ann Arbor area during those 4 years I was in college. After college, I moved to Green Oak Township because of the small town feel. Because Livingston County has everything we need, we have no desire to travel to the Ann Arbor area. I rarely use I-23. When I do, it's to visit family in Monroe County. I do not stop for gas or shopping along that stretch of highway. It's too congested for me. Livingston County has everything we need for shopping, including the Green Oak Mall, church, farmers market, movie theater, restaurants of all types, not to mention my family frequents Brighton recreation area on a regular.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Margaret Fleury. Oops, I'm
Participant
sorry,
is
looks
not
like
present.
she's not available. Elizabeth Hundley. Mm-hmm. Yep, I think they've done that before.
Good morning. Elizabeth Hundley. I am a resident of Genoa Township in Livingston County. The commission recently discussed including the southeastern portion of Livingston County, including Genoa Township, with the city of Ann Arbor for a state Senate district. I'm asking that you please do not include Genoa Township or any of the southeastern portion of Livingston County with Ann Arbor. Genoa Township shares many local services with our surrounding communities right here in Livingston County, but not with Ann Arbor. For example, we are a part of the Brighton Area Fire Authority. In addition, Genoa Township receives water and sewer service by MHOG, who also serves residents in Marion, Howell, Osceola townships here in Livingston County. In addition, Genoa Township is a member of the Howell Area Parks and Rec, also serving Livingston County communities. Thank you for listening, and please keep us.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Bruce Hundley. Elizabeth, is Bruce with you and ready for his turn?
No, he is not with me. I do not know if he is ready at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll mark him as not present. Anthony Watkins, number 38.
Hello, my name is Anthony Watkins, and I thank you for the opportunity to share my comments at today's public hearing. I also am relieved to see that the debrief from the past week of public hearings has resulted in considerably more partisan fairness for the Senate map, but it needs a little bit more work. I would request, please adopt the method that you use also for the Michigan House map as well. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Anastasia Manilatos.
Hi, my name is Anastasi. I am a resident of Chesterfield Township in Macomb County. I just want to tell the commission, thank you so much for having a better partisanly fair map for the Senate, specifically 102921 SD FV3. The House still needs some work. Please consider partisan fairness for the State House and consult the AFL-CIO's Fair Map Project for some guidance on making the House maps as partisanly fair as possible, as well as potentially editing the Senate map to be more partisanly fair. Additionally, please keep the Voting Rights Act in mind during the final stretch of this process, and please respect the will of the people in making as partisanly fair maps as possible. Thank you so much for your time, and keep up the good work you're doing in projecting partisanly fair maps.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Max Gordon, number 40.
That participant is not present.
Okay, we will move on to 41, which is Dorothy Munson.
Could you please display maps plan 73502 in district.org for state senate?
We can't display maps during this public comment.
All right, thank you. I'm Dorothy Munson, a lifelong resident of Grand Rapids, representing Proactive, a nonpartisan group. I believe that minimal changes to map 249 shown in 73502 would satisfy concerns related to Central West Michigan and communities of interest. Included are slight reconfigurations of the adjacent 3 out of 6 districts that will not disturb the remainder of the state map. 4 Ottawa townships were moved from District 24 to 33. Ottawa County is too large to take them, and 22 isn't changed. The south side of Grand Rapids was not changed. Thank you so much for placing Cascade Township in District 24. The addition of Algoma and Cannon Townships in the north improves communities of interest and keeps District 24 in Kent County. Some movement.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Mari Reimar, number 42.
Hello, hi. I would like to thank the commission for all of the hard work you've all been doing. I know it has not been easy, but yes, I would like to also say, please do your best to draw a partisanly fair state house map. Yes, please consider the Voting Rights Act while doing so. And once again, please consider taking steps to count prisoners in the districts where they resided before they were incarcerated. So many states all across the US have done this, and they have done this without legislation. So it is very possible. And I think Michigan should be one of the states who are on the forefront of doing this, because it's a huge civil rights issue. And once again, thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Jason Duncan.
Jason, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
I make that mistake frequently. Jason Duncan, Grand Rapids. I teach history at American History at Aquinas College. Thank you for your hard work in the state and Senate districts. They're well drawn, but I do think you could improve the metro character of the districts by lowering the boundary southward from Fulton and Wealthy. That would include a district with 3 colleges: Aquinas, GVSU, JRCC. It would include 90% of Heritage Hill, and it would also, to make up for the population, you could take townships in Ottawa County and put them in Ottawa County, a great place, but a different place. Thank you again.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Kyle Stefanski.
Kyle, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Okay, sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Cool. So yes, hi, my name is Kyle Stefanski. I'm a lifelong Michigander who was born and raised in Warren. I just want to say that I really appreciate all the hard work the Redistricting Commission is doing to redraw our district maps. I know the work can be very sophisticated and tiresome. However, it's very important that it gets done. We need maps that reflect partisan fairness because our current district maps are lacking that. I just want to give some comment on how the city of Warren should be redrawn in regards to the state senate. Warren should not be divided into multiple state senate districts like it is currently proposed. People living in Warren should be able to have their voices heard since it is the 3rd largest city in Michigan. Warren's also home to important employers such as General Motors, the U.S. Army, and Stellantis. I believe that all of Warren should be in the same state senate district. Please look at the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project map for State Senate District 9 for more information. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We're going to go back to Max Gordon, number 40.
Morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming back to me. So I'll be brief. My name is Max. I'm from Grand Rapids. I would urge some changes to the state senate lines in Kent County, specifically the Northern District. There are a few minor changes you can make that would make it a more competitive district and account for some communities of interest. So you can remove the rural Ottawa County agricultural townships, so you don't put Ottawa farms with Kent cities. If you want to keep GVSU intact in District 24, you really only need to include the one precinct that includes all of GVSU's campus and surrounding student housing, which is the far southeastern precinct. The rest of Allendale is farmland. Finally, you can move the border from Fulton to roughly Wealthy. I know this was in discussion further, but by doing this, you don't split the downtown GVSU campus in half. And, obviously we know about ward identities. This would keep Ward 2 intact. And additionally, make sure when you move that line that it stops at East Grand Rapids because that is a separate city. Thanks again for coming back to me, and thank you guys for all you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, we will go to, just double check, Dave Kepler.
My name
Go
is,
ahead, Ms.
oh, you can hear me? Good. My name is Dave Kepler. I live in Edenville Township. My house was impacted by the failure of the Edenville Dam, like many in Gladwin and Midland County. And I'm actively engaged with many others in the environmental and economic restoration of the Four Lake systems in those 2 counties. Community social and economic welfare are linked to the environment in which they exist. This is the 5th largest watershed in the state of Michigan, and it's connected north and west through Midland on the Tittabawassee River. There's a decade of work to restore the environment and the economic impact of these communities. They are linked not only in the recovery, but in their culture and in their environment. So please consider the integration of these into the maps. We liked Commissioner Lang's congressional map, but I think the integration of Midland and Gladwin County along with the city of Midland is important. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Nicholas, number 46.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Ponte, longtime resident of St. Clair Shores in Macomb County. I see what you're trying to do here with the latest Senate map, drawing the cities along Lake St. Clair all together in District number 7. But I see this is not enough of a commonality for the cities to be considered a community of interest. People who live up in New Baltimore, Anchorville, along the coast into Harson's Island have really no interest in being associated with Wayne County. This is probably why they live so far away from them. Especially considering the residents of Harper Woods are being disenfranchised by being included with the cities along Lake St. Clair. People who live in Wayne County should not be included in this Senate district. I appreciate all the work you're doing, but please think about this and please make some changes to this map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We're going to go back to number 14, Porter Abbott.
Porter, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Here. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. My full name is Horace Porter Abbott. I am a longtime citizen of Leelanau County, and I wanted to add my voice to those who were encouraging the commission to continue moving toward partisan balance and redistricting. I also wanted to comment on the effect the succession of earlier maps with their continuing partisan imbalance was having on me and my fellow citizens in Leelanau County. The word for it is paranoia, a feeling of a hidden agenda, which is the very last thing we need in today's political climate. You have been working very hard recently to correct this imbalance, thereby aiming to achieve a clean break from the political gerrymandering that has been the rule in Michigan every 10 years. Keep up the good work, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, we are going to go to number 47, which is Sierra Lowe.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm from mid-Michigan, and today I'd like to say thank you for the latest Senate map and for listening to Michiganders. This is the most fair Senate map so far and could be adopted as a final draft. Please work on a partisanly fair state house map as well. Regarding the Senate map, I like that District 35 includes both Mount Pleasant and Alma areas, and I see that District 1 includes the Tri-Cities as it should. So thank you for your work and keep it up.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Marie, number 48.
Marie, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Marie, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. It looks like Marie may be experiencing audio issues. I'd recommend that we move on to the next participant.
Okay. All right, we will move on to number 49, Josie Kornev.
That participant is not currently present.
Okay, 50, Chase Murphy.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Chase Murphy. I was born, raised, and currently reside in the Grand Rapids area. I'm just urging you to fix the area maps for the state senate. I'd just like to see a few changes. First off, we should get rid of all the farming townships in Ottawa County. They're not communities of interest with cities like GR and Walker. We've heard a lot about keeping Ottawa whole when possible and keeping rural with rural. You probably remember that. The most important thing you can do, however, to prove communities of interest and create a state senate district that can be won by a candidate from either party is to move the border between districts 23 and 24, one row south, from Fulton to Wealthy, which just follow existing precinct lines, having a long Fulton completely splits the Heritage Hill neighborhood. Last week, the commission talked a lot about the Wealthy Street line. Didn't want to move it because it would split the Black population within the city, but that's incorrect. The precincts between Wealthy and Fulton on average are only 10% Black, so moving these precincts from 23 to 24 actually increases the Black voting age. Add the population difference by adding the northern precincts in Gaines Township. Those are in Kenwood District, Kenwood School District, and have a significant minority population. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 51, Chris Andrews.
You hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, I am Chris Andrews from Hazlet. Thank you for considering individual elections for fairness analysis. Here are some requests. Analyze Senate maps using gubernatorial elections when senators are elected. Outcomes might be much different. The 2016 presidential election was a virtual tie. As such, 2020 and 55 are ideal fairness. Please save and post partisan analysis of completed maps, including district projections, so we can make informed comments. Consider other fairness metrics besides seat votes. 3 Senate seats categorized as Democratic have victory margins of 51% or less. These are toss-up, not Democratic. I have posted detailed comment at #HowFair. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Alan Pohl.
Pale, but I get that a lot. I just wanted to say a couple quick things. One, I know lefty activists can rave about zero partisan fairness till the end of time, but at the end of the day, communities of interest still outrank partisan fairness in the Constitution. Your lawyers have said that you've been compliant for a long time, and you've done a lot of work on communities of interest, so I don't want to see you break those up. 2, if the cherry map was supposedly the best map that we had to start with, then why did you make drastic changes to it to basically recreate the Zotella map? I really don't understand that anyone would think Northern Ann Arbor has more in common with rural Calhoun County than they do with Southern Ann Arbor. Apparently a 2018 Democratic majority is not good enough. If it's anything more than that, I don't know how you don't think that's a disproportionate advantage for Democrats. And if you want the Republican members of the commission to vote with you, I think you'd want to take their concerns in mind. Just an idea.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Maya Anthony.
Good morning, Maya Anthony here.
Maya, sorry.
That's all right. My communities of interest are Detroit, Michigan, and Wayne County. It appears that you all are starting to actually look at and consider these other maps out here that have been submitted by Detroiters and organizations in support of partisan fairness, because we are going to continue talking about that until this whole thing is over. I would just also like to encourage you to continue doing that, keeping the Voting Rights Act in mind. We definitely still need that when it comes to the state house maps, but you're on the right track with your latest Senate maps that you've been hearing. from 1029. Not there yet, but keep that up. You guys are doing awesome. The African-American community is still a higher population, excuse me, in Detroit that must continue to be considered. We need the minority majority districts restored to 51% minimally for fair representation. Please do not dilute us. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Fred Wooden.
Good morning. I'd like to add my voice to several others who have already spoken. I am Fred Wooden, resident of Grand Rapids in Heritage Hill, pastor and former candidate. And I would like to echo the comments of others that want you to move the Grand Rapids Northern Metro Senate District down one row of precincts from the Grand River to the border with the city of East Grand Rapids. Not only does that keep my neighborhood together as it has historically been, but it also helps to keep that neighborhood integrity with city wards. Please remove those townships from Ottawa County. You don't need them there. You can go up to Rockford and they will do exactly as much good, and they'll be more contiguous with our economy and interests. Keeping Grand Rapids downtown is also, in one area, is also a great idea. But what hasn't been mentioned by several of the others whom I share this opinion with is that you create a 50-50 swing district. This would be very helpful to better governance and a healthier political culture. We want everyone to have a fair shot at being represented. So I thank you for your work and wish you well in all your decisions.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 55, Rhonda Hawkins.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Rhonda Hawkins, and I live in the city of Brighton, in which I have lived for 23 years. But I'm a retired pharmacist and pastor. And in those 23 years, I've realized that the majority of the communities in my county, Livingston County, are small and rural. And what you did with the Senate map is a good start. I would like to see that our community that is tight, close-knit, has like-minded individuals with common values, et cetera, of a small town. And it is a small town of 8,000 compared to Ann Arbor that is 124,000, which is a difference of 12 times.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Donald Bittinger.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I am appealing to you regarding the county of Jackson. Jackson County is a whole county of community interest. North and South Jackson County should be together. North and South Washtenaw County should be together. We do not have interests with Ann Arbor. To split our county into a northern district 29 with the northern half of the city of Ann Arbor and our southern half of Jackson County with the southern half of the city of Ann Arbor. Jackson is not a community interest with Ann Arbor, and your proposed map denies Jackson County its community and proper representation. Your District 27 puts 4 different counties into one district. It is so obvious that you are using political reasons to put Ann Arbor in with Jackson County and way over into Eaton County or Calhoun County. The I-94 corridor is not a community. Jackson County is a county.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Susan Doman, 57.
Yes, hi, good morning. Thank you for taking time to hear my comments. My name is Susan Doman. I'm from Hamburg Township, Livingston County. My husband and I raised our family here since 2003 and moved our business here. I very much value our rural small town culture. And just like my previous participant number 55, we do identify with our more smaller business and community. And we've come to know and treasure that in our daily lives. And as much as I love to go down to Ann Arbor with a vibrant culture, and we do I greatly appreciate my home community and love to support my local businesses, especially in these challenging times. So I thank you for your consideration in keeping Livingston County together. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Tom Nemchuk.
Nemchek, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am specifically speaking to the Michigan State Senate districts in Grand Rapids, which is where I live and have lived for 30 years. Splitting the city of Grand Rapids into north and south, it would literally split up the municipalities, government, community services, school districts, voting precincts, and violates both the communities of interest and the boundary preservation rules that you are bound to. It also would violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which prohibits packing of minority populations. The solution would be to draw District 24 to include all of the similar urban cities of Grand Rapids, East Grand Rapids, and Kentwood. This would mean the cities of Granville and Wyoming would be drawn in with District 23. Lastly, draw the townships along Kent County southern border with townships on the opposite border in Allegheny County. Both of these plans keep similar communities of interest together and improve municipal and geographic boundaries. For the Michigan State House, this splits numerous.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Judy Mega.
Hi, good morning, Commission. Thank you. I have seen you day after day working very hard to draw fair maps, and I thank each of you for doing what the voters have asked you to do. When people ask for partisan fairness, that's not code for anything. That is simply asking you to please do what 60% of the voters in Michigan asked, that we have fair maps. Competitive fair maps lead to competitive districts. Competitive districts create better representation who listen to their constituents, not as Republicans, not as Democrats, but as people, which is the point of this law. I live in a district that was flipped from Republican to Democrat, and that was done by a young gentleman who knocked on every door in every city that he could, and he's a fantastic representative. Creating competitive districts through fair maps will lead to more of that across the state, which is the whole goal, and why so many people work so hard. Thank you for what you're doing. You guys are doing a fantastic job, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I think this is Jarrett, number 60.
Hi, this is Garrett. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm from Grand Rapids. I've got some thoughts on how to improve the state Senate districts in Kent County. Consider removing the farming townships in Ottawa County. To my shame, I couldn't tell you where these places are on a map. I would add more of Kent County. It makes sense to me to have Rockford School and school district townships like Cannon and Algoma inside our district. There's a lot of movement and interaction between Grand Rapids and Rockford, especially with younger people and new families. I hear concerns over the Heritage Hill and GVSU communities. I have the same concerns. The Fulton border cuts the Heritage Hill and GVSU community as it is. You can make a competitive District 24 and keep those communities whole if you add more of Grand Rapids by moving south to Wealthy or Hall Street. That would create a district where the best candidate can win from either party, and it would keep those communities whole. So consider removing Ottawa, extend the GR border south to Wealthy, and add some of Rockford to District 24. Thanks for all the work you're doing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is 61, Henrietta.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you so much for letting me to come in and speak. My name is Henrietta Ivey. I am a community organizer out of the city of Detroit. And I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you have been doing. And we truly, truly appreciate the fact that we are happy with what you did with the map for the House, for the State House and Senate House seats. And we're asking that you continue the course when you're redistricting the State House map for the citizens in the city of Detroit. Partisan fairness is very important for the voting power in the people of interest in the city of Detroit. Those people of interest would be the neighborhoods hit by gentrification, neighborhoods in the lower west side and the lower east side. So when you are redistricting the congressional House map, please stay the course. Don't be bullied by the people who's trying to pull the strings for you to pull in their direction.
Thank you for addressing the commission. James Fisher, number 62.
Hi, I'm James Fisher. I'm a lifelong resident of Midland County. I'd like to urge you to keep the city and county of Midland together and associated with the communities to the north and the west. The city of Midland, Midland County, and the counties to the west and north have strong shared interests and long histories of cooperation on agriculture, healthcare, education, and economics. And we share a common interest in flood mitigation and restoration of the failed dams. I'm urging the commission to keep the city and county of Midland whole and connected to the counties to the north and west. Now more than ever, we need to be able to speak with a single voice in government. I also think the Lang congressional map is a good start. So thank you for listening and thank you for serving.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 64, Art Reyes.
Unmute. Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to the public. My name is Art Reyes. I'm a lifelong Michigander, resident of Genesee County. And I'm asking that you do take into consideration partisan fairness when we go. You know, the thing that we voted for Prop 2 in 2018 to rid Michigan of the rigged system. And the work that you're doing is going a long way towards doing that, but we want to make sure that we have fair maps that will create a level playing field, which will hopefully have our representatives work more for compromise versus kowtowing to the political extremes. So please take into consideration as much as you can political or partisan fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Janine Iyer.
Yes, hi, I'm Janine Iyer, Genoa Township, Livingston County. First, I want to thank you all for your service to our state and for not districting Genoa Township or any southern townships of Livingston with parts of Ann Arbor for the state Senate map. I encourage you to also refrain from districting Genoa with parts of Ann Arbor for the state House map as well. Our Genoa community is tightly knit with other neighboring rural Livingston County townships such as Marion, Iosco, Howell, Handy, Osceola, and Brighton, not with Ann Arbor. My community service groups are based in Howell and serve our local Livingston County areas. We shop and recreate in Howell and Brighton, not Ann Arbor. It takes me 10 minutes from my Genoa Township home to drive to my Howell or Brighton grocery stores or restaurants, whereas it takes me at least 40 to 45 minutes to drive to any store or restaurant in Ann Arbor. I rarely, if ever, make the trip down there. There is neither proximity nor association or community commonality with Ann Arbor. So please keep this in mind when drawing state house maps. Thanks for your attention. Have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Chris M., number 66.
I thank you for the work you are doing on the commission. It's very much appreciated. I'd like to draw your attention to the maple syrup map that I posted on the portal. This map is a tweaked version of your maple congressional map, which provided a great baseline. However, this map, maple syrup, gets you in compliance with the constitutional rules, including one person, one vote, VRA compliant communities of interest, and has good partisan fairness while honoring the rest of the constitutional priorities. While the efficiency gap might be higher than some folks would like, it does allow for the state as a whole to be competitive. I again would encourage you to take a look at the maple syrup map and appreciate all the work that you were doing. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Christy Cox, number 67.
Yes, I'm Christy from Genoa Township, Livingston County. First, thank you for the work you're doing. It's a difficult and thankless task. And thank you for your consideration last Friday in keeping Genoa Township with the rest of Livingston County. I urge you to continue to keep Livingston County inviolate. I was born and raised here. We are a rural community with rural ideals. We still have a great deal of agriculture, and we tend to conduct our business locally, shop locally, and socialize locally. We recreate locally. These values have enabled us to keep a low tax base with a high standard of living, It's important that we receive representation that is particular to our community, since we are like any that border us. Again, thank you for your consideration and the inordinate amount of time you're spending on this very important issue.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Josh Volk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, commissioners. My name is Josh Volk, and I'm a resident of Kent County. I see that the proposed House District 76 map is including the city of Walker and several neighborhoods within the city of Grand Rapids, Alpine, and west side of Grand Rapids. These areas are not a similar community of interest. Places like the city of Walker should be kept with places like the city of Alpine Township, where they have a shared interest in the commerce as the Alpine Shopping District area and school districts, such as the Kennewaw Hills School District. In the 75th House District, you have places like Grand Rapids, East Grand Rapids, Grand Rapids Township, and Northeast Grand Rapids. Plus, there are several parts of Plainfield Township included. Grand Rapids Township shares many things with Grand Rapids, or shares many things with Ada and Cascade Township, and should be kept together. This is including the Forest Hill Schools District. Plainfield Township should not be split up into multiple areas, as it shares a community of interest with the Rockford area. The more urban areas, such as East Grand Rapids and Grand Rapids community, should be kept together as they are shared common community of interest. Those in the northern parts of Kent, than those in the northern part of Kent County. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Jason, number 70.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, hi. I'm Jason. I'm a resident of Hamburg Township in Livingston County. After attending school and living and working in Ann Arbor for 2 years, our family made a deliberate decision to move to Livingston County because it's a better fit for us. We prefer the more rural lifestyle that we have here. And our 17 years in this community have confirmed to us that that decision was the right one for our family. We very rarely go to Ann Arbor. We pay our taxes here in Livingston County. We shop and recreate here in Livingston County as well. This is our community. So I want to thank the commission for keeping Hamburg and the rest of Livingston County where we belong in our own district. And I urge you to please keep us here when it comes time for you to be considering these state house maps as well. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Klaus, number 72.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Klaus Walhout. I'm from Grand Rapids. I'd like to thank you for all the work you've done, especially in my city of Grand Rapids and in Kent County. I think you were right to make 2 districts composed of the Metro 6 cities and the nearby suburban townships. But I think there's more work to do. I agree with others who say you should remove all the townships in Ottawa County. They're simply more rural, they're mostly farmland. They're not a part of the Metro Grand Rapids area or economy. Like the speaker said, I probably couldn't find them on a map, sadly. They're great areas, but not part of Grand Rapids. You could find more population by adding townships around Rockford, like Algoma. You also could include the core PFAS contaminated areas of Rockford, Plainfield, and Algoma if you did that. Lastly, I'd echo other speakers that you need to move the line from Fulton to Wealthy Street. That does not bisect Heritage Hill. Currently, the Fulton Street bisects Heritage Hill. Thanks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Yusuf.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Yusuf. I'm from Troy. Nice to be able to see you again. I heard Commissioner Stella dismissing the idea to include the east of Sterling Heights to the west of Sterling Heights and Troy. This dilutes Chaldean voices living in east of Sterling Heights. I respectfully disagree with Commissioner Stella. District 6 is not done well. What is COI between Sterling Heights and Detroit? Just because Chaldeans don't show up on the map, that doesn't mean we do not exist. I assure you, we are real. Thank you, Commissioner Kellum and Commissioner Eid for speaking up regarding the Chaldeans in West Bloomfield. I asked other commissioners to stand up for us minorities who are unfairly registered as whites and give us a voice. I do appreciate all the hard work you have done, Commissioner Stella, but please do not dismiss our voices. Please do not dilute Chaldean voices living in East Sterling Heights. Thank you, commissioners, and I will continue praying for each one of you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Michelle?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Michelle Herbert, and I'm a 17-year resident of Livingston County. I now live in Genoa Township, and I wanted to thank you firstly for keeping us together as a county with your redistricting map, and also ask that you would continue to do that when you go to the state Senate and House state maps when you redistrict those. We very rarely go to Washtenaw County or Ann Arbor. We shop locally, we recreate locally, our friends and neighbors are here, and they all do the same. And we just want to keep our small town feel to our communities. And we thank you so much for your time and all your attention to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 75, Joe Watsa.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I am Joe Watsa. I live in Livingston County in Hamburg Township. And I'll be quick. Livingston County, thank you for keeping us whole. As an example, I live in Hamburg Township, but I have a Brighton phone number. I have the school district in Pinckney. My mail post office is in Howell. And so keeping us whole allows us to have representatives that know our local issues and represent us better. And we know all about having good representation regardless of our party affiliation is critical to a strong and healthy society. And also, we in Livingston County cheer equally for both U of M and MSU.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Kevin Green, number 76.
Good morning. My name is Kev. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Kevin Green. I'm the Algoma Township Supervisor in Kent County. Algoma has been working closely and collaboratively with Plainfield Township and the city of Rockford to bring clean drinking water into our communities for our residents and businesses that have been impacted by the PFAS water contamination crisis. So it's really crucial to keep these communities whole and together so that we can be effective, have effective representation, especially in the state house and the state Senate districts. On a side note, we also want to be included in the Grand Rapids Congressional District and not have the city of Kalamazoo overshadow us. So we ideally like to have those separate so that we can stay in the Grand Rapids Congressional District. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Elizabeth Johnson.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, my name is Elizabeth Johnson. Please keep the state Senate districts for Grand Rapids the way they are currently. Do not move the line from Fulton and Wealthy Street. The Wealthy Street divide would split a neighborhood associations of the Heritage Hill and the East Town between two districts. Also, the proposed House District 76 map includes the city of Walker and several different neighborhoods within the city of Grand Rapids. These neighborhoods are vastly different from one another and do not form a community of interest. The city of Walker is drawn with Alpine Township, which is in its current state house district. They should remain the same as they share the Kennewaw Hill School District and Commerce quite a lot. The river breaks the Western Grand Rapids neighborhood associations from the Eastern. The downtown and East Town neighborhood associations are closer as in other neighborhood associations like Heritage Hill and East Grand Rapids. House District 75 map violates several communities of interest. Grand Rapids Townships form a community of interest with 8.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 78, RJ.
RJ, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Okay. Hi, this is RJ Regan. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids Township and a 3rd Congressional State Committee man. I believe Plainfield Township should be kept whole within one House district with the townships of Algoma, Cannon, Cortland, and the city of Rockford. These areas make up the Rockford community of interest and share the same public school district, Rockford Public Schools. Many of the individuals live or work in neighboring municipalities. We all primarily shop in the Rockford area and use the same parks and recreational facilities. Currently, you have several precincts of Plainfield Township With northeastern Grand Rapids and Grand Rapids Township, Grand Rapids Township forms a community of interest with Ada and Cascade Township because they share the same school district, Forest Hills Public Schools. Northeast Grand Rapids is in a different school district than that of Plainfield and should be kept separate in a different House district map. Lastly, I encourage you to approve the state Senate map plan as presented and to not move the dividing line for Senate District 23 and 24 from Fulton to Wellesley Street.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I'd like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and the commissioners also review the public comment portal on the www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. At this point, we are going to move on to our unfinished business agenda item deliberations regarding proposed maps. But before we do that, we're going to take a brief recess. Without objection, we will recess for 15 minutes. Hearing no objections, it is currently, we'll say 11:38. So we will stand in recess until 11:55. All right, we are in recess until 11:55. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 11:58 a.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present, attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade. Brittany Callum.
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang.
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you. All right, we're going to return to our deliberation process. We were working on the Senate map. Commissioner Clark, you had some comments?
Yes, I did. I'd like to start and go back to District 7. When we finished the other day, Friday, I guess it was, Brittany had made a change down in the southern end of District 7 and moved an area back into Detroit where we all think it belongs. And so I've worked on getting the numbers back up on 7. However, with a discussion from you, you don't think that's necessary. So what I'd like to do, if you feel the numbers are okay at this point, I'd like to do is bring up that map and take a look at the numbers at 7 without making any changes.
Yeah, and just to clarify, you're talking about the population count, the actual, just to clarify for
Well,
people.
I'm talking about all the numbers.
All the
We'll
numbers,
just
okay.
Take a quick look at it.
Okay,
yeah.
so Kent, I believe Commissioner Clark is asking if you could pull up the map that we last worked on Friday, which was Cherry, I believe, version 3.
3, yeah.
And I think it was 4 p.m. or something, save something like that.
I have 2 that he sent me that the 2 y'all worked on. So it was version 3 and version 1. Those were the 2 that were posted online, uploaded. I think this was the one y'all started with.
Yeah.
And then this is the one y'all did a bunch of changes to.
Yep. So can
around
we
Ann
open-
Arbor.
Correct.
So would it be the first one or the second?
It would be version 3.
Okay.
Version 3, yep.
And then Commissioner Lang, did you have a comment?
Mine was going to be the same thing. Since you have Kent drawing lines, I would like a partisan fairness done before we start moving any lines, but I would want it done based off from the governor races. So the last Whitmer 2018 and the Snyder and Shower races.
Okay. All right, I'm going to say this. I've already ran the partisan fairness on these. So I just want to go in there and change the name of them real quick.
Thank you.
So y'all wanted to use the Whitmer? Is that correct? And who else was it?
It was Whitmer and Shooty.
And Shooty was the Republican?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know why it says divide by 0 here.
Did you maybe do percentage instead of
Yeah, something, yeah. I hit the,
I just
hit-
try to
I clicked the wrong
try to
one, I'm
rerun it.
sure. Let me try this again. It should be the actual number. Oh, other way around, is that the? Yeah, that's probably what did it.
Let's make sure we have it for the governor race too, because Mr. Schuette was also Attorney General. So I just want to make sure we have it on the correct. It would have been 2018. Right
Oh,
there,
that's
Schuette.
okay. So there's Shooty. And then. Let's see how that works. Yep. Okay, here's the numbers. Anybody want to, I mean, we can come back to them anytime. So the lopsided margin was 6.1%.
Okay.
Mean median is 1.6% Republican. Efficiency gap is 0.
Mm-hmm.
And the seats is 2315. And efficiency gap is over 6%, which is proportionality bias is 6%.
Okay, can we rerun it for Schneider? So you have to click on partisan fairness again, or it won't do it right.
Do what?
You have
Yeah,
to click on
yeah.
partisan fairness again, or it won't do it right. Trust me. I've done
And
it.
which one was it again? What year?
So it'd be 2014, and I believe it was Schuette. Is that right? Schuette versus Shower.
It's
Oh,
SCH
Snyder versus who was the Democrat?
Shower. It's like SCHAUER or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's farther down. I think it's past the state, like the Senate races, because it's a state race. So there's Whitmer. So it'd be further under that. So Whitmer. Go down, Snyder right there. So Snyder's the Republican. So Shower is the Democrat. So Democrat is Shower, and then Snyder is the Republican.
Okay, who is the Republican again?
Schneider.
Snyder.
Schneider. SNYDER. There
Okay,
he
so
is.
I got
see
the
him
wrong
right there.
ones up here. So
Oops, that's Schuette, not
Snyder.
Schneider. Right there. Yep.
where is it?
So
So
there's
is it shooting?
Shower, not Schuette, Shower. Shower. Right there. Yeah. So Shower is your Democrat.
And Snyder.
Snyder is the, yeah.
So lopsided is 1%. Mean median is 0.4. Efficiency gap is 7.3. And seats are 8.5%.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't,
Okay,
shouldn't we have put the Democrat on top and the Republican?
He did.
Oh, we did. Okay.
I mean, we can look at it again. I just want to make sure. And this was, which election was it? I want to make sure I get it
That's
right.
to the 2014 gubernatorial.
So we had Shower and Snyder.
Okay, good.
Any more?
Yeah, if we could do the composite and then do those 2 presidential elections as well. So just do the overall.
Well, I did the original overall.
You have it saved.
Yes, did save that. So which one do you want to do now?
So let's do the 2020 presidential.
Trump 20.
Yeah, you have to click on partisan fairness first. I know.
Statewide races, Biden,
Biden and then Trump 20, because there's more than one Trump on there.
Trump 20.
Yeah.
Lopsided is 1.7. Mean median is 0.6. Efficiency gap is 0.5. And seats is 3.9, 2117.
Okay. And then can we do the same for the 2016 election, which is Trump versus Clinton?
Trump, not Trump, Clinton. 16 Trump. $1.9, 2.1, 3.4, and minus 2.5 for Democrats. Yep.
Oh, pull up. I'm sorry, I had my microphone off. Pull up the overall composite, and then Commissioner Clark, you had a comment.
No, I just want to go back and look at the District 7 numbers. That's all.
Yes,
That's my comment.
sorry.
Oh, this is press.
And I want to look
16.
at them from a composite index
Mhm.
perspective.
Oh, you want to look at the, I'll just run it again, just because I can. Statewide Democrats. Statewide Republican. And the lopsided is 4.6 Republican, 1.2 Republican, 3.4 Republican, and minus 0.3 Republican.
Okay. 0.3 for Democrats, negative
okay,
for
yeah,
for
yep,
Republicans.
yep.
Depending on which party you're looking at.
It's so close.
Okay, so
So can
this
we?
is the composite.
Yep, so we're good.
Okay, so I'm looking at the numbers, and with the changes that I made, not
Mhm.
with this, the numbers are relatively very close.
Mhm.
So I see, my opinion is I see no need to change.
Yep.
Okay,
And that's what I was telling you, that I
sure.
I
just
think it's
wanted to-
fine, and you accommodated a community of interest, and Commissioner Kellum made some changes to accommodate another community of interest, and I don't see any reason to change it, but
No,
I mean,
I
I'm just
don't-
one
I
person. If
don't
other
either.
people,
So.
I think
yeah,
it's good.
So I'm gonna yield back, and I don't see any changes on District 7. We'll move on.
Okay. Did you want to look at the VAP at all, or are you? I mean, it's got the map up, so did you want to look at that, or are you?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So any other, did you have an Ann Arbor district you wanted to put up, Commissioner Clark?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Did you have an alternate Ann Arbor district you wanted to put
I
up?
did. And do you want me to zoom in and bring it up? Would that be easier?
Did
or-
you send it to Kent?
I can.
Okay,
Um,
because like I told you, I drew an alternative one too, if you want to consider that. I mean, I
yeah,
don't,
let's look at them both.
what is the will of the body? Because I feel like we got a lot of comments today liking this. We got a few that didn't like it.
Yeah.
I mean, I drew an alternative to sort of put the more rural areas down to address some of those concerns. Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
I just have a question. Do alternative maps at this point still require 24 hours in advance before we pull them up to the Secretary of State and EDS?
Well, it's not an alternative.
It's not an
map,
alternative map. I'm just showing a different configuration for
Just a
Ann Arbor.
configuration for a certain area that we undecided.
Yeah, there
on.
was issues about, can we turn the border to like blue or maybe red?
Yeah,
So it
I'll
stands
make
up?
it more
Yeah.
predominant.
Commissioner Lett.
Is it the plan today to go back and redo all the work we did?
No.
Thursday and Friday?
No.
I guess I'm confused as to what we're proposing doing then.
So this is just so Commissioner Clark can look at the Ann Arbor because he had some concerns about how far west Ann Arbor was drawn. And so I looked at it over the weekend and came up with a more compact district just to consider because he wasn't happy with what it was. But then we've also, like I said, received public comment today saying that they liked the Ann Arbor district. So maybe we decide we're going to do
Correct.
nothing. But I just think it's one last thing there's some interest in maybe changing on this map.
Yeah, the two approaches are a little different. You split Ann Arbor in half and moved west and downwards at some point. What I did is I took the map from last week and I did a vertical split. Ann Arbor's kept together with Ypsilanti and everything to the west is in what I call a Jackson district. Okay, so that's the big difference. And I'll send it over to Kent.
Yeah, so just for me to explain what I did here is there was some concerns about how far west that those Ann Arbor districts were reaching. So to sort of make those two districts more compact, I brought up District 26 into that western portion of 29 and 27, and then brought the 29 up even with the county line. And then just shifted those two districts around a little bit. And it caused a little bit of change up in Livingston County because we took 3 townships off of Livingston County. So I had to grab a little bit up there to balance that district back out. And then the same thing with 28. I had to kind of change a little bit on 28. But basically, it's just a different configuration of Ann Arbor that's maybe more compact. It only affects the districts that are highlighted. And I just wanted to present it in case we wanted to do something different. But like I said, we got a lot of puzzle.
I think we can take a quick look at these.
Yeah. So
figure
go
it
ahead,
out.
Commissioner Rothorn and Commissioner Witches. Did you have your hand up?
The other part that I think when we did this change was that there was District 18 and 11 that were reconfigured that we liked. And so I'm seeing that there's nothing impacted there.
No.
Livingston is still whole, which they mostly care about.
Mhm.
So I don't see any, I don't, unless somebody else sees something that doesn't look like it's a change. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is like, there's not a reason to throw it out. Maybe it's I guess it's the border county, right? We've sort of, there's less of a border county piece, right? So 26 is now going up instead of over. So it's, so then, I think that's anytime we do these things, there's a cost, right? So now it's, is it Marshall? Is that Marshall? That's that little town, but it might be a good fit.
Yeah,
Does
so it's
anybody know?
putting Marshall more rural and then it's combining Hillsdale with Adrian, but because we did hear quite a few
Albion.
public comments about that as well,
Okay.
wanting Hillsdale to go over with Adrian instead of being all the way off to the west side. So Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Orton.
Yeah, I may be a little off in left field here, but I don't think we should be making any changes to the Senate map right now at all. With the amount of work that we put into this last week, I think it's time to move on to congressional and then move on to House because that's going to take a lot of time. And then we're going to be just beating a dead horse for the most part, making changes and then getting more comments on those changes and then reverting back anyway, potentially. So I would say that the map as configured, because most of us, if not every one of us, was in agreement with what we did at the end of Friday. I think it's time to move on to the next.
Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Clark.
So what is the overlay? Whose map is that we're looking at?
That's the alternative Ann Arbor district I drew over the weekend. So just those, it's just about 5 districts. It's not the whole map. It's just that area.
Yeah, I'm still getting the export of the shape file.
When I ran all the metrics too, there was virtually no change on doing this. So I don't have a preference one way or another. I think they both work. It's just, like I said, there was some concern on Friday expressed from several commissioners. They didn't like how far west that district went
Well,
and how
mine-
stretched out it was. So
Mine goes that far west when I do it. Yeah, it had to because the rural districts have not too many people. So, well, I'll do what the commission wants. If you want to move on if that's the consensus, then we do that. And,
Commissioner Witches? Did we want to move on with this map?
I
It
would
seems like there's
say-
some interest in maybe making a motion to
Oh.
bring this map forward without any changes. And if
Okay, then
that's
I'll
what you
make-
want to do.
I'll make a motion to bring this map forward without making any changes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, there's one change that very minor. Up near Carroll, remember the individual that spoke and how that one little area kind of stuck out? That was his farm or whatever. Maybe we could move that back to where it belongs.
Where is that in the thumb? It's in the thumb, isn't it?
It's in the thumb.
So it's north
up
of
near
near
the
Lapeer?
lake. It's up near the lake, north of Carroll, I believe.
I think it's north of Lapeer, if I remember correctly. Caro.
Well, Carroll's north of Lapeer.
Yeah.
I believe that was the area that he was referencing.
There's Mayville. There's Caro right there.
Very small. Yeah, it's 2 townships up.
Is he just talking about that little pullout right
I
there?
believe that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me,
Can you tell us how many people are in that area? Can you select
Point-
it by block so we
Point
can?
of order, there's a motion and second on the floor to not
That's
make any
true.
changes to this map.
That's true. All right.
Which
Yeah,
I-
if you could just hold off.
You want to
So
look at this? It's really, it looks like the whole town. area.
Unionville, oh, Unionville.
it's Mayville, Michigan.
Mayville's south of there.
Yeah, it might be.
It is south of there. My relatives live there.
We may already taken care of it.
So go south of Caro, that's where Mayville is.
Yeah.
It's in, I think, 15 right now.
I see
Yeah,
Mayville,
Rayville's
south
right
of
there.
Carroll,
Yeah.
Looks like we took care of it already.
Mhm.
Yep, okay,
Oh.
good.
All right, so we have a motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner, oh God, who is my second? To advance this map. And General Counsel, can you help me with the language? We're advancing it for public comment for the next 45 days? Is that? I know, I see.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the commission. Yes, that's correct. To bring this map, and I would recommend, again, as you did for the first publication period, to state the map name, the date, precisely what you're bringing forward. And it was without any changes for publication
Okay.
for the 45 days.
So-
And now, just to be clear, that this is.
I know.
See, this would be something that you're wanting to put forward for the publication period for 45 days, just to be clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lang.
My question is, were we not going to vote on how many we were going to bring forward before we decided which ones were going to go forward? I'm just,
I think, yeah, I think that remains to be seen. I think we don't have multiple maps at this point for the Senate. We're certainly not limiting other Senate maps. So it's just a vote on this particular map. Commissioner Witches.
Just a thought on that, because that is an excellent question. I would say in regards to the total maps, we should be at or below what we brought forward to public comment. I mean, it's completely unrelated to what we're voting on, but
Public
voting
hearing.
on, talking about the number of maps to move forward, keep in the back of your mind, in my opinion, it would have to be either the same number that we brought forward on our second round of public hearings or less.
Okay. All right, so restating the motion, we have a motion by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett to advance map number 102921 SD version 3 for the state Senate, to publish it for a 45-day public comment period and consideration by the public and consideration for us for a vote after that 45-day period expires. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion?
I just request a roll call.
Absolutely. Commissioner Eid.
I think it's a good map. I think it's a great map, actually. Supports communities of interest, supports all of the VRA considerations that we've been looking at. The data that was just ran had 2014 when Republicans won the election, they won the most seats. 2016, Republicans won the election slightly, and they slightly got the most seats. 2018 Democrats won in a blowout and they got the most seats. 2020, the same thing. Democrats won and they got the most seats. And the composite scores of all 10 years of election history show that it's a fair map on, on accepted measures of partisan fairness. It looks compact to me, and I think we did consider county, township, and municipality lines. So I like the map. I'm in support of it.
All right, and yes, just to confirm, this map was called Cherry. So this is version 3 of the Cherry map as adjusted by the commission. All right, we're going to take a roll call vote on that motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Orton.
One more thing. Could we just see the spreadsheet, the partisan fairness again for the composite scores on this? Sorry, I didn't write them down.
Let me make sure this would be the right. So this would be the last one run. I'm just going to run it again to make sure we're not. I mean, it doesn't take but a second, so it's kind of, why not, right? Okay, this is the current and a lopsided margin favors the Republicans 4.6%. Mean median is 1.2%. The efficiency gap is 3.4. And the seats to votes is 2018. Proportionality bias is 0.3.
All right, any additional discussion? Let's go ahead with our roll call vote. Ms. Reinhardt.
Commissioners, the motion on the floor is to advance the map before you, the Cherry map, I believe version 3, on to the 45 days of public comment with no further changes. Please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with MC Rothorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Follett,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Eade,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
No.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
By a vote of 11 yes to 2 no, the motion carries.
Yay. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, before we leave the Senate, I'd like to submit for vote another map, and the only difference being the Ann Arbor configuration. We haven't even looked at it yet. I'm trying to get the export over to Ken.
Okay, you want your configuration.
Correct, and the
Yes.
only difference is the Ann Arbor area.
Okay,
That what we did, yeah.
Commissioner Rothorn.
I'm wondering, Commissioner Clark, if in the interest of time, what I'm thinking about is if we move to congressional and begin our deliberations there, and right, I think we may have time to come back to it, but I'm just aware of our time.
Yeah, as long as we come back to it, that's fine. Yeah, at some
I'm fine
point
with
during the
that.
week. Yeah.
All right, so I'm sorry for all the clicking behind me. The heaters are turning on and making a bunch of noise. So if you're hearing clicking, that's what you're hearing. All right, so at this point, I think we should move on to congressional. And what process do we want to follow for this? With the Senate map, we sort of went through area by area and compared them. We have 4 congressional collaborative maps, apple, birch, juniper, and maple. Did we want to do that same analysis for all? Does anyone feel particularly strongly about one map versus another? Commissioner Orton?
I'm thinking with the congressional maps, we might be able to kind of get an idea if we just look at the whole map and maybe just the Detroit area. You know, we won't have so many areas to click through, I'm thinking. So it would be good to see how many are similar or not.
Yeah, I think that Grand Rapids Kalamazoo is what the difference is in a lot of them. So like the apple has Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo together, the birch has them separate. And then the maple, gosh, I can't remember what its Ann Arbor configuration is. I'd have to look at it. Kent, did you have a comment?
Well, what I was going to suggest is I was going to create a blank plan and then just bring up all 8 of the outlines and just kind of categorize them, because I know the whole top half of the state is pretty much very similar.
Mhm.
And then maybe you can just narrow it down if you see the outlines before we even look at.
Do we want to look at all 8 or do we just want to focus on the collaboratives?
Or however you may want to do it.
Commissioner Lett and then Commissioner Witches.
I was thinking maybe we ought to look at the top 2 or 3 metrics to kind of narrow it down.
Yeah, in terms of metrics, the birch, juniper, and maple are virtually identical. The birch and juniper are the closest, actually. The apple is the one that has Kazoo and Grand Rapids together, and that has a slightly higher efficiency gap, but it's not like huge. So, Commissioner Witches, I have something I can share that might be helpful if you guys want to see it. I did a comparison of them with the metrics.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, but I'd like to basically echo what Commissioner Lett said. I like the idea of bringing up a blank plan and the outlines.
Mhm.
However, all 8, and we are going to be in paralysis mode, being able
Yeah.
to not to figure out what it is that we're looking at.
Right.
So I would take the top ones that score the best, put
Well-
them on the map, and then go from there.
Well, we only have 4 collaboratives, so it's 8
Oh.
with all the individuals. So my personal suggestion is we focus on the collaborative and
Yes.
not the individuals.
That's what I would suggest as well.
Commissioner Ede.
Yeah, I think we should look at the individual ones as well, because they, some of them do have better metrics, and some of them have different configurations that aren't reflected in the collaborative. Even if it's just to, gather ideas on where to go from here in comparing them. I think we should look at the top ones, but include the individual maps in the top ones as well. I think what we heard at the public hearings mainly was apple, birch, juniper, and maple for a collaborative.
Yeah, and those are the 4. Yeah. Oh, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I agree with Anthony. I mean, I've looked at the 4 individual maps and a couple of them stand out to me. The one Anthony did is one of those that stands out to me. And I think it has some good ideas, and particularly with his and the one other that I had identified, all of the percentages are below the 0.5 or the 0.5. Yeah, the 0.5%, which is what we have to attain. Actually, I think they're all below or close to 0.1%, which is congressional. We're dealing with different requirements with population. We've got to keep it within 1%, which is really a 0.5% up or 0.5% down. So I think it'd be to our advantage to at least take a look at them and gather some ideas or make people more aware of them. So that's one that I had identified.
Commissioner Lett.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be against my suggestion, which was to take the top metrics, whether those are collaborative or individual ones. The other thing that we certainly can do is if we're at any map we're looking at, an individual submission, we can look at that and see if there are suggestions or parts in there that we want to incorporate. So I still am kind of the opinion of taking the top 2 or 3 or maybe 4 metric maps and starting there. In fact, I'll make that a motion.
Okay. But I would request you clarify what metrics, like what do you consider top metrics? Because I know we have some that have lower efficiency gaps, some have lower mean median. The lopsided margin, they're all about the same. The Democrat Republican seat vote bias is about the same. So it would probably be helpful to have like, what metric are we considering? I'm sorry, Steve. It's just that
I'm open to suggestions.
for the
That's what we
congressional, it's
wanna
just
do.
not an easy analysis because we have 8 maps that are all very similar on their metrics.
Maybe Cynthia will straighten us out.
Well, I'm just thinking on, we need to make sure that they also are good on the population deviation, because that's what's strict on congressional.
They all are. That's 0.12, 0.17, 0.26, 0.27, 0.2, 0.14, 0.12, 0.28, all within specs. Commissioner Villette.
Are all 8 maps on your spreadsheet that you have?
No, well, which one are you talking about? I have
You said you had a spreadsheet that compares the numbers.
the 4 collaborative.
Okay, you don't have the individuals.
No.
Okay.
I mean, but that might help with the other, to narrow down the collaborative too. Commissioner Orton, or Commissioner, I don't know why I always want to call you Orton, Rothorn.
Because we're so similar.
It's just an R and an O. It's like close in my brain, you know?
The I think I'm thinking about how it's ideas that we're looking for. And I think that right, I guess what I'm suggesting is we can start with the collaborative maps and the individual commissioners. I think we just, let's make sure that individual commissioners get a chance to put their ideas from their maps in based on this. Yeah, I guess it might help to oversee it. And so that we can all see the ideas. We might need it, but I don't, at this point, I'm okay with just starting with the collaborative. And again, the idea is like, the idea of Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. Yeah, the idea of, Midland, right? I think we've got some basic, and I'm thinking also that, anyways, that's what I was going to say, just the ideas. I don't know if we need to have the actual maps.
Yeah, let me show, this is the spreadsheet that Sarah produced. So we can see, because it's got everything on it. And let me make it a little bigger so it's easier to see. All right, so, oh, I gotta log into Zoom. Give me a second here, guys. Open. Turn my speakers off. Okay. All right, can everybody see that? So this is the map produced by Miss Reinhardt, but I sorted it. So if you see here, I sorted it by efficiency gap first and then by mean median. So Anthony's comes up first on efficiency gap, but it's got a higher mean median. So that's what I was saying. Like if you sort by mean median, my congressional map would be first and then Anthony's. So it's the metrics are very similar. So if you sort by efficiency gap first, and then if you notice Commissioner Lang, she's got a really good mean median too. So it depends on which you're sorting by as to what's going to come up on the top, because they're all very similar, very close, which is why I ran that alternative analysis as a way to sort of distinguish between them. Commissioner Eid.
Well, since they're all very similar, looking at the numbers, it goes from, for efficiency gap, 0.6 to 1.3. It's not too much of a difference. And most of them are even closer, 0.6 to like 0.8, for example. And since there's only 13 districts we're looking at for this congressional map, it might be faster if we just put on all the overlays and just look at them real quick and, have the discussion like we did at the beginning of our deliberations on the Senate map.
Yeah, I'm just worried that 8 is so much.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. And then, so let me show you the other spreadsheet that I did as well. Which again, I didn't do everything. I only did the ones that were collaborative. Because I was trying to distinguish between the collaborative maps. All right. Make this a little bigger for everyone. So this does that same analysis of digging into, and they're just alphabetical on here. So apple, birch, juniper, maple. But if I highlighted anything over 5%. So apple for the 2012 presidential has a seat bias of 6.7% in favor of Democrats and a lopsided margin of 5.6. Birch has lopsided margin of 8.5 for that 2012 election, but otherwise those stay the same. Juniper and maple both have pretty high efficiency gaps for the 2020 and the 2016 election, depending on the year. It depends on what party it favors, but they're over 11. Both of them are over 11%. So Commissioner Rothorn.
And one of the things that I, for my own understanding, right, one of the things that when we looked at these, if it's a swing, right, if it's not as stable, let's say, well, sorry, my language is really, it's hard. I'm not sure I understand it totally. You've highlighted some things here. Do either of these swing and it's proportional? Like what, when there's a election that is won by the Republicans and it's this overwhelming statewide majority, does it also swing that way? Or is that, and can you help me understand? I apologize. I wish I knew the right questions. I'm just trying to understand the highlights here. Are they just sort of like, watch out, right? There's not, does that mean that they're actually a positive thing? Help me understand the highlights, or what are you seeing when you look at this?
So when I look at this, I want to know the why. And when I dug into what the why was, if you look and sort the different maps by safe Republican, safe Democratic, and swing districts, the maps that swing a lot have a lot of swing districts that are inaccurately, in my opinion, being characterized as one party or another. So you may have like 3 districts that are 50.1 Democratic, which are being characterized as Democratic, but they're not really Democratic districts.
Okay, they're not safe Democratic
Right, they're
districts.
not,
Okay.
yeah, they're swing districts. They're not Democratic districts, they're swing districts. And so the maps that have more swing have more of those districts, whereas the maps that are most stable don't have as many swing districts, or the number of swing districts are balanced. So maybe you have 4 safe Republican, 4 safe Democratic, and then 2 slightly leaning Republican, 2 slightly leaning Democratic. So they're balanced. So when you have an election where there's a swing, it's not as dramatic.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Lett.
Another way we could consider doing it, since there are 8, is pull up a blank map and put the overlay on it and spend 15 minutes looking at each one and decide, kind of use that as the decision maker also. Is there may be ones that we just don't like the looks of and others that we really like the looks of.
I'll motion to do just that.
Restate it.
Yeah, let's make a blank map, put up the overlay of all 8 maps, discuss the differences between them on an ideas basis, and then move forward with a more robust discussion on the ones that we decide we like best.
I feel like you guys are saying 2 different things. You're saying, look at each map. You're saying, do the overlays, or? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have all 8 shape files loaded up, except for one that was loaded up that was called the 1024 updated congressional plan. I've never seen that plan, so I don't have it. I just have what's in the list here.
That would not be one of our 1024. I don't know what that is. Because all of our plans were like 1013. So that's
Right, no, but I'm saying on that spreadsheet you brought up momentarily ago, and it was listed in there, the congressional plans, and that was one of the 8, but I don't have that plan.
Okay. It might just be a typo. All right, so the motion, Commissioner Lett, could you restate, please?
Sure. Commissioner Ide's motion now, but it's to look at, bring up the blank plan, put the shape file on of each of one of the 8 in Seriatim.
Okay.
Look at them for about 15 minutes to just look and discuss and move on to the next one. And then decide from that if we're going to further look at or change any particular plan.
Okay,
So
so
that's
we,
restating the motion and I second.
okay.
Thank you, Steve.
So it's or it's Commissioner Eads motion, seconded by Commissioner Lett. We're gonna do what Kent has done right now, where he's got a blank template up and he's putting shape files over it so we can take a look at it and decide what we think about this plan and then move on. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Orton,
I would just like the names that we know them by, the tree names stated when that is up.
Yeah.
So we know.
I'll do to the best of my abilities.
okay, so any other discussion or debate on the motion? I think it's good.
Straight off the list.
So we're gonna vote on that motion made by Commissioner Eads, seconded by Commissioner Lutz. And then I don't see any discussion and debate. So all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail, and that's what we're gonna do. So what do we have up here right now? Ken?
Apologies, Madam Chair. Commissioner Eid, can you clarify your vote?
Aye.
Thank you.
Yep. Commissioner Wagner, can you state what your vote was? Commissioner Wagner?
Sorry, I was muted. It was aye.
All right, so Kent, which map do we have open right now?
Okay, we're looking at Apple, also known as 10-5-21 V1's BW Dustin's plan. I have each one up here, and I did notice that for the most part, the first 4, which are apple, birch, maple, juniper, all have the same boundary right through here, this boundary.
Yep.
So I'll just turn, we could kind of do them 3 at a time. See how they're identical? Even in the Midland area,
Mm-hmm.
and they continue.
So this is apple, birch, and maple. Is that what you put up right now?
So yeah, this is apple, birch, maple, and juniper. And you can see this boundary is the same for all 4 of those.
Okay.
All 4 of them have the same Midland, Flint, Genesee, Saginaw Bay district.
Mm-hmm.
The differences start showing up, as we well know, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids. There's still a lot of similarity around Detroit, but there are differences in there. So to go back one more time, I'm going to turn them off going backwards. And this is juniper being turned off. So juniper is the magenta that we see. As we know from north of here, they're all the same. So that's juniper and magenta. And then the next one is maple, Doug 1007 DC, Doug Clark's. So that plan's a navy blue. And as you can see, it's very similar to the green plan that's under, except just in the Detroit.
In Oakland County, it looks like.
Yeah, north of
Yeah.
Detroit. I'm sorry. Yeah, Oakland, Macomb, right around through that area. All right, I turn So now we're come to 1008 V1, which is Birch, which we know is all, Flint North on the east is the same, but you can see the differences in there. And that there again, we saw that they're very similar to Birch, Maple, and Juniper, have a lot of similarities. And then finally, the first one we started with, which is the Apple plant. I'll turn that off and I'm going to turn on, going back to Birch is coming on. That's the Birch. That's not the best color.
Can you put Maple over that? Because I think that those maps are mostly the same.
Maple would be
Is
the one
DC.
after that.
Yeah, Maple.
So yeah, you
Yeah,
can see
mostly the
Maple.
same.
In fact, the only place we should probably take Maple and Birch. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah, Maple and Birch.
The only places is that Sterling Heights through the top of Oakland and Farmington Hills. There's just some differences in there. So you can see where it splits. Oakland to the left, right of Oakland is split. Farmington Hills, Sterling Heights. That's the big thing between Maple and Birch.
Okay. Can you put Apple over, I
And
think?
Apple is the first plan,
Yep. Commissioner Ede.
which there again, and then it has differences, significant
Grand Rapids,
differences
yeah.
over in Clinton, Grand Rapids. I think that what the big thing about this plan would be the fact that there's a column district from Kalamazoo to Grand Rapids. I mean, I just observationally, that's significantly different from the other plans. Yeah.
So since Maple and Birch are pretty similar, can we take off one of them?
Okay, so I turned Apple off.
So you turned
Now
Apple
we
off.
have on the three, which are Birch, Maple, Juniper. And
Juniper,
as you
that's
can
what I was
s-
gonna say. I want to see Juniper. So Juniper is the blue? Or is it
Magenta
okay.
is Juniper. So the only difference between them is in Detroit and north of Detroit. So we'll just go right to there and just look at them that way. So green was Birch. Trying to blink it up. Maybe I'll make it thicker or darker.
What high ones?
So the green right through here is your Birch. Turn that off. Then we have the blue, which is Maple, and the magenta, which is Juniper. And those three plans is how they dice up the Detroit and somewhat north through Oakland and just across Sterling Heights, Macomb.
Commissioner Ede.
So just to compare and contrast these three maps that he has up, the only differences really seem to be Oakland County and Detroit in the green outline, which I believe is Birch. There's no, how can I communicate this? It does two things. One is that there's no part of like southern Oakland County that goes up with a thumb. And in order to do that, Troy is put with Macomb County. Whereas in the Juniper map, there is a part, I believe, of Milford that's up with a thumb, but Troy is put with Oakland County. And that one also has Southfield being with Detroit rather than parts of Macomb County being with Detroit. You can see that in the little blue part that goes up over 8 Mile Road. But I believe those are the only differences on these. If anyone sees any other differences, talk about them now.
So Juniper doesn't have the northern part of Banglatown, the Banglatown community, Bangladesh community in with the rest of Hamtramck.
This,
Yeah.
this is Juniper. No, this would be
That's
Maple.
either birch or maple. Yeah.
That's Maple. This is Juniper. That's Juniper.
Yeah. So rather than keeping the Bangladeshi community together, this splits them and then puts Southfield in with Dearborn and Detroit and part of Detroit and Livonia and Westland. So, and Garden City. Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, I would like to hear what Brittany and Juanita have to say about this, because that's where the differences are.
Well, I kind of like the Juniper map. This one here. What is this, the maple?
Okay,
this
I'll
the
go back
maple?
to, I'm gonna,
No,
this
no.
is the
Is
Juniper.
this,
Yes, ma'am. This is the Juniper map.
okay, I thought it was the maple.
No, ma'am.
No,
The
this is
maple
Juniper.
is, I'm gonna turn this on. The maple is in blue now. It is Taylor in this district up to Warren, Royal Oak area, up to Grosse Point.
I prefer Juniper.
Okay, I'm gonna turn Juniper on and turn Maple off. Juniper is here. This district goes over to Romulus, but doesn't go up into Royal Oak. There are probably some differences there. I'll cut them both on.
Okay. yeah.
Nope, that's wrong. Maple is coming on now. You can see the maple is blinking in blue. And you can see Warren, Royal Oak, there's significant differences. And then Romulus, Taylor.
Yeah.
So this district runs, the best I can tell, up through. Yeah, runs up, the blue district runs from Warren down to Taylor.
And then the pink one runs more from the Detroit area to Macomb, correct?
Yeah, the pink one
Yeah.
stays right on Macomb County line, comes down through Detroit and goes over and gets Romulus to make up this population change.
That would be my personal preference.
And what map is this? This one?
This,
Juniper?
this is Maple we're looking at right now.
But
No.
Damn it.
No,
that's
no,
Juniper. That's Juniper.
That's Juniper.
This is Juniper.
Hint,
Okay, that's okay. That's the one I like to.
pink
Yeah.
is Juniper. Maple is blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Birch is green.
I like Juniper too.
Yeah, I don't like how it cuts the Bangladeshi community. And I'm not honestly not crazy about Southfield with Dearborn either. I do not think that is a great combination.
I don't think Detroit should go with anything else but Macomb in the congressional. So we can switch things up, but I'm going to speak to what I like about Juniper is the Detroit configuration.
So you said you don't think Detroit should go with Macomb, or you do think Detroit should go with Macomb?
I like that this map is with Macomb. I like the Detroit configuration in the Juniper map.
But that's why I'm confused. Detroit is not with Macomb with this.
Sorry. So on our screen, it's really, really, really small. Like, so I like this configuration in Juniper. I'll just say it that way.
Thank you, Kat.
You got a request for Birch, did I
Yeah,
hear?
That's the,
Birch is now in green. And it's more similar to what Maple is. Yeah. Maple and Birch are very similar in the Detroit in the fact that they go up to Royal Oak. They cross into Macomb County.
yeah, I believe the primary difference between Birch and Maple is that the Birch plan puts Highland area in with Oakland County, whereas the Maple plan pulls that up into the thumb. that was the change between those two. Yeah, you see how Highlands goes up with the rest of the thumb. Whereas with the Birch plan, Highlands and Milford are in with Oakland County instead of being mixed with the rest of the thumb. Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, we're at the order of the day for lunch and I'm hungry.
Okay.
And we've looked at these three, which was a little different than what Commissioner Ede and myself had suggested, but let's go to lunch and come back and look at the next three or whatever.
Sounds
Kind of the same
fantastic.
process seems to be working.
Sounds fantastic. Okay. It is currently 12:59. It is time for our recess. Hearing no objections, we are going to stand in recess for 1 hour. And we will come back at 2 p.m. Hearing no objections, we recess at 12:59 p.m. Thank you, everybody. As Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:04 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are physically attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade,
Present.
Brittany Kellum,
And attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett, Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Erin Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Okay, so before we went on the break, we were looking at congressional maps, but before we move on to one thing, we do have an order of business we need to take care of with that Senate map that we approved. The map needs to be renumbered because the numbering is not, I don't think, consistent, starting from Detroit, moving up from 1 to 38. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to direct Kent to renumber the districts to make sure they're consistent 1 to 38, going from Detroit up to the Upper Peninsula, so that we don't have areas where maybe we have a 10 that's surrounded by differing areas. So if
I'll second that.
Commissioner Clark,
I thought that the standard in the state was to start with one up in the UP and come south.
no, for the congressional, one is in the UP and comes south. For the State House and the State Senate, one is in Detroit and
Oh,
goes
okay,
the other
great.
way.
And then the other point I wanted to make was when we do the change, we need to have a cross-reference, what we changed to what, because all the comments are based on what it is today.
Yeah.
So we need to ensure we have that available to us.
Yes. So, General Counsel, did you have any comments on that?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, the conversion table, and that is why the commission was encouraged to wait until the very end of the process for renumbering, because we do have all the previous rationale in the rationale, the tracking forms from the draft proposed maps, everything's associated with the current numbering. So again, after the renumbering, we'll be able to track that effectively.
Commissioner Witches.
I see this being more of a problem with the House, but should we look at what the districts are numbered for the maps that were drawn 10 years ago and kind of somewhat mimic that direction?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
Okay.
So start with Detroit and go north up to the Upper Peninsula, 1 through 38, make sure they're consistent. So like the ones that are closest on the river should be 1, and then it just goes out. So that would be what I am moving. Yeah, and I'm directing you to do that. That will be the request of the commission, that you do that on your own. You don't need to sit there and do it in front of us, because I know it's time consuming. And then you seconded that motion. Any discussion or debate on the motion? All right, all in favor of renumbering the Senate plan to make sure it is consistent with 1 through 38, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. All right, the ayes prevail. So Kent, in your spare time, because I know you have abundant spare time, if you could accomplish that renumbering, that would be fantastic, so that we can publish the maps and people can follow what the districts are. Thank you. All right, so we're going back to the congressional. Before the break, we looked at the collaborative congressional maps. I think Commissioner Lett was suggesting we move on to the individual ones at this point. Is that okay? So can we bring back up that blank map again and put on the overlays for the individuals? And unless anyone has an objection, I personally don't want to advance my individual map at this point. So I'm fine with not putting that one up unless someone has an objection to it. I'm comfortable with the other maps that we have. So
This map has the four collaborative plans that we've been going over. Just to refresh a little bit, the Apple plan is the one in red. And the biggest difference is that Apple plan in the western part of the state is this magenta line. All the other plans are these district are in the same place over here. So really the Apple is different from all the others in this area. And then there's the Detroit area where each plan is slightly different, but not all that different. The next four plans, which are the individual members, and we can bring them up in combination or turn off all these first. Is that what we want to do maybe?
I think so, because I think it's going to be confusing.
Yep, because I had to use some of the same
Yeah.
colors. So this is 10, 11, 21 DJC. This is, of course, that's not 143. I think it's 10, 13, 21 RL. A good bit of difference again. And then the 10, 12, 21 EAD plan version 6. Well, y'all can see for yourself the difference. And then we'll throw up the 10, 13,
No,
21.
you don't need to put that one up. So it's very similar to Birch. It's just got one
right.
change. So no need to put it up.
Cool. That's one less
Yeah, one less thing to
slice
look
of
at.
it, get stacked on top of each other. So unlike the previous plans, you know, we have 1, 2, all three of them are different across the top. You have basically 2 in the Midland area. We can see which 2 it is. All right, so the DJC is the red line with Midland to the left. The RL plan, the Rhonda plan, I'm gonna cut off of it. Okay, so this green plan and the blue plan are the same in the Midland area, in the Midland area. Difference up here, but still not great. And then what's left here is the EAD version 6 plan for the upper part. I'm gonna turn them.
Kent, do you mind
back.
going to the Detroit area for the E plan?
Okay. Let me light them all back up one more time. And then I'm gonna go down in the Detroit area, I think.
Oh, when you light it up, it looks like a Christmas tree, but okay.
I know. So what I want to do is kind of get the
Not
top
user
half of
friendly.
the top half of the state. Kind of, you can see the subtle differences through here and significant in the Grand Rapids.
Commissioner Orton.
Yeah, I just have a question for each of the commissioners of these plans. Can you tell us if you started off of one of our collaborative maps or if you started fresh or what the plan was?
Go ahead, Commissioner Ede.
Can you overlay Eid and Juniper on top of each other?
Just Eid and Juniper.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that'll
getting
answer
to
the
it.
question.
Juniper is that one. So the E plan is in blue and the AE plan is in magenta. In the Detroit proper, it's pretty much the same. It looks like some, census block here or there or precinct.
Right, yeah, it was, it had just about the same configuration for Metro Detroit that Jupiter had, including Southfield with parts of Detroit, Dearborn, Livonia, and then having the rest of Detroit not cross 8 Mile Road. And then having Troy be with Oakland County instead of Macomb County. Now, the downside for this and how it contrasts from the Birch map is it does have a part of Oakland County, the Milford area, that goes up into the thumb. So pros and cons. And then the west side of the state is, so that's the same as Jupiter. The Lansing district is essentially the same as Juniper. The border district is essentially the same, only it goes all the way across. What's different is the Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo districts. This has Kalamazoo put in a district with Battle Creek and Grand Rapids put in a district with Muskegon, which only splits Ottawa County once instead of twice. And I think those are about the only differences here. And Midland is with the Tri-Cities, as it is on the Juniper and Birch maps.
And what other individual maps do we have?
All right.
Commissioner Clark?
I have
Yes. Could you bring up the Maple map?
the
And then-
maple, the maple map is the third one.
And
down.
then overlay it with my Clark congressional plan.
So we have the DJC plan lit up here in red. So right now that plan is the maple,
Correct. And then,
and I'm gonna turn on the DJC plan. Is that what you wanted?
yeah, 10, 11, 21 CD DJC.
Yep.
And I think the only change was up in the Midland area.
Well, there's some in Detroit, but you're.
Yeah, maybe there was. Up in the Midland area, what I did was, I moved the Midland Township over to the west and had them together with the western states. And then what did I do down in Detroit? Can you expand that a little?
So I'll just turn off.
Yeah.
That is the Juniper, no, that is the maple plan.
Yep.
Correct?
Correct.
So then I'm gonna turn on
the
your, the DJC plan, and that's the red area,
Okay, yeah, I know we took
and it's,
part.
I believe this is similar to someone else's. I'm just gonna look.
Oh, I took Birmingham and moved it over in with Troy, I believe.
Yeah.
No,
In the red plan, it's in here. This, yeah, this is the,
yeah, and then
and that's the difference. I think that probably all that.
that's the big difference. Yeah, I mean, I did some other small things, but yeah, I probably did some other small things just to balance out population, but yeah. So anyways, in the individual plan, the numbers as far as being below 0.5% per district, it complies for every district, as does Anthony's individual plan. And let's flip over to Grand Rapids area. I think I left that the same.
It
Or
is
Grand-
the same.
Yeah, it's the same. Grand Rapids is not integrated with Muskegon. It's Grand Rapids and some of the counties surrounding it, but that came from the other plan. I just kept it at, I prefer doing it that way. So that's the biggest thing. I think the significance of it is the percentages are below 0.5 for every district, and all the numbers look good. The efficiency gap and so forth all look good. So I was happy with this. Any comments? No, I don't think we did anything.
Okay, Commissioner Lang?
Okay,
Yeah, can-
obvious,
Roll
obviously,
it up to the UP. Well, I don't know what Steve's talking
Yeah,
about.
I'm sorry, before we do that, can you roll up to the UP to see if there's any changes to the UP? I don't think you changed anything up there.
No, that's the line
No.
right
Yeah,
there.
Okay.
there you
Good. Thank you.
go. Okay, Commissioner
Just a
Lang.
reminder, a quick reminder to commissioners not to speak over each other. It makes it difficult for our interpreters. Thank you.
am I free to go now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, just asking, wanted to make sure. So mine obviously did not go off a collaborative map. I based mine on population, the VRA guidelines we were given, and communities of interest that I felt were not represented in the collaborative map, such as keeping Ottawa County whole. I did a compromise in the Midland Tri-Cities area. I kept the Tri-Cities together, but I also did the Tittabawassee watershed. I felt that that was a compromise that could be done by keeping them all whole. And it's not perfect by no means, obviously, but the numbers worked out. And everybody's had a chance to see it. So, and I cannot honestly say, again, for the Detroit area, I'm not overly familiar. There was a couple of good comments on it for certain areas, but I do believe it could have been better in the Detroit area. I'm just not familiar with Detroit. So that's pretty much it.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, question, Rhonda. The Detroit area, did you do that from scratch as well?
I did.
Okay, so you didn't base that off of any other maps?
No, I based it off from public comment and trying to stick to the VRA guidelines that were given to us.
Okay, and then my second question is each of the districts be below 0.5%?
I know what the overall plan deviation is. I don't have it up in front of me right now.
We
So
can-
I
we can
couldn't
see it
tell
from
you.
here.
Well, if you can see it from
bring
there.
up the, can you bring up the, I think it's the overview.
I'm, hers is 0.17% deviation. She's fine.
Yeah, and
None of our congressional plans are over 0.5. None of them.
So what's that at?
Hers is at 0.17%.
Just one district or all of this?
The whole thing, the plan deviation.
Oh, I'm not talking about the plan deviation. I'm talking about each individual district. Are they all below 0.5?
Well, they would have to be to have that
Okay.
plan deviation.
Okay, good. Good. Thanks. Thanks, Rhonda.
Commissioner Rothorn?
I was just going to say that it's the ideas. I think it's more than the numbers, comparing ideas and sort of that, yeah, just the different shapes that I think are useful to understand.
All right, have we looked at everybody's? I think we have. Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Ede, Commissioner Lang. Where would you like to go from here, guys? We have 4 collaborative maps and 3 at this point congressional, individual, 7 total. The metrics, as I mentioned before, for Birch and Apple are the best. Brittany, there you are. Commissioner Cullum.
Hi, I might be jumping the gun, but I don't think so. I think I'm anticipating the question. I personally would prefer to move forward with Commissioner Eads' map because I think he did a good job. It shows in the Detroit area, and I like the numbers in his map are great as well. So that would be my preference. That again, like I said, for our Senate map, that doesn't mean that we can't pull ideas from other maps, but I think Commissioner Eads' map should be the basis.
Commissioner Rothorn.
Before we do that, one of the things that Anthony Scannell has mentioned more than once is that I want to see if you can get a read on this map P8155, because he does have a different east-west split in Detroit. He does keep many of the and I'm looking at the 2 primary Detroit districts, right? Our number 1 and number 2 in the Detroit area. And because of that Bangladeshi community, and I know Commissioner E's map wasn't able to do it, but I think it's just worth a look, P8155, to see if you like that one. again, and he has the whole map drawn, but I just want to look at these two districts because it does, I really want to try to keep that Bangladeshi community together, which goes into Macomb if possible, if the rest of it is a better split. That's all I'm looking at, the east-west split, those two districts. And I really want your opinions, Commissioner Curry and Commissioner Kellum, on that, but I don't know how to pull that up. Because again, it's P8155.
Commissioner Witches.
I wouldn't be opposed to doing that, but you'd have to pull in the entire map so we can take a look into all the different things that we're looking into, like the VRA. We need to look at the numbers.
I totally agree. It really is just I'm looking at ideas at this point.
Oh, okay.
It's just the idea. That's all yeah.
And Commissioner Rothorn, what's the number of the map again, please?
P.
Here it is.
That's it.
8155. Yeah, here it is. Yep.
Yep.
So it does go up into the Macomb area, and it looks to me like it's split. It's west of Woodward, but it's got that a downriver area, and it's just worth that. Again, it's the redder district or the magenta one, east and west, is what I'm asking your opinions on.
Commissioner Clark.
It appears to me that the pink one is not contiguous because it goes down further south.
I think it's just
water.
It's just water.
It's just
block.
It's just a water block.
Oh, okay.
I think a couple of plants might have something stray like that. No population.
Are you waiting for Commissioner Kellum's feedback or? Yeah, any further direction? What would you like, MC? We're looking at you.
Yeah, let's go. Commissioner Curry, I see your hand.
Yeah, I was just trying to see is where it says apartment building historic district. Is that the border line for the end of Detroit, or do it go past this?
It goes past that.
Can I see what it looks like, please?
Yep, there we go.
So the communities that I was looking for were the Palmer Park in particular, the Bangladeshi community, the Latin community. I'm thinking of some of the neighborhoods and just in general, what we've like the list that we took, and it from, again, I don't have a tuned in eye, but that it looks like it might help us with a different split. I don't know if it helps with regard to the Arab, the Dearborn area. There's lots of numbers I'd want to run, but again, it's the idea.
Yeah, I kind of like this map though. Yeah. I mean, it looks decent.
And what's the portal number again, just so I can look at it on my end without looking at it through the Zoom screen, please?
P8155.
I like it. I like that one also.
Commissioner Witches.
So I like kind of what we're doing, but I'm also kind of skeptical and cautious as to what we're doing right now. We haven't brought up anyone's map like this to this level of scrutiny to try and make changes to what it is that
I haven't asked for it though.
I'll just offer that what the difference here is, like, Commissioner Eads' map does not go above Macomb. And for me, what's important is to try to, before we say that we can't go above the Macomb, like the 8 mile line, that's really what I'm trying to do is, like, do we need to stay within Detroit, right? And can our Detroit commissioners help me understand, do we need to stay with that 8 mile to sort of make a good Detroit map? This one goes above it. And so that's what I'm asking, really. That's the idea that I'm looking for as specifically as possible.
So
when I'll wait.
Commissioner Kellum and then Commissioner Curry.
Just to go back a little bit, the reason I thought we could have tweaked our Senate map a little bit better in Detroit. So that was the reason why I voted no. And I'm mentioning that because the reason why I like Commissioner Eads' map is because it's sticking within Detroit. I'm not saying that we need to do that also, but it's kind of like this push and pull of staying within those lines. So I personally would still prefer Commissioner Eads' map as a basis. And so so that that's clear. I'm going to continue to look for ways that the Detroit community can be inclusive, because we've already done weird things. So moving forward, my stance is going to be that we keep them together, but then create representation by pulling in some of those suburbs when we have to, not just because, you know, we're just doing it, if that makes any sense. I really want to be intentional and make sure that we're being responsive to the things that we've heard.
So I have a comment on that. So with the Birch map, and I think we had another one before that, maybe the Maple has the same configuration. We very intentionally went north of 8 Mile because we were trying to keep the Bangladeshi community together. And we very intentionally went south of Delray because we were trying to keep the Latino community together. So those choices were not made without thought into them. And with both the Juniper map and Anthony's map, you do, I think, conclude the Latino, but you do cut out the Bangladeshi community. So, you know, those additions weren't made just for kicks and giggles. It was because we were trying to accommodate communities of interest along with the Detroit area. Commissioner Eid, and then Commissioner Curry. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Curry, you are next. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys gotta remember, I'll lose my thought. It take too long. But anyhow, I like the Juniper, and I like this 8155 P-8155 map. I like both of them. I mean, just to see them side by side, I probably would like to see it, but I'm not going to go through all that. It's just a matter of just kind of getting it critiqued to the where we can kind of, you know, where everybody is getting kind of pleased in it, what people have been asking for, that we can just meet it on either this map or that map. But both of them look good, the Juniper and Eads map. This 8155 and Eads map look good.
Commissioner Witches, and then, I'm sorry, Commissioner Eid, then Commissioner Witches.
So I think we have 3 pretty good choices that we can take and edit further during this deliberation process. The Apple map, the Birch map, and this, I hate calling it the E map because we don't have another name for it, so I'm just going to call it that. And I agree with what you just said, Commissioner Zatella, that was purposeful, but, you know, I think in the grand scheme of things, the Bangladesh community of interest is rather small population wise compared to the number of people in this congressional map being, 770,000. So there are pros and cons on each way. It just depends how you want to look at it. It might be worse for the Bangladesh community, but better for the Detroit community. Including Southfield in it with Detroit also might be better for Black people in Detroit, in the suburbs. So that there are pros and cons. It just depends what we go with. But I think having those 3 choices, 2 of which have the district going above 8 Mile, and then a third that doesn't, and then we can collaborate and make the changes on those 3, might be a good way to go forward.
Commissioner Witches, and then Commissioner Orton.
I yield.
Oh, Commissioner Orton.
Just have a quick question. Anthony, you just said, you were talking about the 3 maps and you said Birch,
Apple,
and
Eid,
and yours, but I think Juanita was saying Juniper is what.
but his are
Okay,
yeah.
I just wanted to clarify.
It's like his Eid is the Juniper improved, basically. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, one of the things we ought to keep in mind is this is a congressional map, and people like the Bangladesh people will get more influence locally, state senate, state house. People up in Washington, they're more into just allocating money to the state, and then it gets distributed out through the budget. That's my opinion of it. So I don't think we have to be as sensitive to some of these ethnic groups. We do have to be sensitive to inner Detroit. But to me, it's a matter of funding coming out of Washington, and that's what those people's job are, that and to create public policy, which is something that's done throughout the 50 states. So I think we should keep that in mind as we go along.
So can we zoom into the sort of Oakland County, Wayne County border? Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious, like where Pontiac is going, because like in the Birch map, we have Pontiac and Southfield together, again, very deliberately to try to increase minority representation. And I'm just wondering, I'd be curious to see what the minority numbers are with that configuration with Pontiac by itself, with all those other predominantly white communities. Because I feel like Pontiac is maybe being a little orphaned in this map too.
Yeah.
And again, I apologize for all the popping behind us. It's the heaters.
It appears to me in the 4 collaborative map. Now, which map did you want to focus on? If we start at the top and there's Pontiac right there, there's Apple, there's Birch, there is the Maple, and finally Juniper. It really looks like Pontiac is centered up in all of them or close to it, I mean, relatively so.
Yeah.
Then we come to DJC. It's still very similar to, that boundary right there. Now Pontiac is kicked up on this plan. Pontiac is more, associated northerly rather than in here. All the other districts plans, it was in this area. And then finally, the Ede version has Pontiac, Oakland, this area.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion, looking at the 4 independent maps, I really support what Anthony's done on his. I think it's got the metrics right. I have a couple things I'd like to discuss as we get to it, one being Muskegon and Grand Rapids, the other being Midland. But other than that, I think it's one we should bring up on our list and talk about today.
Okay, so Ede map.
Is that what we're calling it?
Well, I mean, we don't have another name for it. I mean, we can call it something
Yeah,
else.
I know we don't. Ede map.
I mean, I think we should call it something else, honestly, because everything else has sort of. Sarah, what were you proposing, like flowers or something for the, or are we just gonna?
And I'd love insight from your general counsel on this and the naming conventions. But the thought process behind naming individual maps after commissioners was so that it was distinct from collaborative maps.
Right.
But if the commission were to adopt this map and put it forward after making any additional tweaks, I think that would make it a collaborative map.
Yeah.
Which would merit a tree name. So I think you all could come up with a good one.
Okay, so if we advance it and make changes to it, we will probably rename it, I would think. Go ahead,
Sure.
Commissioner Lett.
Thank you. I agree with Anthony. I think the apple, birch, and to give it an insect name, the mosquito. That's
Oh my
Ede.
God, Steve.
We can take a look at those 3
Yes.
and make whatever changes, tweaks we think would be appropriate. And secondly, we could advance all 3 if we get them down to the point that we kind of like all 3 and are undecided on which one we want to eventually vote on.
That sounds good to me as well. I am just, as a matter of narrowing things down, I'm wondering, do we want to advance the Apple map? Because that's the one that has the Grand Rapids Kalamazoo split. Is it the feeling of the body that we want to advance that? Because I feel like that's an easy one to distinguish.
Yes,
Commissioner Rothhorn, yeah, Commissioner Rothhorn and then Commissioner Witches.
what the idea behind this one for me is important, which is that sort of keeping, trying to respect that so many people in Ottawa County were like, just wanted to have that. So I think the idea is good. Yeah, I'm not convinced that the Grand Rapids Kalamazoo piece is the best one, but the idea, I do want to hold on to the idea and see if we can, yeah, do something there with the West Coast, Ottawa County in particular.
Commissioner Witches.
About to say the same thing. But I'm gonna be biased because I drew that. So
Well, I incorporated it based on your map, so it's a
but
good district.
I'd say those three that Commissioner brought or suggested we bring forward are good ones to make changes to, and then we can probably get it down to one or two after that to bring forward for the 45-day comment period.
Yeah. I would also point out that Commissioner Eads' map does only have 2 splits in Ottawa, whereas the Birch, I think, has 3. So his map is an improvement as well. So, okay, so it sounds like we are in favor of moving forward with 3. So Ead, Birch, and Apple. Do we want to rename Commissioner Eads' map with a different name at this point, since we are Commissioner Witches?
I moved to make his map named Beach for a beech tree.
No. I would, the only reason I would say no is because that came up once before, and we have a peach map as well, and we were concerned that it was too similar.
Box elder.
Box elder, that is an awful tree. How about chestnut? It's nice and strong. Well, the rest of them are trees, so.
Can distinguish among ourselves which were independent and which weren't.
We're gonna know, yeah.
So I recommend Spartan.
Spartan. But again, you're like introducing bias because
No, we can make another one Wolverine and another one Chippewa or whatever.
Too soon, Commissioner Clark, leave.
Too soon, yes.
Alone. Thank you.
Commissioner
What's
Weiss.
that? I didn't hear you.
She said too soon. It's too soon. The loss is still too painful.
Since Anthony has a nice Lions hat on, let's call it Lions. He doesn't want to be a loser.
What? Chestnut. It's a Native American tree, Native Michigan tree. It's nice and strong.
Y'all got jokes today.
Yeah.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right. So chestnut it is. So we now have chestnut and birch and apple moving forward. Mosquito map. All right. So where would you like to start with potentially making revisions to these maps? Want to start with apple because it's. Oh, Aaron's hand is up. Commissioner Wagner, go ahead. We should probably vote on, or do we need to vote? General Counsel, do we need to vote?
Madam Chair, no, if I'm oriented properly where you are in your mapping process, the commission has just decided by a consensus which ones the maps they're going to look at, talk about, make adjustments to if necessary, and start the process. No,
okay.
I think proceed.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Wagner.
I don't see any compromise for the Midland people that want to stay with Isabella, and forgive me, I have a head cold and I can't, Gladwin counties in these maps at all. So I would like to consider Commissioner Lang's and maybe tweak it in the Detroit area.
Any thoughts, comments?
I'm okay with that.
Any other thoughts, discussions? Are we including Rhonda's map? Commissioner Curry.
Can't we just tweak, what is it, Midland that she's concerned about in Grand Rapids?
Yes.
Can't we just tweak it and leave this like it is or whatever? Like we just do so much wasting of time.
Commissioner Ede.
So I thought yesterday we talked about perhaps having a compromise with Midland in the House map, which I still think we should do. And I think it's possible to do that while maintaining partisan balance. You change a couple other things. This isn't personal at all, but I do not like this map. I think it's very different from the other three that are, more all pretty similar to each other in more ways than not. I don't like this map personally.
Commissioner Villette and then Commissioner Clark.
I agree with Commissioner Curry. Can't we just take one of these three and give an alternative Midland? And then we do have an alternative.
Thank you. You mean by the three, you mean apple, birch, and chestnut. Yes. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I think Rhonda's got some good ideas on this map. And I the biggest thing I have against it is that Detroit wasn't done to the specifications that we've done the others to. And that's means a lot of work to make that happen. So what I would suggest, rather than promoting the map, having Rhonda maybe identify two of the three most important things she's done on this map that made her do these things, and then we'll incorporate that into, or discuss incorporating it into one of the others.
Commissioner Kellum.
I've said this before, I just don't think we should, it's not about Commissioner Lang's map or anyone, but advancing any map that performs so poorly, I think is a disservice and is wasting our time. I really think we should move forward with a stronger map and then make tweaks. We've had the Midland discussion. I've shared my opinion regarding this idea of compromise. I think we're a great group, but this part of our process is not about feelings, it's about producing the best work. And so if someone's idea is not highlighted, it is not our job to try and uplift that if it comes from a poor place. I think we really have to stop doing that. And it's not personal, but I see this happening when there's we move to a decision and there's another suggestion. We try to acquiesce, and that is just not productive. And I don't think that's our job.
Commissioner Lang and then Commissioner Wagner.
Well, it's completely not personal for me. Pretty much when you look at central Michigan, that's the area which I live. That's the area I took into account the most. We had almost 1,000 comments on Ottawa County about keeping it whole. That's what I did. Mason County wanted to remain whole. That's what I did. We had public comment that wanted Osceola County and Clare County together. That's what I did. We had public comment that wanted Clare and Isabella together. That's what I did. Along with the colleges, the Gratiot and Isabella wanting to be together, the Isabella, Gratiot, Mecosta County areas wanting to be together, and then the compromise for the Tri-Cities. So it's not about me, it's about knowing my area, which other commissioners that live in certain areas have said the same thing about their areas. So this is taking into account the public comment in my area. And it's not personal. So I'll just throw that in there.
So I think the problem with that, Rhonda, is that the Detroit area is the area that took the most time and the most effort to get right. And as you've mentioned yourself, you don't know a lot about it. And it was sort of an afterthought in this map. Your focus is clearly on the rural areas, which is your area of expertise. And I think for us to try to make changes to this, to bring it into closer compliance with what we've done with the collaborative maps would be extremely difficult and time consuming. And we just simply don't have time. We just don't. We have 4 days to get this through this and then the house map. I think the easier route to go would be what was suggested by Commissioner Ede and Commissioner Villette, is that if you want to make an alternative map to incorporate some changes where we're already working off a Detroit area, which is solid, I think that's a lot easier of a go for everybody than to try to take this map and try to fold it in with a bunch of Detroit changes. I just don't think we have the time, honestly, to do it. Commissioner Wagner.
Actually, I just inadvertently left my hand up, but since we're doing this, then I would fully support Commissioner Lang incorporating the Detroit in with what she's doing with Midland. Having lost my home, I feel for the people, and I don't want to see them go by the wayside.
All right. Commissioner Lang, I see you raising your hand again.
You guys just proceed. I'm not going to let everybody get all up in arms. Just proceed. It is what it is. We've all heard the public comment. We've all heard about communities of interest. If those communities of interest end up being ignored, it'll be on us. And I mean, it is what it is. Just proceed with whatever it is that you want to proceed with. I'm not saying anything one way or another. I didn't even recommend that my map go forward. So just proceed. We're wasting time.
Rhonda, do you have other maps? Do we have other maps that you made for us? No, we have about 3 of your maps.
No,
I'm just
Juanita,
asking a question.
No,
Okay.
Juanita, we have 2. I did a Senate and a congressional.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, are we using any of her maps?
We did
That
not
she
use
had
her Senate
drawn?
map. We did
Oh,
not
okay.
use the Senate map.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, is there any way we can tweak this Midland area where we can just kind of keep from losing time and maybe tweet it some and then come back to it if we have time left or whatever, you know, to make a whole new thing is kind of tiring. And
Commissioner Kellum, did you have a comment on that? I saw your hand come up and then come down and then come up and then come down.
Because I just really want us to move on, and I'm going to say this bravely, and I'm speaking for myself. I am not comfortable at all with Commissioner Lang's map. I think it's highly discriminatory, and I'm sure she'll find offense to it, but I am so tired of it being in this discussion, and I mean that with all of my heart.
All right, Commissioner Clark.
With all due respect, nothing we've done is discriminatory. We've done the best effort we could to make things happen the way we
I
planned
said
them out.
Commissioner Lang's map. I'm talking about an individual's map. And it keeps being
understand.
a discussion, and it is literally throwing a monkey wrench into our progress. We move on and make a decision, and we're back to Commissioner Lang's map.
All right, Commissioner Weiss, did you have a comment?
I know we're having a lot of discussion here, but I guess my thinking is, for me, why don't we have an Apple map that has very good deviation numbers. Let's compare the maps that they're talking about, which one of those has the best numbers. Maybe that's the map we should go with, because I was under the standing that maybe one of the other maps we built upon that, and that's where we came up with the Apple map. So can we just compare the numbers maybe? Is that a way to go forward here? I mean, we are spending a lot of time.
yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna share that spreadsheet I had before. So
I
this
believe
is the
that-
spreadsheet I had up before. This is Apple, Birch, and our newly named Chestnut, showing the metrics for partisan fairness. Obviously, the rest of the metrics we covered when we were building these plans. So we already know what their VRA levels are and all of that. And population deviations are all about the same. So the first one is the Apple that has, as you see in the note, Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo together. The Birch has Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo separate with Ottawa County divided into 3. The Chestnut is Anthony's configuration based off of Juniper. So the jumping off point on this was the Juniper with that 8-mile line for Detroit, Southfield and Dearborn and Inkster together. Is that right? And then Pontiac is in with Oakland County. And then you also have a different configuration in Grand Rapids, which splits Ottawa County twice instead of 3 times. So if you can see based on the metrics, the Apple does have a pretty significant deviation for the 2012 presidential election. It has a Democratic bias of 6.7%, 8 to 5 seats. The EAD and the Birch maps are fairly similar, with the EAD having a little bit better metrics for efficiency gap, a little higher for mean, but I mean, virtually indistinguishable on those points.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss mentioned that Apple was a collaboration after doing other maps. And I'd like to bring his attention that it's actually was the first one done.
Mhm.
Apple was the first whack at it and then these other plans or some of them spun off from that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ken.
So is that what you're looking for, Commissioner Weiss? Is that helpful? Commissioner Commissioner Orton, and then Commissioner Clark.
My recollection of Apple's a little different. We had other maps first, and then the configuration that had Kalamazoo with Grand Rapids was made in a collaborative session. But I don't think it was our first draft or anything like that.
I didn't mean to infer that. Out of all these plans up here, it was done at least a minimum of 2 days before any other plan.
Yeah. I think it was kind of a jumping off point. Commissioner Clark, and then Commissioner Lett.
I believe Commissioner Harden.
She was pointing at you.
Oh,
so.
okay. I suggest we just start with one of these maps, and I would prefer to start with Chestnut. I've got some good things to say about Chestnut. In addition to these metrics, he's of the 13 districts he did, that Anthony did, 3 of them could go either way. So that's a big percentage, given that the North is, taking a couple of those districts away. That's probably 25 to 30% of the districts are that way. And we haven't talked about that. So I think that's significant. I still think there could be some changes to it. But I would suggest we just start with that one and move forward, so we can get this thing done today.
Okay. All right. So let's start with Chestnut, which is formerly known as, Commissioner Lett. Go ahead.
I agree. Looking at the numbers, this is practically a pick 'em. And it's going to be a matter of us looking at each individual map and saying, okay, we want to change Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, or we want to change Midland City or whatever. That's it. So let's.
Yeah. Do we want to keep Apple too? Okay. All right. So let's start with Chestnut. Let me stop sharing so Kent can start sharing.
All right, so if we're going to start with Chestnut, you want me to I'm going to copy this plan that I have highlighted, and that will be the beginning of Chestnut. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That is Apple, but he's got shape files up from when we were comparing. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, as we bring up Chestnut, I'd like to, when we start, take a look at the numbers that I just referenced, those 3 districts, and Anthony could probably speak to them best. But they're very close to going either way in any election. So if you could highlight that, and then we can talk about things we may want to change.
All right. So do we want to go back to our list from what we talked about the other day? So, yeah, let's go be systematic. And so, the first would be Detroit area. So let's start there, zoom in. And the number one was Banglatown, adding in those two precincts, which is not going to be an issue with this map because they're already included. The next is Palmer Woods, Palmer Park, including them up with Royal Oak for the LGBTQ community. So I think you need to zoom in a little bit. Where is it?
Give me some direction here. Are we talking
It's
more south or
yeah,
more
I think
north?
it's right
South. You got to go south.
It's got to go south. Ferndale's right there, so it's right on that borderline. Yeah, that's it right there. That area. So
This-
do we want to move that up for the congressional map, or do we just want to say we addressed it for the Senate map? It was already included. Do we want to address it in the district map
Congressional, yeah,
or in the congressional map?
yeah.
Yeah. So do you have the neighborhood overlay?
Yes,
Because I
just
think
a
that would be helpful. And then Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Clark.
Knowing the population count that we're talking about moving might be helpful.
Mhm.
Okay, the neighborhoods are in the dark. Do we need to label these?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sherwood Forest, Green Acres, Garden Homes, Oak
It's
Grove,
Palmer Woods right there, and just south of it is Palmer Park.
Palmer Woods, right here.
Yeah, so you'd have to take, can you pull up a little bit on the map so we can see how far Palmer Park goes down?
Palmer
Down to
Park.
6 mile. Goes
Yeah,
down to
so-
6 mile.
Yeah. Okay, you can zoom out a touch. So can you use the select box and select by
Yes,
precincts or blocks?
yes, precincts.
Precincts, and
Yeah.
just tell us what the population is if we were to grab that sliver and pull it up
Yes.
into 3. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, while he's doing that, I'm gonna make a comment. My preference, from what I'm seeing, is because we're working at such a high level, 775,000,
Mhm.
that it's more important to keep Detroit whole rather than take a piece of it and move it off into another district.
Yeah.
I don't know what we'll accomplish at a congressional level doing what we're trying to do right here. I think.
I
this-
agree
the-
with
the-
you.
The Senate and the House, I
Yeah.
agree, but not this.
I just want to see,
Okay.
but I
yeah,
think
Perfect.
my instinct is you're probably correct.
Yeah,
That it's,
perfect, yeah.
it's too small of a population for a congressional map to make a difference. So 4,000 people out of a population of 775. I don't think, and like I said, we did accommodate this already on the Senate map, and we can come back to it for the House map unless there's a strong feeling that we should incorporate this.
Were you considering putting it in 3 or in 2?
Into 3, because Ferndale and Oak Park also have a pretty strong LGBTQ community,
So-
and they wanted to be together.
So
But-
you have this part of one kind of stuck
Right,
up
right.
in
It's
here, and I
kind of
don't know what you'd want to
isolated.
do something with that maybe, but all of that is 17,000.
Commissioner Ede.
I think, as you said, we're accommodating that change on the Senate and probably the House map. And I mean, as Commissioner Clark said, this is high level stuff. And each of these districts, I mean, it's a 10-year map, it might change, but right now, all 3 of them, 1, 2, and 3 are clearly Democrat districts. So I don't think having that area be in one or another is going to change much of anything other than perhaps messing with the population deviation and messing with the compactness at this point on a congressional map.
Yeah. All right, other items we had were Dexter Linwood, but that's for the House. Comments about the Latino community, which we addressed in the Senate map. The neighborhoods of Grandmont, Rosedale, Cornerstone, Morningside, East English Village. So Grandmont, Rosedale, Cornerstone, those are already together. as is your Cornerstone, Morningside. Those are already together, so we don't need to look at that again. Other issue was South Lyon Novi, but I think that only applies to the Birch map. Yeah, it doesn't apply to this map. Okay. API in Novi was for the house map. The Sikh community in Troy, Rochester Hills. So what can we look at Troy and Rochester Hills and see how they are configured in this map? So you have Troy whole, but Rochester Hills is separate. Any thoughts?
So this is one of like the pro cons thing. Troy being with the Western Oakland County, something that we heard quite a lot of preference to when we were at OU a little while ago. But the con that comes with this is what Commissioner Villette has spoken about. So you have those townships a little bit more to the left going up in with District 10. So those would be my thoughts.
Any other thoughts? Commissioner Villette.
What you
and then
think, Brittany?
Commissioner Clark.
I also don't think that Milford, Highland, and those other township belong to go all the way up with the thumb. I mean, the people that live in that area actually think the thumb area is up north. You know, it's not anything like their community.
Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Kellum.
Yeah, relative to the Sikh community, I don't think, I live up in that area. I don't think it's real significant, and particularly when we're, like we've talked. Yeah, the population, not the, but particularly when we're dealing at a high level again, that same argument, so. And I have no comment on the western part. I'll let Janice talk about that.
Commissioner Kellum.
So can you zoom in again to the Detroit district? I want to see something because it looks like Bagley is split and I don't know about that. Yeah, that area. Can you zoom all the way in? And so my question for the commissioners, I know we talked about this before and I kind of put my foot down, but I wanted to start with this map as the basis. I'm almost leaning back towards this idea of an east-west split that was presented earlier. Just because I think there are some communities, I know we're thinking about neighborhoods, but there are some communities that I'm looking at now, we can zoom in even more, Kent, that I would think would be problematic in terms of splitting. So I don't know if that's possible. I'd kind of asked a question for you all to consider the overlay that we talked about earlier. I know that would be like going back, but I would be more comfortable with trying it and seeing that it doesn't work than not trying it at all.
So I'm wondering how much a neighborhood split matters in a district side that's 775,000 people. I mean, is it that significant that it needs to be changed because the size of the overall district is so large?
Only because I'm very familiar with that area. Like I said, I grew up 6 Mile and Puritan, have family now in the Green Acres, Palmer Woods area. So it would be a big deal. And I think just looking at, just because of how Detroit is configured, we could look at setting up the East and the West into kind of two districts.
I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry.
Am I on?
Yeah, you are.
You are. You are.
Okay, well, I still agree. Still agree.
I don't know what that would take, but that is something that I'm strongly offering to the group.
One second. I mean, do you have particular suggestions? I mean, you're saying an east-west split, but I'm just not sure what you would draw differently because it already does look to be kind of an east-west split.
So like Romulus, Inkster, Southfield, and then Warren, East Point, Roseville, Clinton Township, that's what I'm saying.
So you're talking more about putting like those with two and then I guess I'm not following you. At the end of the day, I'm not following what you're asking for. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I think if I interpret it right, a horizontal split rather than a vertical one like we have now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for example, I'll just take a couple names from Groves Point Farms going west all the way over to District 2 or whatever, into District 2. I think that's what she's referring to.
A north-south split. Right?
Yeah, I call it a horizontal split. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yes,
I
north-south.
misspoke.
North-south. That's what I think she's just referring to.
Commissioner Eid.
Okay, now I'm a little confused because I thought she was talking about something more similar to the map we pulled up from the portal a little while ago.
Okay, let me just keep
Yeah.
to what I'm saying, because I think what's happening is people are trying to interpret my words. So, and I'm not being clear. So the map that we pulled up from the portal, it's not that I hated that idea. I wanted to just start from a different place as opposed to, because I wasn't sure if we were gonna attempt, like Commissioner Witches said, to start from a portal map, because I thought that was problematic. So it's the same thing that we've kind of been suggesting, this idea of taking perspectives from other maps and seeing if we can incorporate it into the better map that we have. Does that make any sense? So I am talking
Yeah.
about the portal
Yeah.
map that was presented earlier.
Yeah, it makes sense. To me.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about, I guess if we're gonna make those kind of major changes, my thought would be, let's finish doing the minor changes on this map. And then we can potentially save this as an alternative map and you can direct those changes. But I wouldn't want to make such major changes to this map when we have a map that's pretty good. If we can just go through and make the smaller changes that were requested and sort of have something that's good. And then you can work on further changes if that's what you so desire.
Okay,
But wouldn't that bring the Belkadash people in when you do it like Brittany says?
It depends on what she ultimately draws, but it could, yes.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to kill 2 or 3 birds at one time. You can't please the whole map people, but you can please the people that have spoken up. We'll be here the next year.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm worried about. I want to at least try to get like one good map done and then we can start
Well,
going
then
into these like deeper
we've got to-
changes.
Then we've got to start agreeing, I guess, and stop, let's see what it looks like and let's get through this. My thing is we spend so much time talking about individual maps and whatever. Let's go for the best way we can do this so we can get through with one map at least. Shouldn't be that complicated, especially with all you scholars here.
Commissioner Rothorn.
So one of the things that so you've gone through the list, is that true, Commissioner? Okay. And then Commissioner Vallette highlighted, and I think Commissioner Eid too, like that there's areas in the thumb and the 10 that we don't like. Do we want to try to switch that around? Do we want to play with that area just to sort of see if we can tweak it? Commissioner Vallette?
Well, the Birch map does not have that area like that. So chances are we're gonna maybe send 2 maps or maybe 3 maps. So I'm not opposed to having a map like this and a map like this. I mean, and then we'll let the public, weigh in.
Okay, I like that. Thank you.
Commissioner Eid.
I do think if Commissioners Kellum and Curry feel strongly about trying a different change, I mean, that would be the time to do the change and see if it works. But then if it doesn't, we can always come back to it. Yeah, so I guess I say, hey, let's try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Well, what I'm saying though is I would rather us work through this list of small changes, make those, get those done, and then come back to it. So we're working
But
off
what-
a
Okay, but
base.
what do the commissioners want as a whole?
That's what we're trying to
You're
figure
just
out.
one voice. You're just one voice, Madam Chair. What do
I-
the commissioners want? If we can get enough commissioners to agree, that's the problem. We need to agree with more than one or two people here and there. Let's agree to something that's
Commissioner Ross.
equitable.
So I was going to offer, without objection, can we make small changes? Are there any objections to starting with small changes?
No, I'm not going with it.
Okay, so let's make the small changes. And I think Commissioner or Chair Zatella, you have the small changes, then we'll return to the Detroit
bigger
map.
change,
Yeah, the bigger change. And I think we may need, and do we want to have, okay, but never mind. Check.
Okay, so we've made it through the Detroit list. Lansing, in terms of the congressional map, there were no changes that they were proposing, or that we agreed that we were going to propose. Grand Rapids, in terms of, we need to look at Cascade on this map and see where it's sitting. Because that was one request that we received, and I think it might be separate, isn't it? That one in green right there?
Yep, that last one.
Yeah, no, that's Caledonia.
No,
Oh,
it's
so you have
Bay.
Cascade.
It's 1967.
All right, so that was one request, that Cascade be with Grand Rapids, and it is, and Ida is with Grand Rapids as well, so you don't need to worry about that. There were some comments about Kalamazoo and Battle Creek. Are they together? They are together in this map,
I think so.
which I think is different from some of the other maps. So that's
Yeah.
giving us alternative there.
Mhm.
And then that's it for the Grand Rapids area. Gaylord hearing, we had, of course, lots of comments about Midland, Midland City, Midland Township. So this map has them together
Mhm.
for the most part. We got a little bit of Midland pulled off. Commissioner Ede?
I just kind of have a question. Something that I like about this map that I didn't see on the other ones is where Branch County is. I'm just wondering if there are any thoughts on that. It's more southern. Because it kind of has to do with this Midland County we're talking about. I've heard from commissioners in the past that Branch should be more with mid and central Michigan.
I was going to say Branch is a border
Yeah,
county. Are you
it's like
sure you're
all the way
saying
down.
I'm
Branch?
sorry, I meant Barry. My
Ben,
fault.
Benzie? Are you talking
No, no, I'm
Benzie and
talking-
Roscommon?
I'm talking about Barry.
Barry,
Barry
okay.
right there. Being up with Iona, Montcalm, Gratiot, Isabella, Gladwin.
Where is it?
It's a little south. Right there.
Okay. And it should be where?
Well, I've heard from other commissioners, I've heard from Commissioner Lang that she would rather it be where it is in this configuration with mid and central Michigan, with Montcalm, Ionia, Gratiot, Newaygo. I just want to make sure that's still the case and I didn't misrepresent that feeling.
No, I think it's fine. All right, we did have some other comments about Sheboygan wanting it to go west rather than east. So that's all the way up at the top of the mitten. So all the way up to the top of the mitten. Right there. All right, doesn't matter for this map. Roscommon, Benzie wanting to be together. Where's Benzie on here? I see Roscommon.
It's west. Mhm.
Right there.
Oh, okay. All right. So they are together on this map, so not a concern. Sault Ste. Marie is all together, so that's not a concern. From the Flint hearing, we had comments about Oxford and Lake Orion on the house maps. This is not a house map. We had comments about keeping Flint whole for the house map. This is not a house map. And then I have something about Caro. Does anyone know what that comment was? Or was that the comment earlier? But okay. All right. So those are the small changes for this map. That's what I just wanted to get through. So now we can save this map. And now all of those changes, we didn't make hardly anything, will be in both maps if Brittany wants to make changes. So that's all I was trying to accomplish, so that we're all working off the same template.
Sounds good.
So Brittany, if you want to make changes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Can you save like a
Yes.
version 1, version 2?
Right. So let me save this, make a copy of it, and continue on.
Where you at, Britt?
Yeah, go ahead.
And again, Madam Chair, I think those changes you made, those small changes, they were good.
Thank you,
So
Commissioner
for
Curry.
people.
Yeah, I
that's
I
good.
want to make sure that we have all of
Yeah.
them in one map, so we don't have to then go back and make them
Yeah.
again in another map. That doesn't make any sense. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, before we start, Brittany and Juanita, can we get what the definition is of what you're trying to accomplish with the changes? That would be helpful.
What Brittany's trying to accomplish?
Yes,
And
Brittany.
Juanita, yes.
Well, it's more Brittany than me, but I'll tell you when I see it. I can't just sit up and Brittany has more concerns about the changes than I do. So. Where is she? Is she still there? Brittany?
I think she's still there. Commissioner Kellum, are you still there? Commissioner Kellum?
Maybe she stepped off to the restroom or something.
I just got her video off. Yeah, she must have walked away. So we'll just give her a second. She must have,
Yeah.
maybe she's got someone at the door or something. Do we want to go to Birch while we wait and we can come back to this? All right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Witches?
Why don't we check all those little changes on the list on all 3 maps? So
Yeah.
that we,
Yeah, because they're pretty quick.
Yeah.
All right, so let's bring up Birch. So let's bring up the Birch map. And we'll go through that same list, see if there's any changes. All right, so going back to Detroit, let's zoom into the Banglatown area. And I don't think those changes are implicated here either, because it was south of Highland Park where we had precincts missing. All right, so we're good there. Dexter Linwood again is in the house map. Latino community was in the house map. Let's zoom into the neighborhoods for a second in Detroit area, because we need to check Morningside and East English Village are together, so that's not an issue, but let's check Grandmont, Rosedale, which is near Southfield. Let's see if we have those together. If you could zoom in a bit. I think we do, but we'll double check.
Which ones are we looking for?
So we're looking for Rosedale Gardens, Grandmont. They run along Southfield Freeway. So if we could scroll down a little bit. Just trying to find where we're at on the map. A little more, I think. Yes, I see Grandmont, Rosedale Park, Rosedale Gardens, they're together. All right, so we're good on that.
Okay.
And it looks like neighborhoods are together here in this
Yeah.
map.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a good thing.
Yep. So South Lyon, Northville, this is the one split that we had been requested to change on the portal. So if you see right now, we have Northville going north with Oakland County, even though it's in Wayne County. So people were requesting that we flip those, and it's actually a pretty even flip. Does anyone have any concerns about doing that? Commissioner Orton?
Well, I think Northville and Novi are very closely associated. That's my only concern.
Well, the concern was with Plymouth. People were saying that Northville is more associated with Plymouth and that it's in Wayne County with Plymouth. They used to actually originally be one community.
I'm not familiar. No. Brittany Speck.
Oh, so Commissioner Kellum, sorry, you had stepped away. So we're just making small changes in the other two maps, and then we're going to come back to the changes you wanted to make in Juniper.
Okay, yeah, my apologies. Sorry, I'm not feeling well and I was in the restroom.
That's okay.
So what I was proposing is to pull the map from the portal, and it might not be, of course, a cookie cutter, but to maybe pull that split into Eads map that we were working with, similar to what I did the last time. But just
Okay.
those changes.
Am I going back to
Oh.
Chestnut V2 or?
Well, I guess you are now because you closed it.
No, I can open it right back up.
No, that's all right. Let's go back while we have her here. So let's go back to Chestnut V2. And is it possible to bring in that other map as an overlay? I don't know how, I mean, I really don't know how else to,
For another portal from
yeah.
another vendor, another provider. If we have a PDF or if I get a picture of it, I can look at it and follow it.
Can you kind of freehand it, Brittany? Can you guide them just looking at it?
Yeah, so I'm having an issue trying to pull it up on, like, I can pull it up, on the website and look at it there, but I don't have it by memory. You all know I have software and computer issues, so.
If somebody can download it, say if it is a PDF and I can just look at it and follow it on this screen.
I believe you can download a shape file off of District R.
I've never been on her website.
It doesn't work well. No.
It's not how it's, I can't.
I stand corrected.
And,
Okay, Hamtramck. Which one are we drawing here?
I think what she's interested in is these one and
Is
two.
that kind of split right there?
You want to get a video or something like so people can see it or?
It's available. I've never done it. I mean, I don't know Days Redistricting from Adam. I haven't looked at his stuff.
and don't feel bad, me neither. It's not something that I play with.
Okay. There you go. You can have at it.
While we're waiting, can we look at, there's this small 280 person kind of change around the Holland area, Macatawa Lake. Can we just add that to the list of like your little list, Chair Zatella? That's all I wanted to make sure is, because again, I wasn't sure that we did it in the Juniper or in the, sorry, not Juniper, what's it called? Chestnut. It's the Macatawa Lake and it's just, yeah, Holland area.
Commissioner Witchus.
I'm opposed to bringing in anyone's individual maps that they submitted online on whether today's redistricting or anything, because now we're going to open up a can of worms and saying with everyone who submitted a map, why didn't you bring ours maps in? Why did you only do this to this one individual? So I would personally say that this is a bad idea. If you wanted to make changes to the Detroit one, we do it the way that we have been doing it. We can take a look and make changes, but not bringing in someone's actual shape files from a website.
So Commissioner Witches, I understand a little bit of the basis of what you're saying. I think the issue is we've asked the public to weigh in. I personally have not had some of the advantage as my fellow commissioners. And when it comes to talking about Detroit, it does not get as much conversational attention as the other areas. So in my mind, for us to do our due diligence, we will have to work together. And I will say this again, it can't just be myself and Commissioner Curry talking. If you all know what the two commissioners, if we're going to do that from Detroit, are trying to do as a group, I think we should bind together and assist that change so that it happens quickly and people aren't sitting there arms folded, frustrated that I'm trying to make wholesale change. That's what a team looks like, because I've done it when we were working in other areas.
Well, I agree with you, but I still don't think we should be taking in someone's shape files into our program. I think that's going to open up a whole can of worms. You can make the changes that you want. In fact, I want you to, and I'd be more than happy to work with you. So is everyone here, but I do think it's a horrible idea to bring someone's from the public's map into our software.
Okay, so I don't have another way to do that. If that's obviously what we're working from. I mean, if you all have other suggestions, and I welcome them.
I think that if that's the fastest and most convenient way to make the changes you want to make, then I mean, why not do it? My only concern is just the ripple effect it's going to have on the rest of the map, and we're basically redoing the whole map rather than working through the rest of the small changes for congressional that we have and possibly approving 3 maps and then coming back and working on this.
I thought that's what we were doing. I just stepped away. So I thought we were done with the small changes because I was voting for the small changes to take place, and then we do this. So,
well, we were doing the small changes and then we were going to give you a chance to make your changes, your wholesale changes. I mean, would you guys prefer to work through the other 3 and then we can possibly advance them and then come back to this? Okay, I think let's go ahead and do that because it looks like Kent's having some issues downloading that too. So
no worries at all.
Yeah, so we'll go back to the Birch map, right? We were on Birch. We'll go back to Birch. We're going to look at that map. We'll make the small changes to that map. We'll look at Apple, we'll make the changes to that map, and then we can come back and do this. And by that point, hopefully we have, potentially a pool of three that we might decide to bring with us, 1 or more. Is this Birch? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Villette.
I just wanted to say, I think we talked earlier about putting Northville with Plymouth.
Mhm.
And I actually do think that's a good idea. And then we could actually put South Lyon
Right.
with the others. I think that's an excellent idea.
Yeah, that's what people requested on the portal. So I just would like to make that swap because people were asking for it. And I think it makes sense, honestly. So can we make that swap? So we're going to put South Lyon and Lyon into 3 and then put Northville into 7. And it should be pretty close to an equal swap. We might have to take the little top part of Northville. So
You said Lion area into
yep,
3.
Lyon and South Lyon into 3. And then put Northville into 7. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Janice?
And-
Good.
So what about, like you said, does the city boundary go across the county?
It does. So he's talking about for Northville. So part of Northville is in Oakland County and part of Northville City is in Wayne County. I think it's about 3,000 people.
So we'll keep it the way it is?
Yeah, I would keep it the way it is.
Okay.
I mean, they're already split from a county perspective anyway, so I would just leave it. And that way we don't have to worry about the planned deviation. All right, can we look at the Novi area too? Novi is all together, so that we don't have any concerns there. Troy and Rochester Hills. Can we look at that area? So they are together in this map, so that's not implicated in this map because those communities are together. All right, so that's it for Metro Detroit area. So Lansing, again, they were happy with congressional, no concerns there. Grand Rapids, can we check Ida? Ida and Cascade are with Grand Rapids, so that's not Ada. Ida. All right, and then again, we have the comments about Midland City and Midland Township, which I think are separated in this map. Yep. So we're just gonna leave that alone. Sheboygan, is it west or east? Up at the tip of the thumb. Okay, so it's in the middle of it, so not an issue. And then can we look Macatawa? You check Macatawa. All right, so that's it for the small changes to this map. So let's move on to Apple.
Madam Chair.
All right, so we're back to the beginning. So Banglatown is not implicated. Dexter Linwood is not implicated. Latino neighborhoods. This is the same configuration for Metro Detroit, right? Okay, so we don't,
It's a bit different. I mean, this area right here is a straight. That's different from the other plans, I believe.
I don't think it's different from Birch.
Well, you have the Novi.
Yeah, we need to switch the Novi and South Line. We'll make that same change. Dale are still in nice and square where they should be. So
Make the same change.
yeah, make the same
south,
change.
yeah,
Yeah.
Northville, all that. Okay.
Okay, and then Novi is together, so that's not a concern. This configuration is the same for Rochester Hills and Troy, so that's not a concern. And then the next one would be, I'm gonna say it wrong again, Ada and Cascade. We gotta look at that. Ada and Cascade. Which I think are both in with Grand Rapids, or is Cascade but not Ada? Okay. Okay, so do we want to change it or do you just want to leave it and allow the public to comment?
Madam Chair, didn't they comment this morning? Someone?
Yes, so in two of the maps we looked at, Ada and Cascade are together. In this map, they are separate, but this is the map that has Kalamazoo brought in. Commissioner Witches.
Okay, we can make that change now. We could probably grab one of the townships that are south of Ada and remove it and add Ada north of Cascade. Call it a day. Which one, I don't know, just whichever one would be closest to the population.
So it's 14,000, I think, up in Ada.
So one of the two in the south, so 14, 15.
What is that, like Middle Vale? What's the population?
Oh. We could take,
So we're gonna add Ada into 4. Does everybody agree
Yep.
with that? It's consistent with the comments we've been getting. So let's add Ada into 4 and then we'll figure out what we're gonna take out. So anyone have suggestions on to what to take out to balance? Commissioner Orton, this is your area.
Well, Thorn Apple for one, but we'll need to do something else as well.
So that's 9,000. So we need 5,000 more.
We have to get Thornapple to
Yeah.
connect to 3. To get Thornapple to 13, I'm sorry. We need some of this to go, to get it to connect. Thornapple wouldn't connect to 13.
Well, yeah, you could do Thornapple and Irving and then have to bring 13 down a little bit. Does that make sense?
That's what I'm thinking.
Put both of these into 13. Is that the suggest?
Go ahead, Commissioner Orton.
I'm
Direct him.
thinking we'll have to do a circle of the 3 districts. So Thornapple Township should go to 5. Something else is going to have to go up to 13, but I can't see enough to see.
Okay. Repeat this. What am I doing here? That into 13?
Oh, you're saying both of those?
Yeah.
Fine.
Is that weird or is that? Yeah, we're still a little off. So 4 is over by 5,000. So we need to take off a little more. Yeah. Yeah. Can we scroll a little further south, maybe? See what else is down there? That's got a lot of people. I thought, yeah, 15,000. So 5 is under by 4,000. And so if we brought like 3,000 from 4 into 5, it will rebalance. Commissioner Orton, go ahead.
Can you zoom into the part right above Kalamazoo, Richland Township? See what the population is. So Richland Township, I believe, should either go with Kalamazoo or with Battle Creek, either of those districts, but not necessarily to the one above. So again, it might be a 3 district thing. I don't know.
And how many people were in there? It was like 5,000, 9,000?
8,300, 200, 8,600.
Okay. So are you suggesting moving that into Battle Creek and then going around, or what are you?
If we want to use that township, we would need to do that, I believe.
What are the ones south, like West Waylands? And Wayland, and then it's really gonna be a weird looking little. Thoughts or suggestions, Commissioner Witches? Commissioner Orton? Commissioner Orton, go ahead. Oh,
Okay,
know what?
so what if we take the east 2 precincts and just see how much population that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Richland Township.
Because 8 is just about perfect. So that might work.
That area highlighted is 5,353 people.
Okay, so my suggestion would be put that in 8 and then move 5,000 over to the east farther up to 5. But the simple thing is to just put that in 5. So
how about just taking half of it? If you just do half of what you just selected, then you shouldn't need to make any other moves, I don't think. Right, you just put it into 8. No, put it into 8.
Try it.
2,100 people on that single
2,100,
vertical
so that
precinct.
takes your 4 down. 2,100, so your 4 would be good, and your 5 would be a hair over, and your 8 would be good. Right?
Try it.
I noticed over here that,
Mhm.
yeah, this one little piece coming out of 5. And 5's already under. I'll just do more or do less. I don't know.
What do you want to do, Commissioner Orton?
We should try that. Just that. Sorry, I think we should try that. That one precinct, move it into 8.
Four is under 5%. 5 is 0.53 short.
So what do you think about filling out that, area right there? I think that's Undilla Township or something like that. We have received quite a bit of comments about it's being split like that.
It's just split.
I think that's where people have been talking about. Yeah, it's like Unadilla Township.
It's the precinct. That whole precinct only has 2,600 and half of it's already in 7, in 5. So it may not be many people.
We don't need much to bring it below 0.5, so. You want to try that? Yeah, let's try that. Let's put that whole precinct up and see if that's enough to drop us to below the 0.3 or 0.53. It's like Unadilla, something like that. We have gotten public comments about that little carve out quite a bit, actually.
So now, how'd that happen? 7. There must be a lot of.
No, we need to rebuild the plan again.
That's not right. Hold on a second.
No, that's Ann Arbor being weird again. I guarantee you.
Because this whole precinct
Mm-hmm.
is 2,600, and I put that into
Yeah.
5.
Okay. But still the same thing with 7. I would recommend saving and just rebuild the plan because I guarantee you it's just Ann Arbor being weird. Because Ann Arbor is weird. On the map only. Well, I don't know if you've ever been in Austin, Texas, but that's a theme that they have there. Keep Austin weird. You can like buy it on all sorts of things. So see, there it goes. The weirdness.
Looks like it's about right, but let's go ahead and run through all those.
But we still have people unassigned on the matrix there.
Yeah.
Or
All right.
over
well,
assigned,
we're-
it looks
We're
like.
just gonna do it like it's supposed to be done. And And this does take a couple of minutes, but for a congressional plan, it's not too terribly bad. I don't think. It does take longer than I expected. I think it probably would have been quicker to export the shape file and brought it back
Yeah.
in. I know it
Well,
was.
we were actually going to take a break at 4 o'clock anyway. So while the computer decides to think, hearing no objections, it's currently 3:48. We will recess until 4 o'clock. Hearing no objections, we are in recess until 4 o'clock. As Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 4:02 PM. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are physically attending from. I will start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Eade, Brittany Kellum,
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett, Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
I'll return to Juanita Curry. Eleven commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
All right, so we will give Commissioner Curry a moment to get back and she can continue with her maps. With respect to the 3 congressional maps, we just worked our way through Apple, Birch, and Chestnut. Do we want to run partisan fairness on them? Is there anything else we want to look at about these particular maps? Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I think we should run partisan fairness on all of them.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Apple is back up here. Did we go through review all the potential changes that were on your list?
Yes, so I'm actually looking at it and it looks like those are in there. So you cut the 1/2, yep, off of there. We brought Unadilla Township back up and I believe that was it for this map.
There was no more on your list, is what I
No.
was asking. Okay.
Okay,
I think the planned deviation may be a little bit higher,
yeah.
but it's still under 1%. So I think I can't remember where we were, but it's within
It was,
tolerance. Is that right?
yeah, it's within tolerance. It's on the
Okay.
higher side for congressional, but it's within tolerance. And 5 and 4 are the big differences. So 5 is under by 3,000, 4 is over by 3,000. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So let's take a look at the partisan fairness.
The lopsided margin is right at 4.0% favoring Republicans. Mean median is 2.3% favoring Republicans. Efficiency gap is 1.2 favoring the Republicans. And the seats are, I guess, 1.5% favoring the Democrats. Seats are 7-6.
Okay, can we rerun that for the 2020 presidential and the 2016 presidential, and then we'll do the same thing with the next 2 maps. And just noting for the record that Commissioner Eade has returned to the meeting.
We're going to do it on the 16 and the 20 presidential.
2020 presidential, so Biden versus Trump 20.
Yep.
This is Apple.
And here for the 2020 presidential, 2.3%
We
Republican.
made some changes.
Mean median is 1.8 favoring Republican. Efficiency gap is 0.2% favoring Republican. Seats to votes is Mine is 2.5 favoring Democrat and seats are 7-6 Democrat.
Thank you. Let's look at the 2016.
I don't know if I did that right or hold on, let me. Okay, lopsided margin is 2.2% Republican. Mean median is 2.2 Republican. Efficiency gap is 4.2 Republican, and seats to votes is 3.7% favoring Republican. Republicans 7-6 Republican.
Birch, open up Birch and do the same thing. Composite 2020 and 2016.
This is the lopsided margin is 4.1% favoring Republicans.
Mike, sorry.
Mean median is 2.2% favoring Republicans. Efficiency gap is 0.7% favoring Republicans. Seats to votes is 1.5% favoring Democrats and 7-6 in seats favoring Democrats.
Okay. All right. 2020.
Presidential election, lopsided margin is 2.5% favoring Republicans. Mean median is 1.7% favoring Republicans. Efficiency gap is 0.4% favoring Democrats. Seats to votes, proportionality bias is 2.5% in Democrat favor. Democrat seats 7-6.
Okay. 2016.
Presidential election, the lopsided margin is 2.1% favoring Republicans. Mean median is 2.2% favoring Republicans. Efficiency gap is 3.5% favoring Republicans. Seats to votes. Proportionality bias is 3.7% favoring Republicans. Republicans seats 7-6. Republicans.
If we could do the same thing for the chestnut map, composite, then the 2020, then the 2016, and then we have numbers for all three. And hopefully Commissioner Cullum will be back in action by then.
I'm
Hey,
here.
there
Sorry,
she
my camera was just off to.
Oh, okay.
connect
So
to-
if it's all right with you, we're just going to run these three analyses for this plan and then we'll get back to you drawing that area.
Okay, sounds good.
Chestnut, yeah. Bless you.
Excuse me.
Lopsided margins, 4% Republican. Mean median difference is 2.3% Republican. Efficiency gap is 0.6% Republican. Proportionality bias, 1.5% favoring Democrats. The count of seats is 7-6 favoring Democrats.
Okay, thank you. Can we do 2020?
So 2020 presidential, lopsided margins, 2.4% favoring Republican. Mean median is 1.5% favoring Republican. Efficiency gap is 0.2% favoring Democrat. Proportionality bias is 2.5% favoring Democrats. The seat count is 7-6 Democrats.
Okay, and last one, 2016.
In 2016 presidential, lopsided is 2% favoring Republican. Mean median is 2.2% favoring Republican. The efficiency gap is 3.9% favoring Republican. Seats to votes, proportionality bias, 3.7% favoring Democrats. And the count of seats is 7-6 favoring Republican.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that.
Wait, you said that the seats to, can you do that last measure again?
Last measure, proportionality bias is 3.7 in favor of Republicans. Seat count is 7-6 Republican.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna go back to, we were working in the Chestnut version 2. Commissioner Cullen was gonna make some changes to the Detroit area using a map submitted via the portal. And just letting you know, Commissioner Cullen, we do have Dr. Lisa Hanley, who is going to present to us at 5 o'clock. So if you are not finished by 5, we'll just take a break and we can come back to your changes, but.
Okay, we were unable to get the districts from the website to overlay straight on here. It downloaded the precincts and the precincts are numbered as to which district they're in. So unless you have an ArcGIS desktop to dissolve them and create the whole district files, they're not whole. That's what I got anyway. Another one? Okay, just a moment. We got another.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, the data that's being downloaded, do we know what the source is? Other
Anthony
than-
Scannell.
Hmm?
Anthony Scannell.
Okay, thanks.
This corresponds to submission P8155.
There should be.
Commissioner Kellum, I do have it pulled up on my laptop, and I think it looks like there's a Grand River border and there's East, so I think I can help direct. Okay,
It looks like the border is, well, depends on the far east side. And that's what I was describing it as, a east-west split, because it splits like Detroit on one side and then part of Detroit and Dearborn on the left. But on the far east side, it looks like it uses 8 Mile as a border, not extending all the way into St. Clair Shores by the Edsel Ford House, which is off Jefferson, and then comes up Beaconsfield to 10 Mile, Hayes, and the furthest point would be, I think, 14 Mile. That's kind of how I have it etched out. And definitely Commissioner Rothorn or anyone else that's willing, please do assist so this can go as fast as possible.
so I've got Kent right next to me. I don't know if you can see me on screen, but we're going to try to keep it one. Yep.
Uh-huh. Yep, I can see you.
Okay. And it looks like we're all at the precinct level, based on what I'm seeing.
Yes.
Meaning we might not have to go to the block level until later as we head north, for the east-west split, like you were saying, but, we'll follow Grand River for a minute.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were already in action. I was looking at the map. Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. I really am grateful for this.
You're welcome. And the one thing that I remember we do have in this district, so I'll say in our district 2, the green district, it does have Dearborn with Inkster. And I know I think that was something that we had talked about potentially not wanting. So I just wanted to highlight that to see if, because I know we don't have these, I know these are just ideas.
Yeah.
To bring up, but I wanted to just, recognize that it may be important to begin to wrestle with that idea, so to speak, before we get too much, as we develop this. We're going to try to do this in an hour or so.
And I agree. And I think what's starting to happen is just as far as my mindset is, like, what makes a more holistic, like, positive change. And I do know we spent a lot of time talking about that community, and I know the history there, but I'm still curious to see what this type of configuration would do overall, if that makes sense. And then, of course, I'm willing to be flexible if it doesn't.
Absolutely. And I think options. Affirmative. And if I'm not mistaken, we were playing Jeopardy's music earlier a week ago, but it may have interrupted actually some of the online participants. So I just want to, I guess I'm saying that and recognizing that if there's without objection, I would request Jeopardy music and Michigan's theme songs. And Commissioner Kellum, of course, I want you to keep going.
No, it's fine. Because you're sitting next to Kent, it's more instrumental, and I'm just kind of being the extra set of eyes based upon what I see. It would be cool if we could play Motown sound, but I know that's copyright music.
Yeah, and I think there was an objection too.
I was going to say, as an attorney, I don't think playing the Jeopardy music is permittable under copyright law. So I would just advise that.
Done.
From a YouTube perspective, YouTube will take us down over copyright violations.
Well, Steve, Commissioner Lett can sing. He can hum us into a little.
Pretty sure we can sing the Michigan State fight song though.
Oh, God. My mom
that was more than humming.
I get enough of that.
On the banks of the Red Cedar.
Just to reorient members of the public who are watching, Commissioner Rothhorn and their line drawing consultants are working to add elements of a public comment portal submission, a map received in the public comment portal, into this alternate draft that Commissioner Kellum is wanting to create. Thank you. Did I describe that accurately?
You did. You did.
Great job.
Thanks.
I'm still here. My internet was just doing something weird.
MC, can you guys leave your mic on so that the public can hear what you're saying?
Yes.
We're muttering as.
I know, you're muttering.
Thank you, Chair Satilla. I was just gonna ask them.
All the way across.
Yep, all the way across along 14 mile, which is a township boundary.
Mhm.
Go all the way.
Yep, we're keeping.
Hayes.
Yep, we're keeping Warren whole, so the township, you could be at the township level potentially. Because we're taking all of Warren and I think East Point.
Yeah, huge chunks.
Yep, so township boundary.
Yeah, I need to get, where's it? Hayes. That's it right here.
Yeah. And then East Point, yep.
It'll come all the way down.
Correct, all the way down. Nope, no, not that one. That stays in 2.
Too late. Anyway. Let's get the area. This,
So you want all of East Point?
all of that, okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, except it's just, let's see, it's just not that. Yep, you got it. And then just, just
That little straight piece right there.
Yeah.
That's it. And then this is going.
that stays.
That
Oh,
stays. At 6.
actually, that little piece right there. Yeah.
I doubt if that was intentional.
It may not have been intentional, but we're just gonna, just for the moment.
Okay. I was like, what is happening?
Because they got.
Yeah, just in case that was actually a population deviation thing.
No, that one's.
Yeah, you need that. That's the Edsel Ford house, I think, where you're hovering.
Yes, that is the Edsel Ford House. You're right. So we need that in order to keep this community sort of intact. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it goes along the lake shore. Like if you were to drive along Jefferson, where Edsel, the Edsel Ford house is, that's a kind of like a, I guess a dividing point, but using a marker. Yeah. Before the community changes.
And I'm not sure if we have all of the Bangla community in here, but it does include a significant part of the community in this piece. And I think we've got all of the, oh, nope, that one we're keeping
to 2.
Into 2, yep. And so 2 here, yep. So we're gonna keep that.
I'm gonna get 1 all cleaned.
Okay,
Like what is all this?
that's gonna be 2. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be 2.
Let's go down there. So it's,
Yep, that's gonna be 2.
I'm gonna go all the way down. So it's gonna go below there.
So it's Lincoln Park.
Where's me? Oh,
Right up there,
it's
yep.
gonna stop.
Looks like Lincoln Park, maybe not. I'm not sure if it's Lincoln Park and Allen Park. I'm not sure if it's all of it.
I can zoom in on that.
It's all River Rouge. Yep, that looks right.
Okay, now where is cut off down there? Right, zoomed in too far. Taylor.
So this is Taylor here.
Let's go
That's
back.
Telegraph.
Try to get about the same scale so I can recognize features.
Okay.
Where's 75? Can you see 7? There's Romulus. There's the airport way over there.
Mhm.
So we're coming way down into here.
Yep, exactly, right down here. Yeah. Because this is Inkster right here.
That's
That's
still,
Inkster right here.
okay, so we gotta get that too.
Correct. We're gonna grab
Yeah,
Inkster and Dearborn Heights. Mhm. And all of Dearborn, but you got that
That's
already.
about as far as it goes. Doesn't it? Oh yeah, that's it right there. I think that is it. And then we come. That's,
So this little jog here,
we're not supposed, this isn't supposed to be in there.
right? Because it's up here actually. And it's Inkster. So I think we're a little bit further south
Mhm.
than we want to be. We want to take this part out. Yeah. That's
Okay.
94. Where's 94? This is Michigan Ave.
That's Michigan Avenue up here.
This is 94, I think here. Airport. Yeah, the airport, 94. Yep, so this is 94, right? So this right here. Right, this here is this here.
Yeah, so we got, let's see here.
Ken, don't forget to save.
Good reminder.
MC, it's on your computer and my dog says save it too. Okay, let me mute myself for a minute.
Thank you, Hendrix. Save.
Yeah, we saw Hendrix pop up earlier. Brittany.
Oh, this is actually my partner's dog. This is Sinatra and Sinatra, yeah, but Sinatra says hi.
That one right there goes to 2.
So but it's Inkster here. Yeah, exactly. That goes to 2. Yep.
So that's N2 now.
But we want it in this other one. Right, meaning
I'm doing that one, right? And
no, this is 1. So we're building 2. You got it. We're building 2. And this is, I'm gonna say, like a different district, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, I think I'm
It's gonna be 7. So we'll put it into 7. Right, whenever you're assigning it, right, it's gonna be, because this is
that's
down
gonna be
here
7.
at 7, yeah.
For those just joining us, watch as Commissioner Kellum and Commissioner Rothorn recreate a public comment map submission in the Detroit area. Let's see what happens.
Thank you, Sarah. You're great at this.
Right, yeah, there you go.
I want to get, I'm lost here. Dun, dun, dun.
I think it is that.
I think we're right there.
Yes. I think you're right. I think you're right.
I don't want to go left. This is. Now I want to go up. Oh, we're going all the way up to here, aren't we?
I think so. Yes.
I'm just going to select it first.
Mhm.
Are we going any higher than that?
I'm gonna see what this little, that thing is. Ooh, goodness.
Well, we're doing 2 right now. We'll come back to that.
Okay, I was gonna say, but that must be a, so it's Royal Crown, but it's just a, oh, it's Northville. So
That's where they're putting the hole.
yeah.
I put that 7. Tell me 2. 2.
Because this is 7. And so we're gonna move this over. 7 is like, so 2, like I don't, that's because we got Livonia split here. Dearborn Heights, this is Dearborn Heights right here, right? So this line, let's see
what line? What
yeah, Inkster Road.
Inkster Road,
Mhm.
which is probably over here.
Yeah. And then I think you can select the townships. Like we're not gonna hit Garden City. I'm pretty sure Garden City is not included. You can be at the township level. Inkster Road divides Garden City and right, that's Inkster. I think that's Inkster Road right there.
That is it.
Should it say Inkster? Yeah,
So that's as far, this is all supposed to be in 7.
correct. Garden City, but not Inkster. Don't hit Inkster. Yep. There you go. Yes, that's it. 7.
Garden City is in 7.
Correct. Just not Inkster. Inkster is in 2. Inkster and Dearborn. So Garden City, you want to. And that part of Livonia is also.
It's in 7. Garden City is in 7.
And Livonia up there. Yep, and that's the township line. Yep, so that's 7. So we'll just keep that for now. Because you want to focus on 2, correct?
Yeah, I think we got 2 now.
This part here is we're moving up into Southfield.
I think that's the same. A lot
But
of this was the same.
It's this part right here. It's that little, there's a cutout here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like this should go into 3. Yep. But not all of it. It's the precinct, yep. So, yeah, so the rest of that too.
Okay, yeah.
You got it, yeah. So that looks good.
Pretty damn close.
Yep, that looks good. Yeah, so 2's looking good. 2's looking good. Let's go down further south here. This area, this western border.
Yeah, this is the one I like.
So we got Inkster. Yeah.
Something right here.
Right. So it's here, right? Instead of 1, we want to put this into 7.
Where is this going?
It's going to go into 7.
This is going to go. This is Lincoln Park. This is going to go into.
This is 2.
Yep. So all these guys go. I messed up when I. No.
Well, it's just Inkster. So a little bit of it. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Keep going.
I'm just trying to figure out.
I think
I messed that up just a minute ago.
Yeah.
I had it right. It's this. This is in 7. That's the line.
Yes, that's the line. You got it.
I got it.
So
this is just leftover 1. So that's
just one little, that little piece there too.
Yes. Yep.
So that little.
Let's
see what that is.
That's a half a precinct.
Yeah, I think he may have, this may be at the block level, but I'm not sure.
Let's just leave it like this for right now. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Because so we're getting off in the island and stuff.
Yep.
That just might be the difference.
Okay. And then I think, and then this is 7. Yep.
7. How far over does it go? To there, this should be in 1.
Yeah.
I mean 2. Correct?
And then one little block. So I think, so it comes like, cut that off because that's, this is Pelham, and that's Pelham, right? Yeah.
So is that about the way it's supposed to be too?
Yeah, almost just that little. So you've got this one. Now you just got to add that little block right there on the top. Yep, right, that one right there. I think we're good. So 1 and 2, and our numbers are way off.
Well,
but
I still got 1 sitting down here in the middle of 7. That's supposed to be in 7. See
okay,
where
let's
1 is
put
still.
that in 7.
Put it anywhere besides.
Yeah, the holding district right now is 7. Okay, so Brittany, I think what we've got is in the roughest form, right? That east-west split for the Detroit districts. And so if you want to look at the sort of, again, I think it's the idea,
Mhm.
right? Okay, so I think we're ready to sort of look at the idea.
And there's a bunch of little water blocks and stuff here that would have to be reassigned. I mean, to get it exactly right.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, it's still the essence of
Yes,
the
1 and 2,
perspective. Yeah,
districts 1 and 2 are basically what's in that online map.
and again, I shared my thoughts before, but I think this gives some representation and some voice to the Detroit community. Not that Commissioner E, Chestnut, not that Chestnut does not have strong potential, but I think this kind of even improves upon the ideal. It could also have some implications for other areas that could be positive.
So we have 3 is way under, right? 170. 6 is under 180.
More legible for everyone.
Yeah. And 7 is kind of the holding one, right? 3, 5.
That's water. Do we have Bruce? Take a
But
look at
1 and 2 were the only 2 districts that were completed in this plan. 6, 3, and 7 should be, 6, 3, and 7 surrounding the area would have to be edited.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers and 6 is down 180, 190,000. Where would you expect to make up that population with this type of configuration?
Well, 6, 3, and 7 are the only 2 that would need to be edited. So 6 would have to take some of 3, 3 would have to move down into 7. Just going by this framework.
So you're saying it would come from 7 to make it up in 3 and 6.
Question.
Go, Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, I would like to have Bruce's opinion on 1 and 2 and the minority populations.
Excuse me, thank you, Commissioner. I'd have to know what the numbers were before the changes were made. As I recall, there was District 2, I think also had a 60%, close to a 60% overall minority population. The BVAP populations seem comparable. 1 may be higher than in the original map, but I don't recall specifically what the numbers were before the changes were made.
Does anyone have that written down, Commissioner Eid?
So District 1 was at about 44% and District 2 was about 43% for BVAP.
Okay, well,
So they've gone up a little bit.
yeah, just what was the Hispanic population?
I want to say it was 18 in one of them.
I don't have the original, well, we haven't run it on Chestnut. We hadn't
Yeah,
run it on
'cause
the
it's
previous
new.
versions. So we could go back to the original chestnut version, or I guess it would be under E. Well, we've made changes to it, so we'd have to run it again. I don't think we've ran it, have we?
I don't think we made changes to Metro Detroit from when his original plan was, so that should be pretty accurate from, because the changes were to Novi Northville. Oh, actually, no, we didn't even do that on your plan. Commissioner Witches.
So now that districts 1 and 2 are changed, I think what we need to do before we do anything else is fix the districts that are out of whack.
Right. Yeah.
And then at that point, we can run the analyses.
Yeah. So, and I think the easy way to do that is just start bringing 6 over into 3 and then push 3 down and see what we have.
Okay, this was the original chestnut plan.
Yeah.
I found it. So what you're looking at, 1 was 60% minority. So they flip flop. So now in the plan over here, 2 is 60%. It's 60-55. And over here, it's 60-52 flip flop. So even trade.
So in the original plan, one was 60% minority VAP and the other was 52% minority VAP. Is that, or is that the new, what's the new plan?
We're looking at the new plan right now.
So District 1 in the new plan is 50, almost 56% minority VAP, and things are moving around too fast.
And now District 1 is at 60% in the old plan. Oh, I think he's going to compare. Great.
Are you comparing them? Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, that'll be easier to read. And that's in the new plan. Well, I mean, the BVAP is higher in the new configuration with 1 and 2 for the revised districts 1 and 2, the BVAP is higher. So the overall minority VAP is higher. It's not dramatically higher, but it is higher.
It doesn't like you, Kent. It's not going to cooperate. So can we try to balance this a little bit by taking into 6 some of 3? Like take that next community right there and put it into 6 and let's see where we're at. And if you can just grab at the township level, so we're grabbing big chunks at a time, because we've got quite a bit to make up and we only have 10 more minutes until Dr. Hanley's. No, I want to take out of, wait, which way are we going? Oh, we got to go down at the bottom. So we got to start down at 7. Yeah. So yeah, that was what I want to do. So I want to take from 3 and put it into 6. Yep. Hit that. And that's Birmingham. So go ahead and take that. All right. So we're 32,000 under. Okay. Oh, because there's part of Clausen. Yeah.
Whenever
Maybe a
we
little
do
bit of Royal Oak, I think.
Kent, because we did an undo, can we just make a save? Thanks.
But why? All right, so 6 is now at 77,000 under. So can we grab Birmingham? I think would probably make sense. And you're gonna have to, yeah, there's a little portion of Bloomfield underneath there. Yep, there we go.
That's 15,000.
Go ahead, assign it. Yeah.
something like
And just
that.
stop there for a second because I want to see what's above too. So sign that.
Yeah,
So what do we have above there? I can't see. So I want to see, yeah.
that's
Okay.
Pontiac.
All right, so just keep grabbing along that southern line there.
Stay out of
Yep.
Bloomfield Hills.
No, you can take Bloomfield Hills and then, well, we got 40, let me see, what do we need?
Do you want to go towards the thumb, Chair Zatilla, or just you want to go that way?
Nope, I want to go this way and then we're gonna move down. Can you assign that?
Okay.
So that gets 6. It's closing in on it.
Okay,
Uh,
and
two-
let's go up.
2 is what was in the other plan.
Yeah, okay, so let's, on the east side of Pontiac, along there. Let's zoom in a bit, and that's Auburn Hills. So that's gonna be
That's
too
24,000
much.
there.
Yeah, it's too much. So can we just take some precincts from Auburn Hills for now? I'm just trying to balance the plan so we can run some analysis. So just start in the bottom and move north. Yep. And we're trying to get to 15, right? Add, yeah.
Excuse me.
All right, so that's pretty good. Let's leave that for now. And then let's go to 3 down to the bottom where 7 is, and let's start doing the same thing along 7. So just start taking from 7 and putting it into 3.
I think we went the wrong way, but in the essence of time, I'll let.
Nope, this is the right way.
You had no other choice.
That
6,
looks, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the right way.
6 can't go that way.
And you can just grab, I think, all of Livonia, all of Plymouth, all of Northville, and we'll see where we're at. That's 100. Yep, go ahead, sign that in. All right, and then rather than try to go into Canton, because it's got probably too much, go down to Westland and
There's 7,000. You still need
well, we still
120.
like 100, but I think if we go to Wayne Westland and Garden City, that should get us pretty close. Actually, Wayne Westland, Garden City and Wayne. Let's do Wayne Westland and Garden City first and see where we're at.
That's 112.
Yeah.
So that's about right. Pretty close to it right there.
Yep, go ahead, put that in.
Well, 7 needs a few.
So 7 is under by 4,000.
Yeah, 0.63. So 1,000 people or 1,500, 2,000 would do it.
Yeah, it's still within. So let's just leave that because that I think is okay. So let's do a save. And now we can run an analysis on it. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's just sort of a quick snapshot.
Okay, we'll run the analysis.
Yeah.
of This, make sure it's.
Make sure we got everything. Oh yeah, we got 6,000 unassigned. So let's figure out where
Maybe.
they're at.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, we know about the islands. If you could, Commissioner Ede.
Are the changes to 3 and 7 and 6 what was on that map we were looking at, or was?
No, it was not. It was just, we just brought in those 2 districts. And so then we had to rebalance our other districts without, because his districts are totally different going out.
That is correct.
But but is that what we wanted to do, or did we want to go have 6 go up into 10
I mean, we can redraw it. I was just trying to do it really quick because
to do the analysis?
to do the
first?
analysis, to see like how the change in Detroit changed things.
Yep. And I'll just offer Commissioner Commissioner Kellum, my understanding was that you really wanted to focus on the east-west split within the city and that was the idea that was in the map that we were trying to focus on, correct? Is that accurate?
It is okay. Yeah, that's accurate. Excuse me. I just wanted to be sure that, I mean, my dissension originally with Chair Zatella was that if we're going to run the numbers and it has implications on how we're assigning it, but I understand she's trying to do it in the essence of time. I just think if we move forward with this, then we should reconsider. But I mean, that's another point for another day.
Sarah Reinhardt.
Just wanted to note for the record that Commissioner Lang has left the meeting.
Okay.
But yes, Commissioner Rothorn, you got it right. I wanted to see how it played out with Detroit having these two districts.
I think we have to come up with a tree name for this one now, right? Oh, Chestnut V2, which is the fruit of chestnut. The nut.
Just call it squirrel. Squirrel, the squirrel plan. Squirrels go back. That's how my mind works. So I don't care what it's called.
This, the lopsided margin in this plan is 7.1% Republican. Mean median is 2.9 Republican. Efficiency gap is 8.8 Republican. And seats votes is proportionality bias is 6.2% favoring Republicans. And the seat count is 7-6 Republicans.
We can improve those numbers by changing those District 6 and 7 and around that potentially. So District 1 is 76% Democratic and 80% Democratic. Is that right? Okay.
District 1 is 76.6.
Okay. All right. Well, it is 5 o'clock. So we do have Dr. Lisa Hanley on. I did see that she popped into the Zoom. So at this point, we will take a break from mapping. Kent, if you could please save that plan, obviously, so we don't lose it. And we will now hand it over to Dr. Lisa Hanley, who has an update on us on voting patterns.
Is it possible for me to share my screen?
Absolutely.
Have I done it?
Yes, you have.
Okay, very good. Some select minority groups were identified. I think it was basically between your legal staff and between your legal staff and you all. And so I've looked at the voting patterns of a few groups that I wasn't able to look at when I was looking at the state as a whole or even counties as a whole. But I did find a way to look at Hispanic voting patterns, Arab American voting patterns, Bengali American voting patterns, and Chaldean voting patterns in very specific areas. And I just wanted to take about 5 minutes to show you what I found. And I bet you're not going to be surprised about any of this, but let's go ahead. So the way that I was able to actually pull out voting patterns is I had to localize the analysis. As I said, I couldn't do it statewide, I couldn't do it within the county, but if I chose very small areas, I could produce some estimates. And so I was able to produce estimates for two areas on opposite sides of the state. So one for Hispanics in the Detroit area and the second for Hispanics over in the Grand Rapids area. And it's interesting because the voting patterns are slightly different. So here on the left is the map of the area that I actually looked at. I think Mexican Town is somewhere right around here. And this is just the broader area around that. So we're right down around Mexican Town. This is the area with the heaviest Hispanic population in Detroit. And over here is the summary chart. You'll remember that I talked about producing two kinds of estimates, ecological regression and ecological inference. And they are produced in by different statistical approaches, so they won't always be the same. They won't always, in fact, they'll never be exactly the same, but they're usually in the same ballpark. And what you can see here is that they are in the same ballpark and that, not surprisingly, Hispanics in the Detroit area tend to vote for Democrats. And then down here in the Democratic primary, I guess you could say the candidate of choice, although not overly cohesive, is El Said. So that's what I found out in terms of the Detroit area. Then, in terms of Grand Rapids, what we looked at was I think it's the western portion of Grand Rapids and a area called Wyoming. And combining those two, I was able to produce Hispanic estimates here. Now, what I found was, first of all, they're more cohesive in their support for Democrats, but second of all, they turn out at lower rates. And this could be, I had voting age population and not citizen voting age population. So a big part of the difference might be the degree of citizen voting age population. So turnout lower, degree of support for Democrats higher. Okay, then the next group I looked at was Arab American voting patterns. And I think you all pretty much figured out what was happening here. So I focused in on Dearborn Heights and Dearborn, and this is in part because this allowed me to do the analysis, but it also encompassed more than a third of the Arab American population in Michigan in just this concentrated area, according to the Census Bureau. So what you can see here is very strong support for Democratic candidates, regardless of whether you're looking at ER or EI, it's incredibly high. And then when you look at the Democratic primary, there is very strong support for El Said. So they're very cohesive both in the primaries and the general elections in support of, in the general elections, Democrats. Okay. Here is, I told you I used two different techniques. And this is the first technique, ecological regression. And each of these points on the scatter plot is a precinct in Dearborn Heights or Dearborn. And it shows a very strong pattern between the higher the proportion Arab American in the precincts, the stronger the support candidate 1P in this particular instance was Biden. So you can visually see the very strong support for the Democratic presidential candidate in 2020. The Bengali American voting patterns are essentially identical to those of Arab Americans. The area that we looked at is the area that was identified by various Bengali groups as the areas that Bengalis tended to live in. So all we did here was use the Asian population and assumed that most of the Asians that we were analyzing were Bengali. So again, it's very strong support for Democratic candidates and very strong support in the Democratic primary for El Said. And then we come to the Chaldean voting patterns. And what's interesting about this, first of all, we're focused on Sterling Heights. That was the only way to get any sort of estimates out. These estimates are not great. They have very high standard errors and confidence intervals because the highest proportion across any of these precincts was only about 30%. But from what we could tell, this is not a particularly cohesive community. They're pretty much divided between Democrats and Republicans until 2020, in which case they very strongly supported Trump. So they do not look like Arab Americans. They do not look like the Bengali community. They are voting differently. Here is, you can see the scatter plot. Now here, the relationship is exactly the opposite of what you saw when we were looking at Arab Americans. And so that's basically, in a 5-minute nutshell, what I found. And what I wanted to do really was to answer any questions you might have about these voting patterns. Or I also have to say that I've gotten several questions about partisan fairness that I thought I could, through email, that I thought I could answer as well. Anyway, if you have any questions about anything, now would be the time to ask me.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. The question I have is, you used the 2020 presidential race. Why did you not use a composite index?
I'm looking at actual voting patterns as you would if you were doing a racial block voting analysis. So I have actual election results here. And when we're looking at voting patterns, we want to look at actual voting patterns. We're only looking at the composite index when we're looking at partisan fairness as an attempt to project what we think might happen in proposed districts, since we don't have any elections in them. But if we're trying to determine what voting patterns look like in the past, we have elections. And that's what I used to do this. This is what you do to look at racial block voting analysis. When I gave you my my preliminary analysis back a month or so ago, those were based on actual elections.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rothorn.
Hi, Lisa. Hi, Dr. Hanley, excuse me. So with the Bengali community, we also have the Yemeni community. And I'm wondering if there's a strong correlation with the Arabic community because of that. And were you able to differentiate? Because you were only using, okay, not, okay.
No. So we, from the census enumeration data, we can get Hispanics and we can get Asians. We can get Arab Americans through the American Community Survey, which is also a census product. We cannot get Bengalis. So this is Asians. So if the Yemeni community lives exactly where the Bengali community is, there's no way to differentiate them.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I have is related to sort of how can we make assumptions now about a coalition district, right? Are we able to build coalition districts, so to speak, because of this information? Or do we still not have sort of cohesive understanding that the African-American, for example, and the Hispanic line up because they're Democratic, or the Arab American and the Bengali community line up and they could create a coalition district because of that Democratic preference? Or is that not a fair assumption to make in terms of voting preferences?
Why I'm hesitating is that in the Democratic primary, again, we've only got the one statewide Democratic Party primary. I would be cautious because I don't think that Hispanics and Arab Americans supported Al Said, but now I can't remember who Black voters supported, but I don't think it was Al Said, was it?
It was not. Yeah, that was Whitmer.
Yeah, so
They weren't
I-
cohesive.
They weren't cohesive.
They weren't cohesive. Mr. Edelson.
I mean, none of these groups are, I shouldn't say that. Hispanics and Black voters were not particularly cohesive in their support in the Democratic primary, but there is no question that Arab Americans and Bengalis were very cohesive in their support in the Democratic primary. So it's a little hard, in my opinion, to argue that you're going to produce what would satisfy the three prongs of jingles if you wanted to create this district. But there's no question that they all support Democrats in the general election. And I'll leave it up to the lawyers to actually tell you what this means in terms of the legal ramifications of this.
All right, I can't see the folks online. So Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Curry, or Commissioner Wagner, if you have your hands up, please let me know because I can't tell.
I
I'm not
decided to
seeing.
stop sharing so I could see you guys.
All right, any additional comments or questions? Commissioner Eid.
Well, it seems like most of the assumptions we've made in mapping have borne out to be correct. So I'm just wondering, is there any better way to use this data and this analysis moving forward while making these final changes on our maps?
Somewhat of a question for the lawyers who've been sitting there the whole time and watching this and knowing what's possible. But I will tell you that it looks like these are very cohesive communities, with the exception of the Chaldeans. And I'm not sure what you can do in terms of the first prong of jingles, but I would hesitate to sort of draw lines down the middle of them. But I think some of these communities are too large, aren't they? I don't think you can include Dearborn Heights and Dearborn in the same district. But again, this is something probably the lawyers should answer, or somebody who's been watching the drawing process and can actually tell you where people live and what this could mean.
So Dr. Hanley, for the Chaldean community, could you bring up that map again and indicate what area you analyzed? Was that Oakland County?
Yes, it was Oakland and I think some of Macomb. Let's bring it up again. You could probably answer that better than me. I can't remember now. Let's see. Oh, no, it was just Sterling Heights. For Chaldean, this is Sterling Heights, and this includes about a little more than a third of the Chaldean population in Michigan. And so we looked at that whole area and only that area.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eid.
Just out of curiosity, why wasn't West Bloomfield looked at for a Chaldean population?
Because we were looking for the highest concentration, so that, I mean, the whole reason that you couldn't do, and also, is it contiguous with this?
No, it's not.
No.
Yeah, that's why. So you couldn't do it alone. There weren't enough, and you can't look at two areas separately, really. So we just focused on the area with the largest population.
Okay.
There wouldn't have been enough precincts in any other area to do this analysis for this group.
All right, and just to clarify for people who don't know, Chaldean typically means Christians, Arabic who are Christian. Is that correct? Yeah, Catholic. Whereas most of the Arabs, in my experience, who live in Dearborn tend to be Muslim. So it could just be a difference in religion that's sort of driving the difference in voting.
I'd say that's accurate. While Chaldeans are Arab American, it is more of a faith-based community. And issues surrounding the church are important to how Chaldeans vote. So that explains that in my eyes.
All right. Unless anyone else has questions for Dr. Hanley, thank you for your time. We appreciate you coming and being at our beck and call whenever we need you. So thank you for your analysis. And if you could send this to Sue so she can distribute it to everybody, I would greatly appreciate it.
Sure thing. Okay.
All right. All right. So Commissioner Kellum, did you want to try to work on that map more?
What do we have left on our agenda for today? Just finishing up. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, we have to finish congressional and then we move on to House. Mr. Adelson looks like he has a comment.
Yes, we thought that this would be a good time to put this in additional context, as I know that Dr. Hanley and I have an arrangement that she goes up to a certain point on the continuum and then she leaves the rest for us to talk about. So to be consistent, so let's talk a little bit about, from a legal standpoint, what she said. It is very interesting that the Hispanic voting patterns in Wayne County are different than they are in the Grand Rapids area. That the speculation is the Hispanic population may be older in Wayne County than in the Grand Rapids area. They both vote cohesively, meaning that they tend to support the same candidate. That in Grand Rapids, the cohesion is greater. As you can see, what's interesting, turnout is higher in Wayne County. Cohesion is higher in Grand Rapids. The turnout is lower in Grand Rapids. Cohesion is moderately less here. I think that for president in Wayne County, as I recall, 75% of Hispanics voted for Biden. And in Grand Rapids, it's like 96%. So it's quite significant cohesion. The Arab American cohesion is even greater, meaning that Arab Americans within the with the exception of Chaldeans, voted cohesively as a group. So they tend to support the same candidates, as at least in the elections analyzed, as Hispanics and Black voters. The Chaldean is interesting because they're obviously, as Dr. Hanley said, an outlier compared to Arab Americans overall. So if that community, which is not a large community, could be pinpointed, that's something the commission might want to look at as far as not splitting them. The Bengali community also highly cohesive, turnout is high, and again, they support generally the same candidates as Hispanics, Arab Americans, and Black voters. So what does this mean going forward? That as we had speculated before about Hispanic voting patterns can be aligned up to a point with Black voting patterns. To answer your question, Commissioner, that would seem to have some potential in a coalition district. So that's different than if Hispanic voting patterns were like Chaldean voting patterns. Then that would not line up as a coalition district with groups supporting the same candidate. So I think that's very important. I think we both think that's very important going forward in looking at Hispanic populations, the Arab American population and the Bengali population in the Detroit area, that there is a commonality of support. Yes, there are differences in turnout, there are differences in cohesion, but they're not like the Chaldean voting patterns, those are quite different. And they would not be a viable coalition partner, so to speak, to the same extent that Bengali voters would be. So our advice, I think, is that these populations now may have additional play as you're looking at the potential adjustments to districts, not only in fortifying districts with plurality or majority minority populations, but they may also be a significant part of districts that either haven't been considered or were considered, but there was some uncertainty whether the voting patterns lined up. So I think that that's our takeaway from what Dr. Handley discussed today. It's something, as you know, we've been waiting for a while to, because we had identified this as a very important piece of the voting rights puzzle and also the 14th Amendment's equal protection. So those are our general thoughts so far. Thank you.
All right, any questions for Mr. Adelson? Okay, so the point that we are at right now is 5:25. We have 3 proposed congressional maps that we worked on, and then a 4th that Commissioner Kellum, I'm not sure if you still want to work on more or not. Do we want to take any action or make any more changes to the 3 that we worked on earlier? Are we interested in moving them forward? Commissioner Orton?
One of them, I'm not sure which one, perhaps Chestnut. Anyway, one of them had a higher population deviation that I think we could bring down. We had made some changes to it, but we didn't really focus on that.
Okay. I'm not sure which one. Does anyone remember which one? I feel like it was Apple because I thought that was the last one we worked on, but I'm not.
Chestnut's like 0.2.
Yeah.
Might be
I
Apple. Can we
think it
pull it
might
up?
be Apple. So can we pull up Apple and take a look? Because I thought we had made the changes around Grand Rapids and that changed the deviation a bit. Okay, so it's 0.78.
0.78. Yeah, I think it could. Yeah, those were the 2. That's the way it was left.
Yep. Feel free to lead the discussion, Commissioner Orton.
Okay,
So
I
5
think
is
we
on
just
there.
need to fix that. So can you zoom into the line between 5 and 4? Okay, so the issue is, it's gonna make a skinnier neck there.
What about one more?
It looks like the precincts are almost townships in most of that area.
Commissioner Riches?
What about that precinct with the big squiggly line in 4?
That's next to
It's
13.
bordering 13, is that one?
Oh, never mind. Yeah. It is.
So
Just, you remember, I mean, you can take it from one to another and pass it around. This was all recent edits. This whole, like these 2. I got the precinct populations. 3476.
Microphone?
That precinct right there was 3476. Let me get another view up here we can see better.
what township is that? Is that the Caledonia or Cascade?
I believe that's Caledonia. I think Cascade is above it.
So that's
Caledonia.
15,000.
So what's that corner precinct?
This corner precinct right here, for example,
Yes.
which is 1,800. This, I guess they would have to be together. So Caledonia is 1,600. That's 3,400. That'd be 4,000. You're looking at 6,000, like
What-
that lower half.
What about the one to the north of the corner precinct?
That is 2,700.
Commissioner Riches, did you have a suggestion?
The precinct that's in District 4 that is directly west of Middleville. That's the squiggly line I was.
Oh, the squiggly one?
Yeah, it's in District 4 though.
It's in District 4, yeah. One more
One
over,
more over.
one more over, Kent, to the west. Other way. Yeah, that one.
That's 2,500.
It'll work.
But where I was getting at, if you move some into 13, then 5 could take some out of 13.
Mhm.
If, because this is very little room to do anything with.
Mhm.
But you can
So-
do the same down to 4 to 8 and then 8 to. I mean, even 8 by itself is 2,000. 8 to 5 would take care of it. 4 has to get rid of some, so.
I think either of, I don't know. I don't know particulars. I know the particulars about more the Kalamazoo area, but I don't know the particulars of this area south of Grand Rapids that we're talking about. So I don't know if one's better than the other.
So what about that second precinct that you pulled one off of before? Put that into, is 8 is over, but then we'd have to move up, wouldn't we?
Right.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Eid.
You could try moving Caledonia into 13 and then putting those 2 townships that are currently in 13 of Berry County into 5
Mhm.
and seeing if that worked. I can't remember if there was a strong preference of Caledonia being with Grand Rapids as there was with Cascade and Ada.
Okay, we can try that if you want.
Okay, yeah, so let's move Caledonia into 13.
All right.
And then Thompson and Irvine into 5.
Put both of these in 5
Yes, that's correct.
or 5. Or is this the way you wanted them? You wanted them in 4 or?
Well, 5 needs more. Oh, how's 4 looking now?
Yeah, 4 is looking good with those added.
What about if
So
we
5,
just,
so just put that into 5 then, put Irvine into 5.
Yeah, 4 as well.
And 13 is slightly high right now.
It looks like it's between 4 and 8, right, in terms of the plan deviation. I don't know if those 2 border each other, but, oh yeah, they do.
What's north of Grand Rapids in terms of Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Clark?
So 4 and 8 are neighboring each other. We need to take about 2,000 from 8 to move into 4, I believe. So
I'll put that back.
yeah, we could complete that township there.
Mhm.
Yes, please.
That's better.
Okay, getting closer.
Yeah. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, my suggestion rather than doing that was go north of Grand Rapids. Can we zoom in on that? And include Rockford and yeah. Well, it is far, but we've even heard the comment today that Rockford's part of Grand Rapids. So what's the population there?
54,000.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
Yeah, with this configuration with Kalamazoo, you have less room
Yeah,
around
you
Grand
got-
Rapids.
yeah, you do. Because I think with the other two maps, Rockford's included, as I recall.
Yep.
Yeah. So I felt that was rather significant that that was left out of the Grand Rapids district.
So can we save this? And then can we do a continuity check and a unassigned, plan, check for plan errors, make sure that those are, we don't have any.
You want to just save it as is, or what more do you want?
Yeah, just save it as is. I just want to make sure there's no plan errors.
Yeah,
Did
it
you
doesn't
run it?
appear, it doesn't appear to be.
Yeah. All right, so let's just save it. All right, so does anyone want to look at this plan any further? Any thoughts about it? Do we want to move this plan forward? Do we not want to move this plan forward?
Can we
Let's make some
take a look where
decisions.
Midland is? Just,
Yeah, it's in District 11, I believe.
I just can't see it.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Commissioner Witches.
Wasn't there thought on this particular configuration to include Midland Township as well in with the Tri-Cities? Because that's only gonna be what, there are 2,200 people or
Just that little Midland,
the Midland Township.
not the whole, right?
No,
the
not,
whole,
no.
Just that little 22. Yeah, I'd
You
say
can
add
add that in with the city of Midland.
I don't.
I don't
Anyone
see
have
why
any
that would
concerns
be a
about
bad
that?
idea to
Commissioner
do.
Kellum?
I was just gonna say that I wanted to continue I was waiting for you to finish this part, but to adjust the map so that it actually reflects closer to the online submission so that the numbers are a little better.
Yeah, you want to adjust the Chestnut V2 map?
Yeah, but Commissioner Rathorn, I would need your assistance again. I don't know if you want to be buddies with Kent and sit next to him, because that just makes
Sure,
the
I
most
can do
sense.
that.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
We will get back there, definitely.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank
so
you.
any thoughts about adding in this little bit of Midland Township?
Yeah, I
Commissioner
don't have any problem with that. Why wouldn't we take all of Midland County and roll it in if we could?
That's a lot of
Oh,
people.
I know it's a lot of
Yeah,
people.
you'd have to redo your thumb district and Commissioner Rich, just go ahead and then Commissioner Rothorn.
I know this is something that we were gonna take care of in the House as well, but I would also feel that the areas north of Midland would want to be with Gladwin and those particular areas.
And if I remember correctly, the Chestnut map does include more of the areas around Midlands.
Yeah, it
with-
does, except
yeah,
for like 5 townships.
Yeah, so
Okay,
we do have alternatives.
okay, I understand.
Were you thinking Larkin too, Dustin, or just?
Nope, just the Midland Township.
Does anyone have any concerns with him making that change? No. Okay, let's go ahead and make it. And then we're probably gonna have to adjust on the other side. All right, so now 11 is over. And so what's 7 at? So that's. All right. There could be. Midland has a bunch of them too. So 10 is actually, you could probably take like 500 people, maybe just a township off of the edge of 11 and put it into 10, and that should fix and get us back below 0.5.
Well,
Those areas are all pretty lightly populated. Oh,
Could you explain that
1400.
again? I see where you're taking it from.
Yeah, just go ahead, Commissioner, I was just saying if we want to bring down, so 11 is currently over by 1900. And I was suggesting that if you take a look and see if there's a smaller township here,
Oh,
if you
okay.
take out, if you just bring it down by even a couple hundred people, then the plan deviation will be below 5 again. But all these districts are a little more than 500. They're like
But
1,400.
if 10 goes back up over 0.25, I was just looking at the numbers.
Mhm.
You add 1,500 to, yeah. It'll be close. You just gotta,
Before we go changing those particular areas, let's fix the discontiguities that could happen in Midland. Because there's gonna just be a couple.
Yeah, I think that
the
fixes
way we
them.
did it,
Yeah.
but
Never mind, it is connected. I stand
that,
corrected.
and that. We will check before we close this out for the evening.
These townships in Houston border, 1485, 1476, 1443, Elmwood goes jump up to 35.
What about Elmwood? 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000, 1229.
Thoughts? You want to go with 1,000? Or do you want to bring the corner one? The corner is 3,000, so we got to go. I think that's 1,400. Yeah. We try to assign that into 10 and see how it changes things. Yep. Okay. All right. So can you save it again, please? But that brings the deviation back down. All right. Any thoughts, comments, concerns? Do we want to move this map forward? We just ran it. It's not gonna-
Caledonia.
I don't think it's gonna change much. You don't want to move it forward?
Yeah, I'm not sure I like it either.
Yeah,
Then I move we take a vote.
Okay, let's take a vote. We are voting on moving the Apple congressional map forward, which is the one on the screen. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Ede?
Well, so my thoughts are we have 3, maybe 4, possibly 4. Once Commissioner McCellum makes those changes that she wants to. So we could possibly have 4 maps potentially to bring forward for this next 45-day window of public comment. And I think that's too many. We have to make decisions now in order to expedite the process later when we come back and take a final vote on these maps after the public comment period is over. So before voting on this map, I think we should set a limit on how many we should bring forward. Now, how many that is, I mean, I'm not sure. In our process document, it recommends 2. I'd say, I mean, I'd be fine with 3, but that's up to the commission.
I put a motion forward that we do.
Motion's out of order because it
Yeah, it is.
changes my motion.
Yeah, he's already got a motion. Yeah, so Commissioner, General Counsel Pastula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification on the motion that Commissioner Lett made, moving the Apple congressional map forward, would that be for publication for the 45 days or where,
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear?
Yes.
And also potentially the redistricting number, starting with the congressional one in the UP would also be potentially
Yes,
needed
because
from,
right now it's not in that order. Yes.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lett.
Well, I don't see why we would necessarily limit it to 2 or 3. Maybe have 4, maybe getting up into 5. 4 or 5 is maybe getting a little high, but the purpose for a 45-day comment period is to get comments from the public on which map they think is the one we ought to pick. And while I understand Commissioner Clark's dissatisfaction with this map, and I suspect that most of the certainly the people over in Ottawa, Kent, and around there aren't going to like it very much, but other people may like it. So we're not deciding on what to vote on for a final map. And I really think that once we get down to voting on the final maps, I don't think it's going to be really that difficult to winnow out the ones that we need to. So that's the purpose, my purpose anyway, that I think we should move forward with those. We've got really 4 that we may deal with. This was one that was in the mix for has been for quite some time. So that's my thoughts on it.
Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Clark.
My preference would be to look at the others and see if we can weed those down or combine those ideas or not. So we see what all our options are before we vote on which ones to take forward.
Commissioner Witches.
I agree with Commissioner Lett. The ones that we put forward for the 45-day publication period, those are the ones that are no longer going to be changed. And those are the ones that the public at that point will be able to give input on. And the ones we choose when we come back and vote in December have to be of those that we move forward. So the more that we move forward on this 45-day public comment period, the more chances that we have for the public to comment and make our decision on which one the public likes the most, because at the end of the day, it's what the general public of Michigan wants, is the one that we're going to have to vote for to bring forward. So again, this one should indeed go forward, as it is one that has really good numbers and it's been commented on the most. So we need to continue to get that information.
All right, did we get a second on your motion, Steve?
Second.
There we go. Thank you, Commissioner Witches. I didn't think we had one. I just wanted to make sure. We have it motioned and seconded to move the Apple map forward for consideration. Is there any additional discussion or debate? All right, we're going to do a roll call vote, of course. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I just want to point out why I'm dissatisfied with it, since I made that comment. I think, and Dustin, you can comment on it after I say this. I think the reason this was developed was because Ottawa County was split in 3-4 different districts. And so Dustin made I think a good attempt to get Ottawa County whole. And to do that, he took the 2 biggest cities in the western part of the state, which are 40 or 50 miles away, and combined them. And I think that does a disservice to the western part of the state when we do that. So that's why I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't even feel comfortable presenting it to the general public, because we've heard a lot of comments on this, both ways, in fairness. But I know the people in Grand Rapids are not happy with it.
Commissioner Witches.
That's not necessarily true, because I mean, I've heard individuals from Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids say they don't like it, and I've heard almost an equal number, well, not heard, but read almost an equal number on the portal online saying that they do like it. So that is a moot point.
All right, we ready to vote? Can we do a roll call, please? So this is in favor of advancing the Apple congressional map. Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. Also just wanted to remind the commissioners that should this map advance, it would require renumbering of the districts.
Yes, and I was thinking we'd do a separate motion on that if it advances.
Very good. All right, commissioners, please say yes or no when I call your name to display your support of the motion before the commission. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Rebecca Satella.
Yes.
Janice Follett.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
No.
Anthony Eid.
Yes.
Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Rhonda Lang. Oh, apologies. She had to step away. Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothhorn.
Yes.
By a vote of 9 yes to 2 no, the motion carries.
All right, seeing that we are advancing this map, I would entertain a motion for the Apple congressional map to renumber, to direct Kent Stigall to renumber this map, starting with district number 1 in the Upper Peninsula
So-
and bringing it all the way down to 13 in the Metro Detroit area.
So moved.
Question, Mr. Stigall?
Well, it has to do, this plan has been edited. It's going to be posted online.
Mhm.
So it needs a name. Can we give it Apple V2 or is that a problem?
Nope, Apple V2 is fine.
Because the plan's already out there as.
Yep, so Apple V2.
I'm just seconding the motion that Commissioner Witches.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches to authorize Kent Stigall to renumber the districts with 1 starting up in the UP and bringing it down to 13, seconded by Commissioner Rothhorn. Any debate or discussion on the motion? All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. All right, can we move on to the Birch map and then we will go back to Chestnut. And then from there, we can move on and hopefully give Commissioner Kellum some more time today to work on that map. So if we could bring up the Birch map. So Commissioner Witches, did you want to make the same change around the Midland area if it is not already included in this map where you're adding Midland Township into Midland City?
Sure.
Okay. It's got the same footprint, so can we go ahead and make that same change? All right. And then I think we're gonna need to probably make the same change over in Tuscola. Tuscola or
Well, now
Tuscola?
13 is
Tuscola.
one of your lower,
So-
13 needs to come up in population. I don't know what the difference was, but that's
All right, so
2.7.
10 is good and so what is that last little township at the top of District 11? How many people are up there?
1,700, that would just
Oh,
about do it.
that's perfect. Yep, move it up.
Move that to 13.
Yep.
Can we try to keep it in
Bert.
Fraser? I guess, and no, because we're crossing over into the other county in Bay and Aranac. I guess we're still in Bay. I'm just wondering if we can keep it all in Bay. But maybe we don't need to.
That's perfect.
That's perfect.
Okay, let's be perfect.
0.26.
All right, can we run a check for plan errors to see if there's any discontinuities? Right.
That's okay. They already are. Any other changes to this map?
Anything on your list?
No, we went over this one already. We corrected up. I'm sorry, I am not on speaker. Commissioner Witches.
I move that this map be moved forward for the 45-day public comment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett to advance the Birch map forward for the 45-day public comment period. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Orton?
Can I just have a reminder of the partisan fairness metrics that we ran? I think we have them all
Yep.
saved.
Yep.
For this one.
Do you want me to read them or do you want him to redo them?
Oh, go ahead and read them.
So the composite for lopsided margin is 4.1. The mean is 2.4. The efficiency gap is 0.7. The seats votes is 7.6, favoring Democrats 1.5% versus negative 1.5 for Republicans. The 2020 election was a lopsided margin of 2.5 favoring Republicans, mean median of 1.7 favoring Republicans, efficiency of gap of 0.4 favoring Democrats, a seats vote ratio of 7-6 with a 2.5% in favor of Democrats, -2.5 for Republicans. 2016 was lopsided margin of 2.1 in favor of Republicans, mean median of 2.2 in favor of Republicans, efficiency gap of 3.5 in favor of Republicans, seats vote ratio of 6 Democrats to 7 Republicans with a negative bias against Republicans of 3.7 and a positive of 3.7 in favor of Republicans. Jen, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, could you bring it up north of Grand Rapids for a minute and zoom in on it? I just, my interest was Rockford again. Is included?
Is
Okay,
right here where my
perfect.
cursor is. Is
Perfect.
this?
Yep.
All right. Any other comments? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Sarah Reinhardt, if you can call a roll call vote. And again, this is on the motion to advance the Birch map for the 45-day public comment period.
Hello, Commissioners. Please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on Commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Janice Villette,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
No.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches,
Yes.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
No.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothhorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella.
Yes.
By a vote of 9 yes to 2 no, the motion carries.
All right. Thank you, everybody. At this point, I would also entertain a motion to renumber this plan and to direct Kent Stegall and authorize him to renumber it with the district numbers starting at 1 in the Upper Peninsula and moving down to 13 in the Detroit area. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothhorn. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor of authorizing Kent Stegall to renumber this Birch plan, which I'm assuming he's going to rename Birch 2. Numbers 1 through 13, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Oops. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. All right, if you can rename this version 2 and save it. And yep. And then we will go on to Chestnut. We're going to do the same process. And then once we're done with that, we can go back to Commissioner Kellum. Yes, Chestnut version 1.
And then the next one would just be V2.
All right, so are there any changes we want to make to this map? I believe this map already has most of Midland included. Do we want to look at the Rockford area?
Rockford is in,
Included,
it's
yeah.
very top
Yes.
with Grand Rapids.
Mhm.
I'd like to go back up to Midland though.
A lot.
Is there a way we can get the other 5 townships into the Tri-Cities area? Other 5 Midland townships, Midland County townships.
Can we check the population?
Yes, I can, highlight them real quick. But I can see right now it's 24, 4,500, 5,700, 60 some hundred. It's going to be probably 9,000 thereabouts. But we'll select them real quick, see what we got.
Commissioner Ede, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I really tried.
Yeah, I know you did. I know, 'cause we talked.
I couldn't figure it out. If y'all want to try to figure it out, we totally can. But I think this has almost all of
Yeah, it's 90.
Midland County there. So
It's 9,651.
Yeah, 10,000. And we don't have anybody to play with in the districts because they're basically down to 0 people.
Commissioner,
Wouldn't you just, if you did that, wouldn't you just move it? I don't know. Shut up, right?
Commissioner Witches.
I'd say that the configuration here as is also would be appropriate so that the more rural areas of the county are in the rural area as well.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I can, we can, if we want to try and play around and see if we can move some population to put all of the county in, but I think that this would be an appropriate configuration as presented.
Yeah, and then the more rural areas are pushed with the more rural District 12 rather than being with the bigger cities.
Okay, I'm fine. This is a congressional thing and
Yeah.
it's more high level, so I'm good with it.
Okay. All right, all in favor, we have a motion and a second, right? Did we get a second? Oh, I'm jumping ahead,
So
sorry.
moved.
Did you move? So moved, seconded to advance the Chestnut version 1 map to, and you know what, can we do a check for plan errors too on this one? Because I don't know that we've done it.
I did right after I opened it up. I
Oh,
did it,
okay, and it's
okay.
good, okay. All right, any discussion or debate on adopting this map for advancement to the public hearings? Commissioner Ede?
Can you just move to the Detroit area just so we can view it before voting? Because this is the one that had the other Detroit configuration
Mhm.
compared to the other two. Just want that to be clear.
Okay.
Yes, this one has
Well, you-
District 1 is right on Macomb County line, Oakland County line.
All right, they do look the same, but we're not gonna worry about that right now. All right, can we go ahead and get a commission, Ms. Reinhardt? Yes.
Just want to clarify, you said Chestnut V1. Will it be Chestnut V1 or just Chestnut for naming?
Well, we now, Commissioner Kellum's working on Chestnut V2, so.
Oh, I see.
You definitely want to keep the V1, so it's distinguishable.
I would recommend if there's an additional draft being submitted
We rename
from
it.
Commissioner Clone, providing an alternate name for it.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, so do we want to just call this Chestnut then? Okay, all right, can we get a roll call vote on this? I don't think there's any more discussion or debate.
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Aaron Wagner,
No.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothhorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Follett.
Yes.
By a vote of 10 yes to 1 no, the motion carries.
All right. Once again, I would entertain a motion to authorize Kent Stegall to edit the map to adjust the district numbers to properly follow the current district plan, which is the Upper Peninsula starts with 1 and it moves down to 13 in the Detroit area.
I'll make that motion.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, please say, is there any discussion or debate, which I'm guessing no. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion carries. All right, it is 6 o'clock. We are at break time. Without objection, we will take a 10-minute recess. And when we return back, Commissioner Kellum will work on the Chestnut version 2, which I will encourage her to come up with a different tree name for. Walnut is a fine sounding name if you like walnut. All right. Hearing no objection, we will come back at 6:10. Thank you,
What did
everybody.
Commissioner Let's say? Oh, man.
As chair of the commission, I recall this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 6:15 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Eid,
Present.
Brittany Kellum,
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang, Steve Lett, Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Justin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
All right, thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, so Brittany, MC is seated back next to Kent Stikal, ready to go to help with these changes. So we have Chestnut version 2 opened up. Did you think of another tree name for it?
I was asking what Commissioner Lett said right before we went to recess. It sounded like he had a tree name.
He had elm, but we already have an elm, so you'd have
Okay.
to have something different.
Let me look. In the meantime, get started with drawing.
Cottonwood, poplar, willow. Willow's nice.
Oh, I love willow trees.
There's a gum tree.
There's sugar maple too.
Sugar maple. We already have a maple. Walnut, hickory.
Willow.
Willow. I like willow. I think willow's nice.
Willow fits my personality. It's fine.
All right. So Kent, did you hear that? We are going to call this new tree plan Willow. We'll just stick with Willow. Let's keep it simple.
What are they saying, Chair Zatella?
He's like Willow Oak. Like,
No,
what kind of
no.
willow? Just Willow.
Willow. And I'm going to talk less to be kinder to
Are we
Bethany.
make,
Kent, go ahead.
excuse me, I'm sorry. Are we going to try to follow this online map more closely? For example, for 6 and 3 and 7,
I think that's her intention. Yes. Is that right?
the whole
Yeah.
state?
Yes, because it keeps the communities together that I've also heard speak in our suburbs. And I think it'll clean up our numbers, because I know it was a mess when we ran the analysis, but if we fit it closer to the online version, I think we'll have a better start there. I think Commissioner Rothman is going to say something after he chooses.
Yeah, I'll just offer that it looks like our number 11 is the same.
Mhm.
Maybe with a few, yeah, but it's almost the same. So yeah, so it's not a total redraw, but so there's significant areas. So but the thumb will be different.
Yeah.
Okay. So how would you like to proceed, Commissioner Collins? Do you want, I think Kent was asking me, like, where should we start? And I think 6.
Yeah, let me just.
Maybe is that, so if you're okay with that, we'll just sort of start redrawing 6.
Absolutely, yes.
I'll start with 6 right there.
In Macomb, in the Macomb area.
And Kent, can you share your screen, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, let me get myself together here.
And again, so that Bethany isn't being a ventriloquist and an interpreter, I'm going to talk less and allow MC to kind of be my voice, and I'll interject when necessary.
That's the township right there. All right.
Yes, we're at the township border. I'm just going to, go ahead.
So that's
Commissioner Orton.
Could we change the colors of 10, 3, 6, and 2, however you want to do it?
okay. I'll do it right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton.
that a little bit better for this area right here, right now?
So 6, we're gonna, that township, maybe even a county line. Yep, the county line there.
Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna stick that in 3 or whatever is beside it right there.
I would actually keep, 3 is going to be our Ann Arbor district. Let's just say that 3 is going to be our Ann Arbor district.
What is this going to be?
So this is going to stay the same. Oh, gosh, yeah, you're right. We
This
gotta-
is 6.
Let's make that, no, that's going to be 10. That's 11. You're right. Yep, go ahead. And I think you're right. We're going to have to just, yeah.
I mean, I could make it anything we want.
Well, can we add a new district? That's what I mean. Like, we can't.
We can't
So,
go
yeah.
over. That's the problem. So that's got to be something. Which is it? Is it? It is. It's going to be 3.
It's going to be 3. Let's see how this Ann Arbor district. So 5 is really Lansing.
And then 3 is going to come all the way around.
And
Come
8.
all the way down.
Yep.
That was-
And, oh, you don't have the touchscreen, right?
Okay, let's do this. I don't, it doesn't matter. Gotta get started. We'll get 6 done.
You get 6 done. Okay.
All right. It comes, it's all
It's
of
just going-
this. It's all of this.
Yep. The whole Macomb,
And it goes up.
just a little bit. Yes. Mhm.
It does all Macomb here.
The Macomb Township. Mhm. Yep. Yes.
Those precincts.
Yes, townships.
Townships.
Yep.
No, are those precincts?
No, I'm pretty sure they're townships, but it's hard to see on the map. It's Allenton, Lesterville Township. Oh, that's not Lesterville Township. That's Riley Center.
Where's Marine City? This stuff over
Yep.
here.
That is
Mary, that's all the way
up to Marysville. Yep. So Mary.
Oh, we're going up further than I thought.
Mhm.
Much further. There's Marysville all the way up there. So it's,
Yeah.
does it have Ray? in it?
Marysville and then
Marysville across to Leicester. Okay. Can you see
right,
it?
so all the way over. So, and then up.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's the
And I
step.
think, and it's the county border. Yeah.
No,
No, not
I'll
Aylman.
come back.
Okay.
Now, the kicker is right through here.
Yeah. So then it's just at the precinct level. For Kimball.
That's pretty close to it right there.
Yeah. I think we're just one south of Port Huron, one precinct.
I'll put that in 10, going at 6.
That's going in 6. Yep. And then there's one more going into 6 right there. Was that true? Nope, I'm wrong.
I think that's it.
No, that's it. You're right.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 6. So now let's go up to, well, what do you want to do?
Look at it. Let's just
Go
go,
to 10?
keep going right. No, I'd rather go back
Okay,
to.
to 3.
We know this is all right.
So this would be 3.
MC, we've got a Marine City that has the number
Yes,
1 to
yes,
6.
yes, yes.
So 3 here, right? So it's like it's at the same township level, excuse me, at the county line.
Okay.
And we're gonna keep the same, like this is all the same, like, well, that
I
should,
gotta get, yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
get that up in 3 because it was in 2. It was three.
Excellent, yeah. Okay. And so now just instead of going all the way over, I think where we're breaking is at, well,
I cannot have to do this thing multiple.
I think this is where Waterford. And so, so Pontiac is included.
Mhm.
Is that true? Lake Orion, Oxford. Okay, so we're going up to.
This will be townships, isn't it?
Yeah, that's helpful.
So let's see here. If we get, there's Pontiac, Waterford, White Lake.
Yep, so it's this
Highland. That's a totally separate district, isn't it?
So we are including, so above Pontiac, so here, and we're going up, going north of Lake Orion. So we're gonna, and so this is 3. So we're gonna take Orion. Yep, into 3. Yep. Up to Leonard, up to the, I think it's up to this county line there. Yeah, so it's Oxford.
How far over? Oxford.
Yeah, we're taking Oxford. And then we're gonna, now we're just taking the precinct level.
Precincts going down.
Yep.
Inside.
Mhm. Yep, that first one, you got it. I think that stays, no.
Yep, that's right.
No, that's right. You're absolutely
That's
right.
like that.
Mhm. You've done this before, haven't you? Nope. That goes back.
I missed.
But then I think we're going down a little bit further and we're putting that into, I hate to put it into 10, but right, that's what we have to, because 10 is actually our thumb district.
Yeah, we'll come down. We'll put it, call it 5.
Well, and 5 is going to be our Lansing district.
Mhm.
And then it's got to be 7.
All right, let's call it 7 then so be it. That'll be 7. At Ann Arbor is 7. Yep. That'll be 7.
So voting precincts.
And this is
Where am I?
around Waterford Township. Yep, so you're.
All this is 7. All this is 7.
Correct.
That's that line over there.
Yep, we want the voting precincts. Yep. It's around the airport.
Maybe you should just do this again.
Ken, it's okay. Be kinder to yourself. You're doing fine.
Mhm.
Where's the top
So
of it?
you came, so this is this right here, that's that. So now we're looking for that cutaway. But it may not be at the precinct level. Clintonville, right, here's
Zoom in a little
Clintonville.
bit closer, see if you can read it. Clintonville.
That's Clintonville right there.
Okay. So,
See that, Clintonville? Yep.
so those are in. Is that it up there?
Yep, so, yep, you take that. Mhm. Yeah, that's it. You did it.
Okay, yeah. That's that little straight line right there.
Mhm.
And then I guess we're coming down into here.
Waterford. Mhm.
Celebrate.
You got it. You got it.
So those will be in it too.
Yep. And now we're, yes, you got it.
And where am I? at?
Mhm. Yep, that right there.
That's a straight
7.
square coming
Mhm.
across here, so we get that. Is that the right?
One more right there.
This one?
Yep. That's that.
Right now I'm lost again.
We're here. This is the.
All
This
right,
is
yep,
that road.
yep, gotcha.
Beautiful. Yep, excellent. So that's it. So now we're coming down this way.
Yep.
Yep. This little. And one more.
What
Yep.
about down?
Take that one.
Okay, that's the curve.
Yes, that's it.
Is that?
Yep, that's
So
it.
it goes across, yes.
All right, so that's 7. And now I think we were, so we can continue down 7 because this is going to help us with 3.
This is gonna go.
It's Milford. This is Vallette land. So 7, here's Milford and here's Milford. So that's going to go into 7. So I think we're actually, so 3 is drawn where it needs to be.
Yep.
So do we want to just confirm that 3 looks good?
That is correct.
All right.
And
So
that's Northville stuff.
yeah, so
right?
this is where, yep, this is where I think we gotta figure out.
What is that little thing? Right below Novi, it's this.
I think that's Northville City.
So this would
It's
be,
the other part of Northville with a, and maybe a block or two
so what
to
district,
get them right.
what district is that?
Exactly. That's our challenge. We don't have another district to use.
I hate having to do them all twice. That's the bad part. You know, you do
Yeah.
it once and you have to come back and do
Yeah.
it. That's all right.
So 7. So let's,
Unassigned.
well, so hold on, wait, before you do that, because 5 was going to be Lansing. 7 is our Ann Arbor district. Yeah, we don't have another one, do we? 7's our Ann Arbor. Because we're going to come up there. And does it go? So it's 8. All right, so 8.
Okay.
Let's assign it to 8.
Make it 8. And it's,
Yeah, this is going to be 8 right here.
yeah, I'm trying to. What
Yep,
is
it's bordering with 2.
What is that? Is it north?
It's Northville. It's the city little
Plus-
cutout of Novi.
Plus a little, I say we leave it like that for now.
It's this right here. Yep,
They run up there and get it.
I think so. Yes,
There you go.
and
And it goes further right.
yes, you got it. That's it.
Why did I make, let's say, okay.
Mhm. Let's keep going down 8, and it's all of Livonia. Like, so we're gonna and all of Plymouth.
This is, all this is
So
8.
that's all 8. Mhm. We're gonna go straight down with 2. 2 is the border.
Yeah, we
Mhm.
did too.
Yep. And then we're building 7 right next to it. So I think we're good. Meaning I think we're smart.
Everybody's smart until it goes sideways.
I think we're working smart. Ah, see, you are working smart. Plan saved. See, I had to do that. Yeah.
Okay, so 2, save it, dummy. So we did 2.
Yep. So we're
So
gonna make
8.
that's 8.
This is all,
Yep. So this is we're gonna go around
Follow it.
Inkster.
Yeah.
So that 3 and Canton are gonna be
Yep.
part of 8. Going straight down. Mhm.
Inkster stays in 2.
And this is
Yeah.
8 also.
Yep.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kellum.
No, I was edifying what Kent said when he said Inkster stays in 2. Yes. Sorry, I've been nodding my head and co-signing. Yeah.
All the way down to.
Okay, oh, yeah. I'm just.
Mhm.
We're
Keep
on
going.
Van
Mhm.
Buren.
Yep.
Romulus.
All the way
Correct.
down,
Start to come together.
down meaning south.
Yes, you got it.
So
Directions here.
Mhm. Down to the,
that, not that,
yeah,
there's Ann Arbor.
across the border. Mhm. We're still
Oh,
looking
actually,
at
we're
this
doing
one.
the yellow. Okay,
Mhm.
zoom in a little bit. It's okay, it's gonna come straight down here.
Yeah. And it's gonna cut down here, that line, that precinct. Yep. And all the way over to the river.
All of this part.
Correct. So downriver is just in two districts, basically.
I'm gonna go get it right beside 2, make sure I don't get any.
Okay, so we got that. So now we're kind of
We're crossing the river.
8, but 8 is.
That
so-
line
Yep,
is
so
the Stony Creek.
this is gonna be 7. So the other side of, like, so what you could do is cut this down. If this is 7 at this line, this county line,
Mm-hmm.
and that's
This is the line.
that's 8.
That is the 8. Okay.
Yep. So
7.
that's why we're gonna make it into 7. Yep.
So that goes to 7.
Correct. And everything to the county line.
That goes across to 7. Where does 8 go through here?
Yep. So this is 7.
That's 7.
Mhm. and all the way down. All the way to the border, all the way to, I guess,
Yep.
Ohio.
It is, yeah, Toledo, or yeah, close.
Mm-hmm. And this little bit.
It's a little bit up. So squiggly line, is that here?
That's a good question. Yep, that's that. And so this,
Figure out what that little thing.
you know, I wonder if that's actually just, that's waterfront. So I think we're good.
Yeah, that's just coming up in there.
I think we got it.
Yeah,
this
that is water.
So District 8.
Is over there. This is all not 8.
Okay, so but 7. So let's go back to 7 now. So this, our issue 2 here. So let's just make sure, because we're going to do 7 next, and we're not going to mess with 5. But now 8 is right. We're going to have to make that one. This is going to be right. This one is going to be. We got to figure that one out.
Yeah.
Maybe 9 maybe. But let's finish
get
up 7.
7, yeah.
Yep. So this is the purple one here is 7.
And
So
we got this side right.
Yep. And then but this. Oh, you know what? So that's where. Oh, this is where he screws up. He goes into
Ann Arbor.
No, he's going into he
Monroe?
breaks up
I can't see it.
Livingston County.
Mm.
Oh yeah, he gets part of.
Yeah.
He splits up. South Lyon.
Right, but it's together still, but it's that's gonna be tricky. All right, so
he runs it all. Okay.
Yeah, so we're keeping that the same.
We got that part done up there. How did we get there? Comes right up through here, right?
Yes, that's right.
Not quite. He didn't go all the way to the county line, did he?
Yeah, no, that you got it. This is the county line right here.
Okay.
So if we don't go into Livingston, let's just see what it looks like. We'll just see how to play with it. And then you're going up.
Yeah. You got to get how then so we can get this part of 7. So that's how we kind of we got something different there.
So we're going up to because this Flint.
There.
Okay, so 10 is our thumb district.
Why does this look so different?
Because we haven't drawn it yet. We haven't gone all the way up into 10.
Oh, we're going all the way up there.
Yep, all that is 10. All that is 7. So everything that's in 10
All this?
should go into 7, correct?
That square?
Correct.
Nope,
I don't-
nope,
yeah.
nope, nope, nope. I thought it was on precincts. I found using townships less, you have less errors, at least it seems to be that way.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true or not. But
All right, so that's 7 with a little bit. So now let's see if we can do 11. Let's play with 11 and 10. Yeah, so 11, right, is essentially the same, right? It's drawn. We've got a little bit of 5 taken out, but this is where we can make some variations, see if we can play with it. Let's see if we can draw a 10. That's what I'm thinking is the thumb. I do like the thumb a lot better. But the thumb, if I'm not mistaken,
wraps all the way around.
Wraps all the way around. That's not going to work.
That splits Bay City.
Oh,
how close does it get to Saginaw? Oh, Saginaw's down in here.
Saginaw's in a different.
Still in 11, but they split up.
Oh, so the thumb goes, yeah, that's kind of, I don't know.
Oh,
If that's,
it crosses over to
Yeah.
over a lake, whatever. And
the bay. Yeah. I don't know. That's, Yeah,
Very different.
yeah, that's a really thin
Well, we can.
bridge.
Let's do it. Its shoreline is about what it is, so something like 10 is something like.
It is strange, but I do.
But the thumb, yeah, but that's how he gets around the thumb. That's why I like
Yeah.
the thumb. Better.
Yep.
There's the population in there. But it's.
He insulates.
Commissioner Ede.
What are we doing right now?
Walk
Y'all,
around.
like, I understand that the purpose of this was to examine a different configuration for Metro Detroit, which I think is a good exercise, but I mean, at this point, this has turned into a completely different map than anything that was submitted before our last round of public comments.
Yeah.
So I'm just,
and
I'm having a hard time getting behind it because it's happening at this point in the process.
Yeah. And I would just offer, like, I like the thumb a lot better until I saw this. And yeah, I think at this point, yeah, gosh,
That's not most of it's.
it helps me understand that, yeah, we've got to make sacrifices. And yeah, I don't know, Commissioner Kellum, this doesn't, I can't, in good conscience, keep going.
So I hear what everyone is saying, but this is the part where we can change things and make deliberations. And I think there are some offerings here that are considerably better than what we've had before. And I'm going to continue to say, I mean, particularly when I think of the House, it just seems to be that when things are a major change, then there's a lot of pushback. This process is supposed to produce major change. I don't know if I could apologize for not doing this earlier, but that's inappropriate to me. I think I'm a part of the process. So.
Yeah, and what I'm going to offer, Brittany, is that I really feel like that it was the thumb that I really liked here, but I understand now why it's cutting through a bay, and there's we're I don't know. We've got to make choices, hard choices, period.
And we also have to respond to the public. So if we weren't going to respond to the public, then we should have never asked them to weigh in.
Well, we've got a public process, right? That's our legal, like the Constitution says we have right. We're drawing maps, fair maps with public input, and it's a legal
just
process.
For the sake of, it's not just cute to have public comment. We're supposed to actually take it in.
Right. And what we're doing is we want to be done on Friday. And I think what I'm recognizing is that we've got a lot of work in our House maps. We've got some pretty good congressional maps, right? There's places that I'm not happy with it, but they're pretty good. And I think in the spirit of not pursuing perfection, we've respected a lot of communities of interest. And I think what I'm saying is, like, the House maps, there's not a lot for me in the House maps. And I need just make sure that we have a lot more in the House maps. And I think this is, we gave it a good go. And there may be some places here, but everything requires adjustments and fine tuning. And I think, this map he did the best he could. We've done the best we could. And I think we have to somehow make hard choices and, yes, respond to public comment. And we keep responding, keep trying different things. This was an effort to respond. And at this point, I'm just feeling like, I can't, there's also hard choices in the other ones that I'm not happy with. I think I'm also not happy with this one.
Commissioner Witchus and then Commissioner Lett.
So my understanding was just to take the two districts that were in Detroit and then import those and then change lines around there. Now we're literally taking someone's entire map. If we do anything more than the two Detroit districts, this map has an automatic no vote from me. I'm just putting that out there right now. I will not vote to put this thing forward. I would, if we really wanted to work with the two districts in Detroit, I'm fine with that. But what we're doing right now is not appropriate, in my opinion.
Commissioner Lett? No comment? All right.
I wonder if there's a way to sort of try to reconfigure the two districts, right? Because it's really just like the two that we've got. Well, I'll have to play with it tonight. I'll play with it tonight. Never mind.
I almost wonder if it just would have been easier to bring in the whole map and then try to run the metrics on it rather than try to do this. But I don't, at this point, I agree, Commissioner Witches. And is that not District 7, what the District 7 actually looks like? It's this chimney like that?
Oh,
that's
7
10.
is very incomplete. 10 is incomplete. It goes all the way down. I did as much as I could. I kind of got lost up there.
Yeah.
But 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 are matched up. Am I not right?
There's 8 over here.
Well, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. Not the 8 on the left, the 8 on the
Oh, we have
Detroit
2
suburbs.
8s.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the one that fits. So that's all we've done. You still have the rest of the state.
Yeah, I'm just struggling as to forgetting everything else. I'm struggling as to how is this an improvement for Detroit? Like, what is this improving for Detroit? Because I think that was the jumping off point. And it seems like the BVAP is about the same. So what is this improving for Detroit? Because if that was kind of the point of the exercise, I'm just not sure how this accomplishes that goal.
It's one of the things Mr. Adelson has always said. He's like, just try it. We keep trying it. I think I know Commissioner Kellum, I'm hearing you're saying like, no, you want to keep going. Yeah, I'm not feeling it.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just.
There's a lot to be done.
Yeah.
I mean, that we have 2 8s up here. I mean, really the only thing that's done on here is I'll zoom into it. It's your Detroit metropolitan, almost to Ann Arbor. It's 1, 2, 3, 6, and 8. And this 8 is not this number. Because,
Right. Because it's got 2 8s combined.
Yeah.
And then.
Those are the only completed districts. This would be part of 7 and be part of, no, this green right here is part of 7.
Yeah.
There's a long ways to go.
Yeah, and it also goes into Livingston County, right? So 7 is incomplete.
Okay. Ms. Reinhardt, did you say you had a shapefile for this one that you sent over to Kent that worked? No? Okay.
I mean, I could build it. It takes time.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Witches, did you have a comment?
In general, so I mean, I still think it's vastly inappropriate to bring someone's map in without bringing all the maps in that were submitted online. And to the argument of is, well, the whole public comment thing, saying, that's the point of public comment. No, the point of public comment was to get people to submit ideas for where they wanted lines to be drawn, where to put communities of interest and where to do districts. We all looked at those things. We all made our decisions on our collaborative maps based on those pieces of information that was sent over to us. I don't, like I said, taking only one per person's or even a group, for example, let's say AFL-CIO. If we would have brought that group, that map in its entirety into our software and ran anything, we'd have to do that for every single map that has come in. And I find it vastly inappropriate that this is still happening at this point.
It just seems like this commission is not leaning towards anything that could produce large scale change, because we become hung up on the fact that, well, this is our beloved map. We spent 3.5 hours on Ann Arbor, and it is just me dangling by myself as a Detroit commissioner, when all of you openly admit that you have no idea what to do with Detroit. And you're not,
So
you're just not.
Commissioner Kellum, just stop. So Commissioner,
I don't need to stop. This creates 2 pluralities in Detroit where there was only one. And I am sick of the way the commission has been talking and dealing with each other. And every time I come up with a suggestion and no one is edifying or assisting me and improving to make it better, it is a problem. That is sickening. And then when we get to the house map where I have wholesale changes, is the same thing going to happen? So don't ask me to weigh in as a Detroiter. And then when I do, this is the conversation. It's upsetting and people are watching and listening. And it's not just someone else. I that live in this city, Commissioner Witches, I support this. I, your coworker, a commissioner, I'm supporting this. The person that didn't have the means to be a part of the process in the first time because I was vice chair and chair. So now at the time where we are deliberating and it's time to have a discussion, it's not wanted. And you can't make it be anything else. And yes, I'm crying because I'm passionate about this. And I watch you all spin your wheels on lines for other things, and this is important. So I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Witches, I was going to say, we've all looked at different maps online and at various times have brought in ideas, whether we've, openly acknowledged it or not. There's been a lot of thought process with the public comment. So I don't agree with your characterization that it's inappropriate. I think it's good to consider other ideas. And we certainly received a lot of public feedback from Detroit about wanting to do things different. And I think that that's a good exercise to do. My only concern is when I look at this map, and can we scroll up to District 1 and District 2? Just the active matrix, yeah. So I see a VAP of 45% and 45%, which is roughly equivalent to what we already have. I think we had one that was 50 and one that was 44. Is that right for Birch? And then what was yours for Juniper? So what I'm struggling to understand is, how is this better? It's the same question I asked for the promote the vote maps, where we were getting criticism and commentary about our maps being at 40% or 45% African-American voting age population. And yet when we look at their maps and dig into their Senate maps and their House maps, they have the same percentages. So my question is, how is this making it better? I don't have a problem to making changes if it makes it better, but I'm just not sure that these changes, although Anthony Scannell has advocated for them quite heavily, and they don't look like Mickey Mouse ears, which seems to be his primary objection to the other one. Like, how does this address those communities and make things better? Because this map also goes up into Macomb County, and it also goes up into Oakland County, which was something you had expressed you didn't like about our current map. So my question is, how is this making it better? Because if this is making it better and we can explain why and we can articulate it, we can deal with the other changes. I mean, at this point, I'm a pretty good map drawer, and I can take District 1 and District 2 and I can take it home and I can play with it and I can weave it into our Apple map. I can weave it into the Birch map, and I can do that quite easily because I've gotten really skilled at mapping, but I'm not seeing the justification because I don't really see these two districts as being much better. That's what I'm struggling with. I'm not trying to silence you. I want to hear what you have to say, but I'm just not sure, why is this better? Just looking at districts 1 and 2, why is it better?
My only comment would be, every time we've had a question of why is something better, we've taken the time to figure it out. And it has not been up to one commissioner to come up with that answer. So this is something that I feel like we should try. And there's a public comment period. And maybe the Detroiters and everyone else is watching this process and how it's happening can weigh in on why they think that it's better. But from a COI standpoint, I think it's a stronger choice. Now, it might not be perfect in all other areas, but I think it's worth working with. And that's all that I've said. And I think we've said that also about other maps, taking ideas and working with them. What I'm hearing and seeing is an inability to work with this idea. We might not have the how is it better right now, but because we don't have that decisive answer, Detroit should not be a quick fix.
Okay, Commissioner Lett and then Commissioner Rothorn.
Well, taking that tact, I don't discredit that in the least. Commissioner Zatella has offered to take it and work with 1 and 2 and redraft a map and come in, I take it, come in tomorrow. Is that the idea?
I might need until Wednesday. So I might need a little time.
Come in and rework it and she could then explain why it's better or not better or whatever.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I would like to get the shape file for this, Kent, and I would like to pull it in and see what I can do with it. Because I think
maybe it's 3 instead of 2. This is just me like looking at it and kind of talking off the top of my head. I realize that this is a live idea and kind of shook things up, but that's my personality. I'm unafraid of doing that. So yes, I like the willingness to work with this. I don't have the other side of that answer, but I like where this is starting. So I get what folks are saying about the thumb. I hear Commissioner Witches about us basically like carbon copying an idea, but I think that we should work with this to a large degree and try to come up with something better.
yeah, give me the chance to do that. I can't guarantee I'll get it done by tomorrow, but give me the chance to play with it. And maybe tomorrow MC can do a little chairing and I can play with it during our session while we're talking about other things, because I've done that before. And let me see what I can do. I just need the shape file and I can layer it over and see if I can make it incorporate better. And then we can run numbers on it and then we can compare. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes.
General Counsel.
My only question is generally with the collaborative maps, that mapping is done collectively in open session. And I would just note that Chairperson Zatella, you already have an individual map. So I wasn't sure, process wise, I just wanted to flag that for the commission.
I pulled my individual congressional map.
I do recall that from this morning. Thank you.
I pulled mine. Commissioner Lett.
Well, just as a point, I think the other commissioners are considering this a collaborative map with Chairman Zatella bringing in something for the whole commission to look at. If I get some nods, I would.
All right, guys. It's been a long day. It's been a productive day. We've made some progress. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't consider it collaborative. I consider it individual map with some, additional help. Collaborative would mean all 13 of us involved.
Yeah, we're gonna
talk about it. Yeah. And
Yeah.
and we're gonna support Brittany as best as we can, and given what the configuration is.
Yeah, and I wouldn't just consider it supporting Brittany. I would consider it supporting the feedback we received from Detroit. So it's not just about Brittany.
Agreed. And I guess I'm also recognizing that I like this idea of a different west-east, right, configuration. I've heard it, and I like the idea that this is a community, like essentially just a better feel. It's west, reflects West Detroit and east.
All right, guys. We don't have any minutes to approve. No staff reports. Michigan Department of State, do we need any reports? Okay, correspondence received in advance of the meeting is provided to commissioners in our meeting materials. In addition, we review the portal on a daily basis to review comments out there. Any correspondence received is also sent to us. Do we have any future agenda items? Work on maps. Any announcements? Commissioner Eid?
Where's the camera at? Right there. Tomorrow is election day, everybody watching in our great state of Michigan. Now, I have an apartment in Detroit, and voting turnout in Detroit for local elections is very, very low. And just generally, it's usually low across all our state as well. So if you're watching this, none of this that we're doing today matters unless you go out and vote. So I just hope go out and vote tomorrow. Thank you.
Find your clerk's office. Find your voting precinct at michigan.gov/vote. Michigan.gov/vote. Thank you.
All right. As the items on our agenda have been completed, a motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The motion carries. The meeting is adjourned at 7 p.m. Thank you, everybody.